The hearing will please come to order. Our next witness is Judge Stanley Sporkin. Judge Sporkin, will you please rise? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Sporkin, good morning.
Good morning to you, Mr. Woodcock.
Before we begin, I want to state for the record that you, Judge Sporkin, are here pursuant to the invitation of both chairmen of these committees. Committees appreciate your attendance here.
Thank you.
Judge Sporkin, you have had a long tenure in public service, have you not?
About 29 and a half years.
And you spent approximately 20 of those years with the Securities and Exchange Commission, is that right?
That is correct.
When you left that organization, you were head of the Enforcement Division, is that correct?
That is correct.
During that tenure, you also met William Casey, is that correct?
That is correct.
He was at that time 1972 to 73 chairman of the SEC, is that right?
That is right.
Now, when Mr. Casey became Director of Central Intelligence, he asked you to come over as General Counsel, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Was that in 1981?
Was in 1981.
You accepted him, or accepted his invitation, is that right?
That is right. I think I should mention that when Mr. Casey was the chairman of the SEC, he was an outstanding chairman, and that's the first time I met him. I didn't know him before that. And he provided a work environment which was really almost unique, where he encouraged people or inspired people. And while I think everybody that could possibly work for someone like that would be very grateful to do it one time, when the second chance came, I think you have to be doubly grateful. And I must say the second time was probably even better than the first time. But he is a wonderful man, and I want you to know that.
And recognizing that opportunity, you took him up on his offer to become General Counsel of the CIA, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You served in that position from 1981 to 1986?
That is correct.
And from that position, you became a U.S. District Judge, a position you currently hold, is that true?
That is correct.
Now, Judge Sporkin, when you first came to the CIA, you had no background in intelligence law or in the CIA itself, is that true?
That is true.
And you understood that the CIA was a clandestine organization, is that right?
Well, I don't know what I understood, but I didn't know a whole lot about it, but I understood that it was a very important agency of this country. And I thought after 20 years in a job, you get a little stale, and it's always time for a change.
As a person without a background in the intelligence community, did that color your approach to your job when you first took it on?
Well, it meant that I had a learning experience. It meant that I had to, my approach had to be entirely different than my approach when I was with the SEC. It meant that I knew that I had to earn the respect of the people at the agency.
How did you go about doing that?
Well, the way I did it was to go over there and to try to keep as low profile as possible, try to learn as much as I could. It was my thinking that to allow the people to get confidence in me, to bring me matters, and they would see that how we accomplished them, and over the period of time, that confidence factor would increase. And we had a number of initial problems that we were able to successfully accomplish. We had an executive order that when I went over there, I was told that it had already been taken care of and I would have no problems with it. But what happened was that it had fallen completely apart. So I had to get into that, and we were able to successfully come out with an executive order. I might add that not only the fact of my lack of experience in that field, but the fact that the agency had had 4 general counsels before me who were just extremely outstanding individuals. Larry Houston, John Warner, Tony Lappin, and Dan Silver. So I was filling some rather big shoes. And I tell you, the first thing I did was to bring them, they're all alive. I think that's probably the only agency that exists as old as the CIA that can bring back every one of its general counsels. And when I saw that, I brought them all back, and I constituted them as an advisory committee to me, and I met with them 4 times a year. That's another way of trying to work into the job.
You also refrain from projecting yourself into ongoing matters. Is that correct?
Yes, I could see it, and I realized that you don't try to insinuate yourself into matters because people become suspicious and think that you might have some ulterior motive for some reason. So I just stood back and wait till they came to me. I tell you, it became, sometimes the phone didn't ring.
But eventually the phone did ring, and when it did, you would perform a good job and thereby gain their confidence. Is that correct?
Well, I hoped that that was what would happen.
Now, you also used a team approach in solving legal questions that were relegated to your office. Is that right?
That was one of the problems that I always, well, there are several reasons why I did it. We had very good lawyers there who were excellent technicians, so I needed them. I also like to get as many opinions as I possibly can. I think it's an extremely important way of dealing with a problem to bring it up, raise it, find out all the various responses to it, and then make your decision. The problem that ran afoul with, as you can realize in the intelligence community, you have what's known as compartmentalization. And while that's a very important concept from the standpoint of maintaining secrecy, you do have a problem in getting different ideas. But I, in any event, attempted to continue with the approach I had of bringing in the people that I believe needed to be brought in to deal with problems and to discuss them.
So the risk you saw with compartmentation was that you deprived yourself of some of the expertise you might otherwise have available. The benefit then was greater likelihood of secrecy.
That is correct.
Now, Judge Sporkin, let me direct your attention, if I may, to the events of November 25th, 1985. Do you recall a discussion with then Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, John McMahon, with respect to a sensitive ongoing matter?
I do.
Could you tell us what you recall about that?
On that date, the Deputy Director either phoned me or asked me to meet with him. He told me that there was an extremely sensitive matter in which the agency was engaged, and he requested that I review it. And I said fine, and he said I will have some operations people come over and brief you on the matter.
Now, did he advise you that this was a matter to be closely held?
Yes, he advised me that, or at least I had that feeling that it was to be extremely closely held. I mean, almost to the point of where I almost felt that I had to work on it personally. I've been doing everything personally, which I would not do, but that's the feeling I had. And I don't know whether he told me, but that's strictly the ambience or the atmosphere that was created.
The degree of sensitivity that you detected in the Deputy Director's request made this not an everyday occurrence, is that right?
It was not an everyday occurrence, and I think you've got to realize that when you're a lawyer for an organization, you cannot, unlike private practice, you cannot send a client away or you cannot send a matter away. There's no other law firm down the street that's going to take it. So you got to take the good as well as with everything else that comes along. So you can't duck problems. You got to deal with them.
Now, after receiving this request from the Deputy Director, you understood that a couple of briefers would be over to give you an idea of what this operation was all about. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did you then take steps within your department to bring people in to assist you?
Yeah, as soon as I realized that this was going to happen, I called together my deputy and two of my associates, told them that we're going to have this matter coming over. I told them that with respect to the briefing, that Mr. Dito, who was my deputy, and I would handle that, but that they should stand by, and then after we were briefed, we would bring them in to determine what course of action to pursue.
Now, do you recall approximately what time of day these two briefers actually showed up?
Late in the afternoon.
Late in the afternoon of November 25th, is that right?
Right.
And where did you understand these people came from? What department within the
The
CIA?
Operations Directorate.
Okay, that's also known within the CIA as the DO, is that correct?
That is correct.
And these people were from deep within the DO, in your opinion, is that right?
I think they're very deep. Yeah, they're people I did not recognize or hadn't met before.
Now, when these two men came, they came to your offices, is that correct?
That is correct.
And your offices, the General Counsel offices, are not physically located at Langley, Virginia, is that right?
Well, at that time, we were in Tyson's Corner, the offices themselves. I maintained an office which I didn't use at the headquarters, but I also had a very small office over in Tyson's Corner, where I found spending most of my time, because while some of the people at the CIA thought what we could do is we keep the General Counsel by himself in the headquarters and we'll send everybody else down to Tyson's. I found out within about 2 days that that wouldn't work. I can't operate by myself, and so I decided to move in with everybody else. And since they hadn't provided for me, I had to take a little sort of a closet type of office over there to work with them.
Now, where were you when the two briefers showed up?
In my office.
And your office is the small office?
Well, in the small office in Tyson's Corner.
Right. Now, when these two men showed up, what happened?
They briefed me on this operation that apparently the CIA had been involved in for a few days, and told me what was happening. As I was listening to them, certain obvious thoughts occurred to me. I started to analyze what I saw were the problem areas that we had to deal with. And I had tentatively made up my mind on listening, I think as most lawyers do. You get a feel for something, and as you get a feel for something, you say that this is going to be a tentative sort of approach that you wanted to check out. And as I was listening, it occurred to me that this kind of activity, I thought, should have a finding by the President of the United States.
All right. Before we get to that matter, let me first establish, as this briefing occurs, who was present in the room?
The two gentlemen from the operations office and Mr. Dito, myself.
That is Ed Dietl, the Deputy General Counsel.
That is correct.
Right? Now, you referred just a moment ago in your testimony to your conclusion that a finding you felt would be in order based on the briefing these two men gave you. Would you take just a moment and explain for the record what a finding is?
Finding is a determination by the President of the United States that a certain activity in a foreign country which is undisclosed is necessary for in the interest of national security. It is a item that the law recognized, and it is required under the old Hughes-Ryan Act that says that no appropriated funds can be expended with respect to certain activities, these included, without there being this finding by the President which states that the activity is in the national security interest of the nation.
Now, putting off for just a moment the substance of the briefing that you heard that that day. Let me turn further to your analytical process. You determined that a finding would be advisable. You also understood that the matter that you were dealing with was highly sensitive. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you also were faced, were you not, with the understanding that some of the activity that would be covered by the finding had in fact already occurred.
That is correct.
Approximately how long did this briefing last?
I don't think much longer than about 20 minutes.
Now, after these two individuals left, what did you then do?
Called in the other two individuals who were in my office, who were waiting to come back, and we started to discuss the matter.
Now, as a result of your discussion of the matter, did you come up with a draft version of a finding?
Yeah, I would say to you that in the discussion that we had, I threw out my idea of a finding, and I wanted to vet it, and and there was some strong debate. I think there was a feeling by some that it wasn't required, that we were, of course, in the tail end of this activity. Any event, after listening to the input, it was my determination that that from a prudential, at least a prudential basis, that I was going to recommend that a presidential finding.
Now, you then set about dictating a finding, did you not?
Yes. Yes, I think what happened was, as I can recollect, is that I dictated some language to my secretary, and then one of the gentlemen that were with me, one of the associate general counsels, took that and he put it in the form.
All right. Now, if I may, Judge, let me direct your attention to what has been marked as SS1, which is in your exhibit book.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall seeing that document before?
Oh, I'm sure I saw it before.
Let me state for the record, Judge Sporkin, that this is a document that has been provided to the committee by the Central Intelligence Agency.
Yes.
It is the shorthand notes of your secretary.
Right.
And I believe you have had an opportunity to examine this recently. Is that true?
You sure did. You gave me that opportunity. I'm grateful. Yes, there's no question that this is what was dictated that night.
Now, Judge Sporkin, I'm going to put off for just a moment a discussion of the substance of this finding.
All right. And
direct your attention to the events that immediately followed your discussion with your counsel. You've already testified that after you dictated the draft, you asked one of your legal advisors to go off and rework the draft. Is that right?
Yes. To really put it in the form. If you notice, it's not a whole lot different from what's been dictated, the final version.
Correct, and we will get to that in a moment.
Yeah.
You wanted this individual to go off and put it in a more formal form. Is that correct?
Yeah. I think we're getting just a little bit ahead. You got to understand that actually I could have merely, I think my task was such that I could have merely have said, yes, John, who's the deputy director, I considered it, and this is what you have to do. It's not the way we practice law there. I knew that you always had to anticipate what the next question would be, and the next question would say, okay, prepare it. So to avoid all that, I said, this is going to be the recommendation, folks, and what we need to do is, assuming that our recommendation is going to be accepted, let us take the next step and prepare a draft, and so that when I meet with the deputy director, I will say, this is the recommendation, these are the papers to implement that recommendation.
Let me back up just a moment before we proceed too far. Redirecting your attention to SS number 1, is the information that is contained in that exhibit based on the briefing that you received from the two men from the DO?
I believe it is. There are only two sources for this information, unless I became a fiction writer, and that is from the people that briefed me and from Mr. McMahon in my conversation with the deputy director was so short that I don't believe that he gave me most of this information. So I believe that this had to come from the people from the directorate.
Now you, as I noted earlier, and your testimony concurs, you tasked one of your lawyers to go off and put this in formal form. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And he did so. Is that right?
That is correct.
He returned later on that evening with a draft in formal form. Is that correct?
That is so.
Now, did you advise Deputy Director McMahon of your conclusion with respect to the briefing?
Yes, I think I called him that night and told him that what I had in mind, and I told him that I would see him the next morning.
Did you see him the next morning?
I did.
Where did you see him?
At headquarters.
You recall whether anyone else was present?
I think it was just the deputy director and myself.
Now, when you saw him, did you bring with you the finding?
I did.
And did you go over the finding with him?
I think we discussed it.
Now, let me direct your attention, if I may, to what has been marked as SS number 2. That is in your exhibit book.
Yes.
That is a letter addressed to Bill, meaning Bill Casey, and it is from yourself. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That is your signature on that exhibit. Is that correct?
That's my initials.
Those are your initials. Let me back up just a moment before we go on further here. Returning you to the meeting you had with Deputy Director McMahon, do you recall what his reaction was when you told him that you believed a finding was in order?
Completely supportive.
Now, when you approached Mr. McMahon with this information, you realized that this was a matter of some weight. Is that correct?
Oh, yes.
In other words, a finding requires the personal attention of the President of the United States. Is that right?
It was stiff legal advice, believe me, because I don't know how many other times I came up with a recommendation that says that before you can do anything or to continue to do something, you better go to the President of the United States and get authority to do it. So it was stiff legal advice. It's not the everyday legal advice that I gave.
It was not advice that you gave lightly either. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Let me direct your attention, if I may, Judge Sporkin, to what has been marked as SS number 3.
Yes, sir.
SS number 3 is a memorandum, a cover memorandum from William Casey to then Vice Admiral John M. Poindexter,
Right.
with respect to the presidential finding on the Middle East.
Right.
I will state for the record that cover memorandum conveyed the finding that you had shown to Director McMahon earlier on the day of November 26. Now, Judge Sporkin, if I may, let me direct your attention to what has been marked as SS number 4. That is the finding which was drafted into formal form by your assistant on November 25th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Let me go over some of the provisions of this document with you. This document contains a provision for not notifying Congress. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you recall how it is that that provision came into the finding?
Well, if I may, let me explain to you what happened here. As I told you, as a lawyer, when you're sizing up a problem, I saw there were 3 major areas that I had to deal with. One was to make sure that this project was fully authorized from the top, from the highest authority in the land. The second problem I had to deal with was how to maintain the security of the project so that if there was viable, it would be able to be accomplished. And the third area, which we'll get into, is how do we deal with that very small window of 48 hours or so in which the agency had been involved in activity. And I had to deal with those three. I dealt with the number one by saying we do it through a finding because that goes to the President of the United States. I dealt with the secrecy and the security end of it by utilizing a provision that I don't recall, it might have been used one other time in my tenure, but one that is very rarely used and only in extreme circumstances, and that was in the non-notification to the Congress. And the third area to take care of that 48-hour window was to make sure that this activity had been authorized and that the President was willing to ratify it so that my people or the people of the agency knew that they were operating under presidential authority. So those are the three issues, and that's the way I dealt with them.
Your analysis of the three issues has anticipated at least one or two lines of questioning I was about to throw out. One is that the no-notice provision is not something, again, that you undertook lightly. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And that underscores, again, the sensitivity of the project on which you were working. Is that right?
And by the way, this is not something that anybody this is me. This is my decision that I made. So anybody that rises or falls on the decision, it's me. And I want that to be clear.
Now, the next matter that you brought up is that this finding contains in it a ratification provision directed at prior actions of agency or government officials. Is that right?
Right.
Now, Judge Sporkin, you, I know, understand well that the Hughes-Ryan concept of a finding is based on a desire to ensure that a president approve a covert action before it actually occurs. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, the concept of ratifying an action or covert action after it has occurred is inconsistent with that rationale. Is that right?
Well, yeah, I'm.
Well, it is as a matter of.
I think that it is important, obviously, to in a perfect world, is to have the president authorize it, everything in writing beforehand.
Correct, and that's the intent of the Hughes-Ryan Act, and the concept of ratification is inconsistent with that intent. Is that right?
The concept of ratification, I would agree with you if it were abused. I don't believe that in this case, was abusive, and I believe it was a correct thing to do. Now,
I understand, but I want to direct your attention ultimately to the events of November 25th. Now I'm speaking in general terms. In general terms, the concept of ratifying an action after it occurs is inconsistent with the concept of a finding.
I'm not going to debate that with you.
You would not, in your role as general counsel to the CIA, have counseled the CIA to have regularly engaged in the practice of committing overt actions and then seeking ratification through the finding process. Is that right?
That is absolutely correct, and this is, in my recollections, probably the first and only time, and probably the last time it's ever going to be done, because if I realized that this would get me my 15 minutes in the sun, I think I would have given up on that opportunity. Well,
now, bringing you back to the specific problem that you faced on November 25th, even though you would not counsel the CIA to regularly indulge this practice, you were faced, as the legal guardian of the rights of the CIA, with a situation in which a covert action had in fact occurred and no finding had been issued for it. Is that right?
No, that isn't technically correct, Mr. Woodcock. The point was that I didn't even, there might be some lawyers that are a little more deliberate than I am, and probably when they determine they're going to go from point A to point B, sit down and analyze it, and sometimes they can analyze it for weeks and months. Sometimes, however, if you know you're going to go to point B, you cut through all that and says, I want to be at point B. So I did not fly-spec this and analyze it in the minute detail that some others might have done. And I wasn't really concerned whether this was or not a covert action. What I was concerned about was the fact that we were engaged in a very high-profile kind of activity, that I believed we had to get it, we had to make sure that the President of the United States was truly authorizing this activity. Because look what we were doing. This was, arms were going to Iran. I know that. I knew that was a problem. And therefore, I wanted to make sure it went to the top. And I didn't sit down there and determine, is this technically or not technically a covert action? It's not the way I practice law.
You were faced with events that had already occurred. Is that right?
Yes. I realize.
I want to focus the questioning here.
Yes.
On your ratification section alone.
Right.
And that the justification for the ratification section in your mind as a prudent lawyer was that events had occurred. Is that right? That
is absolutely correct.
If events had not already occurred, there would be no need for a ratification section, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Well, that's really what I'm driving at. You were faced with a situation in which events had already occurred, and you believed on the briefing that you had received that a finding was advisable. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And part of your concern in analyzing this problem was that those persons who had participated in the events that had already occurred would not be cloaked in the finding of and the presidential authority that comes with it without the ratification provision. Is that right?
That's a possibility. The point that I wanted to make sure is I wanted to hammer it home. You understand? In other words, it may well be they were protected by this finding because we were talking about, 48 hours of activity, transportation and communication. We were the tail end of the process. We only got brought in because they could find nobody else to do it. We were bailing out a project.
That is you, the General Counsel's office.
Right. But I didn't want to sit down and say, can we do it or we can't do it in that respect. What I wanted to say is I wanted to nail it home, and so that the President would say, yes, I confirm that this was authorized activity.
Right. And when you say that, you are referring both to prospective activity and activity that has already occurred. Is that correct?
Not by the ratification, not by the conference.
I understand.
Yeah, that's
the
right.
finding as a whole addresses prospective activity and activity that has already occurred.
That is correct.
And as a lawyer, you were concerned, were you not, that the actions that occurred would be cloaked in presidential authority, as the actions that were to occur would also be cloaked in presidential authority. Is that right?
That is right.
Now, if I may, Judge Sporkin, let me direct your attention to again, to the SS-4.
Yes.
If you examine the language of the body of the finding closely, some terms bear further scrutiny.
Yes.
There is a term, for example, in there, certain foreign materiel and munitions. Do you see that term?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall that term being imported into the finding?
Do I recall it being?
Do you recall that term being written into the finding?
Well, it's there. I mean,
Well, let me ask the question differently.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the term?
Yes.
As it appears in the finding?
Yes.
What does it mean?
It means all, in my view, all forms of weapons. Material is, and I guess when I was new there, I thought they had spelled it wrong. But then when they told me that that's what it meant, I realized that was a good word to put in to encompass all forms of weaponry.
So that munitions and materiel together both refer to armaments.
That is correct, absolutely.
Now that also has the modifier foreign in front of it.
Right.
What's the function served by that word?
Well, obviously, the briefing must have included the fact that some of these materials would have been coming out from outside the United States.
That is from the military stocks of another country.
That's probably so.
Did you have any?
Well, it says foreign. It could, yes, but I think you're right on that.
Did you have any understanding as to what country that might be?
As I look back, I think I think obviously that the only country there was Israel.
Now, there is also a reference in the body of the finding to private parties. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you have an understanding as to what purpose that term served in the finding?
Well, apparently I must have been told that there were certain private parties involved in this operation that were facilitating it, and that's why it's in there.
And when you say private parties, private citizens?
Well, citizens of some country or our country.
Well, do you recollect?
No, I don't.
Now, there's also a reference in this finding to obtaining the release of Americans held hostage in the Middle East.
Yes, sir.
Now, the inclusion of that reference is the basis of the rationale for the finding to begin with. Is that right?
In my view, that's exactly what it was. Yes, sir.
In other words, if you excise the reference to hostages from the finding, there is no alternative rationale. Is that correct?
That is the way I perceived it, Mr. Will. You're absolutely right.
Now, your having framed the finding in that kind of a way is based again on the information that you would have received either from Mr. McMahon or from the two briefers from the DO. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, the documents that you have reviewed to date, all the way up to SS4, indicate that this finding, which you brought to the agency on November 26, went to Mr. McMahon, Mr. Casey, Mr. Poindexter. No one came back to you, did they, and complained about the draft?
Not that I know of.
You were not called upon to alter the draft, is that correct?
That is correct.
You were not called upon to add additional rationale, is that correct?
Not at that time.
You were never asked to alter this finding, is that right?
No, that's correct, yes.
Now, Judge Sporkin, let me direct your attention, if I may, to December 9, 1985.
Yes.
On that day, you had a meeting with Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, is that right?
That's what the records indicate.
Now, when you went to that meeting, you were not the only one that was scheduled to arrive, is that correct?
My recollection is that the deputy director asked me to join him at a meeting with Mr. North.
And that, again, is Mr. McMahon asking you to join him in a meeting with Mr. North.
That is correct.
You went to the meeting, but Mr. McMahon didn't arrive, is that correct?
That is correct. Well, I think he might have told me he wasn't coming, at some point, but he might have said, look, I can't make it, you go ahead and run it, or go ahead and attend it, not run it, but attend it.
And as a matter of fact, he did not arrive, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nevertheless, you and Lieutenant Colonel North did have a meeting on that day, is that right?
That is correct.
The subject of the meeting was the Iran initiative?
I'm sure it was.
Now, do you recall at this point what Mr. McMahon's frame of mind was with respect to the initiative?
What I can recall is, I think that I gathered that the deputy director would have preferred that the agency's role be extremely limited, if at all.
Was this position of Mr. McMahon understood by Lieutenant Colonel North?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I might even have learned it from Mr. North.
Do you recall whether Lieutenant Colonel North had any reaction to it himself?
He would have been just as happy to have the CIA out of it as would the deputy director. I just don't think that that Colonel North wanted to do any more business, I think, with Mr. McMahon as Mr. McMahon wanted to do business with Mr. North. So I think it was agreed that, or at least discussed, that if there's some way to find a way to have the CIA take a very minor role or take no role at all.
Let me parse your answer, if I may. Your Your answer suggests perhaps two things are going on here. One is that Mr. North and Mr. McMahon did not together form a mutual admiration society. Is that right?
Well, I can't really say that. I've told you what
there was some distance there. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that I think that McMahon, that the deputy director, if this were going to be a CIA covert operation, then the CIA ought to handle it. And I don't think he wanted, and again, I'm doing things that I would tell people not to do. I'm trying to bring things together for you. I think that was his view, that he did not want to have the agency involved unless we were going to run the whole operation. And I think North, I don't think wanted to become overly involved with Mr. McMahon. They're two very strong people, and I don't think that both of them together can be running the same operation.
Now, that brings up the second point, and that is, I'm seeking clarification on this. Did you have an understanding as to whether Mr. McMahon supported this Iran arms initiative at this point?
That's hard for me to say. He didn't tell me that he did not at any time. Indeed, he didn't have to even bring me into this matter if he were that against it, because all he had to do was to say, we're not going to do it, it's over. So I really can't say that that was his view, because he didn't need me if that were his view.
Okay, I'm trying to retrace your testimony. Let me see if I can understand this. Initially, I understood from your testimony that you understood that Mr. McMahon did not want the CIA to participate in this if that was possible. Is that right? Well,
again, as I said, it didn't come from McMahon. I think it came out of that meeting where I think North told me that he would is there a way that this can be done without the CIA being involved? And I think he indicated, and again, I can't get any specific language, but I think there was a general tenor that he said this would have been in keeping with the deputy director's wishes.
And North was willing to accommodate him on that, is that correct?
That is correct.
Let me direct your attention, if I may, to what has been marked as SS number 5, and particularly to the third page of the first document present there.
Yes, sir.
Now, Judge Sporkin, you will recall we examined this document in the recent past. Is that correct?
Only in the recent past.
That's correct.
I did not see this document at the time.
And you made it clear that you had not seen it at the time. Right. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, with that understanding, I would like to read to you a portion of this document, right, and just ask for a brief comment on it before we move on to the next topic. Now, if you would direct your attention to the final paragraph on page 3, that reads as follows. There is a fifth option, which has not yet been discussed. We could, with an appropriate covert action finding, commence deliveries ourselves, using Secord as our conduit to control Gorbanifar and delivery operations. This proposal has considerable merit in that we will reduce our vulnerabilities in the replenishment of Israeli stocks and can provide items like the improved Hawk, in parentheses PIP-2, close parentheses, which the Iranian Air Force wants and the Israelis do not have. Now, that document, or excuse me, that paragraph describes, does it not, a mechanism by which arms could be transferred directly through Mr. Secord. Is that right?
Well, yeah, that's what that reads. That's how that reads.
Now, do you recall that from December 9 on, you were engaged in an effort to examine the various ways in which these arms transfers might occur? Is that true?
At some point, you're right. And the only thing I want to mention to you, I think just to put this a little context and balance is, remember, I had a lot of other things I was engaged in at that time and I was doing at that time. And so I only mention that because when I was being, the only time, what time I was spending on this project, I wasn't spending 100% of my time. I was spending a very small portion, and only with respect to questions that were being raised. Somebody would say to me, go to a meeting, I would go to a meeting. And although I think in this situation is that I did get my task force out and to survey the entire problem, as you'll see from the documents, I did want to get completely briefed into what was the best way to do this from the legal standpoint.
Before we go too far into the tail end of 1985, let me direct your attention back for just a moment to the Exhibit SS4, which is the finding, the November finding that your staff prepared for you and that you passed on to Mr. McMahon.
Right.
This finding provides that the foreign materiel and munitions, which we discussed earlier, were to be provided to the government of Iran. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that is the government of Iran as opposed to, say, moderates within the government of Iran or non-governmental figures within Iran. Is that correct?
Well, I guess I went right through to the heart of it and said the government of Iran. I even, using the language you're using, eventually it's going to get to the government of Iran.
Correct. Well, you understood. You didn't provide for Iranian intermediaries in here. These
right.
arms are going to the government of Iran. That's well understood. Is that correct?
That is correct. This is a finding that was designed to get to what I believed was the heart of the problem. I don't think I want to, again, you're going to see me accepting the responsibility where I'm responsible. And I've always done that, and I'm going to continue to do that. This is Sporkin's interpretation of what this was all about.
Right, and it was your interpretation based on the information you'd been given, is that right?
That is correct.
And no one ever came back to you and said you were wrong, is that right?
Nobody said I was wrong, and that's my interpretation of what it was. But nobody said this is what it was. This is the way I put it together.
Okay, now let me ask you to step back a day further in time, back to November 25. Do you recall during the briefing that you received from the DO representatives whether they used any specific references to any particular types of weapons? And in particular, what I'm asking here is, do you recall them using the term missiles?
I would think they did. You're asking me to recall today. I can't, but I would say the likelihood is they told me they were missiles. They might even use the word hawk or toes, and you've got to realize that when I get into a job at that age, I've left all my boyhood dreams aside, and these things didn't mean a whole lot to me. I was trying to be as clinical as possible, and I didn't, if I had realized that they became important to find out exactly what we're talking about, I would have paid more attention. But I think you're probably right. They probably told us exactly what was involved, and I don't think we were talking about anything other than, missiles. And I'm sure they even mentioned what they were, but I can't recall it.
That's your best judgment, though.
That's right.
Now, Judge Sporkin, let me direct your attention to January 2nd, 1986. Do you recall on that day receiving or engaging in a telephone conversation with Lieutenant Colonel North?
Yes.
What did he call about?
He called me and explained to me that he was considering an expanded finding. And he mentioned to me what the expanded finding ought to include.
Now, when you say expanded, you mean more or broader than the initial finding, the finding that we've just discussed of November 25th, 26. Is that right?
That is correct.
You recall whether he specifically referred to the earlier finding or not in his conversation?
No, I can't recall whether he referred to the earlier finding, but I assumed that we weren't going to repeat the earlier finding, that this was something to be in addition. It was going to be a new finding. I think I used the word expanded, but he indicated that it should be a new finding to cover certain other activities, that there was a broader concept to the relationship that was being considered with Iran.
If you can recall, at this point, are you assuming that the earlier finding has been signed?
Either I'm assuming or I was told. Now, I can't recall being told that, but I assume that it had been signed, and the reason I assumed it is that the deputy director was clearly supportive, enthusiastic about it, and if there was a problem, he would have told me.
The deputy director was enthusiastic about the concept of the finding, is that right?
That's correct.
But you're not testifying that he was enthusiastic about the initiative itself?
No. But he was very supportive of my judgment that we ought to have a finding. Indeed, I saw somewhere he's testified that it was his idea to have a finding, and that's his. So I think that's consistent with my point that he was in favor of a finding.
Now, Judge Sporkin, returning to your conversation of January 2nd with Lieutenant Colonel North, he imparts to you by telephone his desire for an expanded finding. And presumably the subject is Iran, is that correct?
That is correct.
And he gives you information to support that finding over the phone, is that right?
That is correct.
Now, what do you do after receiving this information?
Well, I called in one of my lawyers, I guess, and he brought in somebody else. And I explained to him what I tasked him with the task of drafting this new finding.
Did they act on your instructions?
They did come back with a draft, yes.
All right. Now, let me direct your attention, if I may, to what has been marked as SS Exhibit number 6.
Yes.
You've had an opportunity to look at Exhibit number 6 in the recent past, have you not?
And at the time.
And that is the finding that they returned to you with on January 2nd, is that right?
I believe it is.
There is no reference in that draft to hostages, is that correct?
That is correct.
That contains the broader purposes that you understood Lieutenant Colonel North wished to place into this finding, is that right?
That is correct.
Now, everything that is in Exhibit number 6 is based on information that you received from Lieutenant Colonel North, is that right?
I believe so. Again, I don't know how much I might have interpreted it, but I believe that has to be factual. I believe that's what believed I was being told.
And this.
Well, wait. It's unfair because let me go back a second. There were some things that were put in here that he did not tell me. For example,
if you would identify them, please.
Well, for example, protect and support these operations by conducting a program of deception unilaterally and through third countries, which may include the use of all forms of propaganda. I'm sure that Colonel North didn't tell me that. And I think what had happened, that somebody had gotten the idea that that's what you put in findings. And if you notice that when I redrafted, that gets cut out because.
We'll get to that.
But what I'm trying to be is being fair as I possibly can. I've taken an 18-month course in fairness. But
do you see anything else in there that you feel did not come from Lieutenant Colonel North?
I think the critical elements in it are North's. It has to be, but I can't give them all the language. That's something that I was, writing up.
Now, this this exhibit, this finding, draft finding, provides for notification to Congress. Is that right?
Yes, it does.
Now,
that, again, was something that we had put in ourselves.
that is we being the,
Well, the people that-
your
Right.
assistants in the Office of General Counsel. Is that
That
right?
is correct.
Now, when you received this finding, that is exhibit number SS6, from your staff, you then worked it over yourself, did you not?
Oh, yes, that is correct.
Now, let me turn your attention briefly to SS exhibit number 7.
7. What is 7? Yes.
That is a document that you have also seen in the recent past, is that correct?
Oh, sure, yes.
That indicates that you hand-carried a finding down to Lieutenant Colonel North on January 3, 1986, is that right?
That does say that, yes.
And is that consistent with your recollection?
Well, you were extremely helpful, and there's a problem here because I believe I did carry one down when I met with them that evening.
And that is the evening of January 3.
But I also believe that one was sent down to him earlier, because when I meet with him that evening, he has a redraft of this. I believe he has a redraft of the finding we sent down. So I think that's the only way that I can explain it, and I thank you for that explanation, which I thought was pretty ingenious on your part to realize that's what happened. But I think that's what happened.
Well, that's my best guess.
Yeah.
Judge, if we could direct your attention to what has been marked as SS Exhibit number 8.
Yes.
This is the finding that you created from the draft that we have marked as SS number 6. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that differs from SS number 6 in several significant respects, and I'd like to spend a moment, if I may,
Right.
covering those areas with you.
Right.
First, the draft contains an alternative notice provision to Congress.
Yes.
It provides at one point for notice to Congress and at another point for no notice to Congress.
Right.
How did that come to be in the finding?
Well, you have to realize that I envision my role at this point strictly as assisting in attempting to prepare a draft finding. That was the request made of me. And at this point, it seemed to me that this decision is going to have to be made by the decision maker. It's not going to be made by me. And therefore, I wanted to give this option to that decision maker, whom I assume would eventually be the President of the United States, that he had to make the decision as to whether he wanted to give notice or whether he didn't. And so we put it forth, in my view, we put it forth this way so that he would make that decision.
Now, this draft finding also contains a reference to Iranian elements.
Yes.
Do you understand what that term means and what purpose it serves in the finding?
Well, again, the only thing I can think it means is people within Iran who are, I would think, governmental people, or people who with influence in Iran.
There also is a reference in the finding to selected foreign liaison
Right.
services. Do you have a recollection as to what that means?
Well, Did we have that in the original?
In the SS-6?
Yeah, I don't remember that.
The SS-6 did refer to foreign liaison services.
The only really, I guess the only country we were considering at that time would have been Israel, and I don't know if we had, no, we didn't have anything with Iran, so I think it would have to have been Israel.
Would that also apply? That is the foreign liaison service of the government of Israel.
Again, I'm trying to piece this together.
That's your best judgment?
That would be my best judgment.
Now, the term third countries, is that again a reference to Israel?
Probably.
Now, there also is a reference in here that that one of the purposes of the finding is to obtain from the government of Iran or elements within Iran significant intelligence not otherwise obtainable to determine the Iranian government's intentions with respect to its neighbors and with respect to terrorist acts. Can you tell us the origin of that provision?
I believe I put that in.
How did that come about?
Well, I knew at that time that we had a great deal of difficulty in penetrating Iran, and I thought that if we were able to accomplish this objective, that would be something that would naturally flow. And this was later confirmed. This was later confirmed.
And when you say confirmed, confirmed by whom?
Well, I spoke to Mr. North, and he confirmed that was clearly something that would be obtained from this activity.
Now, there is no reference in this draft finding to American hostages. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That is consistent with the information that you received from Lieutenant Colonel North on January 2nd. Is that right?
Well, it could be my mindset at that time that I thought that had already been part of a finding.
Also, directing your attention to exhibit number SS8, which is your draft of the finding. There is a reference in there for the provision of arms to Iran on the condition that these materials be limited in their use essentially to the Iran-Iraqi conflict. Is that correct?
That's right.
Now, was that consistent with your understanding from Mr. North or from Lieutenant Colonel North that the arms that were the subject of this finding were to be used in the Iran-Iraqi conflict?
Well, I think it's consistent, but I also think that in my drafting, you've got to limit how they're going to be used. We're not going to permit them to use this for any purpose. And if you read the next sentence, that again is something that I put in. I wanted to make sure that this is going to be as narrow as it possibly could be.
It's understood at the time, I would assume, that Iran and Iraq have been at war for some time. Is that right?
Well, I knew that.
And when you provide war material to a country that's at war, presumably they're going to employ those material in the war.
Oh, yes, I'm not quarreling with that.
So it's clearly understood in the finding that the material is going to be used in the Iran-Iraq conflict. Is that right?
Oh, yes, I think that was clear. The point that I wanted to make sure is that this was not going to be used for any other purpose.
So you built a limiting proviso in, is that right?
That is correct.
And if I've already asked this question, forgive me, but there's no reference to hostages in this finding either, is that right?
That is correct.
Now, in the course of your endeavors on January 3, did you become concerned as to whether Director Casey was fully aware of what was going on here?
Well, all right, yeah. That's a good point. As I mentioned, that I received the call from Mr. North, and I thought that what I was providing him was with what I consider to be a drafting assistance. At that time at the agency, the three highest officials that I understood knew about this were the director, the deputy director, and myself. The deputy director is out of the country. Mr. Casey is in Florida on a well-earned vacation. And so I decided to continue to do this on my own authority for up to a point. And that point was reached on the 3rd when I was asked to come to a meeting.
And the meeting was with Lieutenant Colonel North.
With North.
Right?
And at which point I said, well, I've got to find out whether the director knows about this, since he's the only one I could reach at that time.
So what did you do?
Well, found out exactly where he was and made every effort to call him. And I think after the third or fourth effort, I finally said, well, you better get him off the golf course then. And
did you get him off the golf course?
we got him off the golf course. And I
What
said,
happened?
look, well, I explained to him that what had taken place.
That is, that North had directed you or asked you to come up with a finding?
Again, we didn't have a secure line, and I was telling him I was asked to provide certain services, and I was also asked to go to a meeting. And I told the director that obviously I'm not going to go to any meeting unless, well, I first asked him, did he know anything about it? He said he knew nothing about what was going on. And I said, secondly, do you want me to attend this meeting? And he said, well, go ahead, but to keep him advised. And so with that approval, I then attended that meeting.
So now, when you went to Lieutenant Colonel North's office, based on the information or the authorization you'd received from Director Casey, what happened?
Well, I met with Lieutenant Colonel North. It was late at night, maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock. He was extremely tired. I was tired. I did raise with him, I said, do you intend to bring, well, I don't know whether I said, have you advised Casey, or do you intend to bring Casey into this matter? Well, he told me that no, that the director had not been in the matter at that time, but he said fine, he would bring him in, because I mentioned that I was not going to do anything further in this matter without the director being fully briefed. And he said that was perfectly acceptable and that he would arrange to do it.
Now, when you arrived there, did Colonel North already have, or had he already worked on the finding that we're assuming through probabilities has been sent down to him earlier in the day?
I think he handed me a redraft that evening, and it was either that evening or the next time we met, but I believe it was that evening.
Okay, and at that meeting, I gather you did not spend a lot of time going over the finding, is that right?
Well, I did look at it. I noticed that the option on the notification or non-notification, that it was non-notification, and I, either at that time or the next time we met, I asked him whether that decision had been appropriately made.
And when you say appropriately made, what do you mean by that?
Well, I meant made by an authority to make it, and he said yes, that had been made.
And you meant somebody other than Lieutenant Colonel North, is that correct?
I think he understood that.
Now let me direct your attention to what has been marked as SS number 9.
By the way, we ended the evening, we both went home and decided that we would meet the next day.
All right.
Okay.
Now, looking at number 9, SS9, is that the altered version of the finding, the redraft that you believe you saw in North's office on the evening of January 3?
Yeah, I don't think the word altered is the right word. This was a draft that he made from a draft that that we had given him. And I
okay,
think
avoiding that term, it's a redraft, is it not?
Right. I think in these hearings you got to be watch what words you use.
Okay, it's a changed version of your earlier effort, is that correct?
I think he had every right to edit it. It was going to be his product, so that's fine.
I'm not using the term altered pejoratively.
I know you're not, but I'm afraid that others might.
All right, let me direct your attention to that. You've already testified that you noticed that the alternative provision that you had built in for notice or no notice to Congress had been excised.
Right.
And that is reflected in this edition of the finding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was at that point that you asked Lieutenant Colonel North whether he had gotten appropriate authority to make that excision. Is that correct?
Yes. Or to make the choice, to adopt the option. It was an option form, if you recall. I think either at that time again or again the next time, Mr. Woodcock, I think I also discussed with him I raised the issue why the hostage language wasn't in there at that time.
You think you raised that on the evening of January 3?
I could have raised it as early as that, and I think he did give me an explanation that the State Department didn't want it in there. Now, again, I'm trying to be as precise as I can, and I could be in error here. It could have been the next meeting, but I'm trying to bring things together. I think I had that. I think I did raise it that early, though.
Then you would have had an understanding at that point that, in addition to the rationales already physically present in the finding, that there was an ulterior rationale that related to the hostages. Is that correct?
No, I don't think I can answer that question the way you're phrasing it.
Okay, well, in order for you to ask Lieutenant Colonel North whether hostages should be included in the finding, presumably you had an understanding that one of the purposes of the finding was to address the hostage situation. Is that right?
Oh, well, it's hard for me really to synthesize this, to bring everything together here.
Okay, why don't we do this?
Because there's obviously a reason I'm raising it, and I wish I could remember why I raised it, because I know about the other finding, and maybe the reason I'm raising it is because that I thought if we're going to, why not bring it all together, almost like a superseding kind of a document or an indictment kind of a, well, I shouldn't use that word, but a superseding kind of a document which should have all the purposes in it together, and why have two documents? And I think that was probably my mindset at that time.
I'm not going to
I think we're even now. You use altered and I use that other word.
All right, we're even. I'm not going to ask you, Judge, to dwell on exactly when it was that you understood that hostages was one of the purposes of the finding, because there will come a point when that is clearly made known to you.
Right.
Let me just take a moment further and address SS number 9.
All right.
If you would direct your attention to the second paragraph of that document, that refers to the USG, and that is a new import into the finding. Presumably the USG is the United States government, is that right?
That is correct.
Now, do you understand how that term came to be employed in the document?
No, I really can't, except to try to be helpful, to think that was to probably be a very broad context that all elements of the United States government were to be involved.
And that would be as opposed to, say, a specific reference to the CIA.
That is correct.
In fact, the very earliest finding that you drafted directly referred to the CIA. Is that correct? That is, I believe, SS number 4.
Let me look at that again before I answer. You're right. You're right.
Now, also in this document, SS number 9, there is a reference to the term third parties. And that is the first time in the January series of finding drafts that the term third parties appears. That was not a term that you imported into the finding, is that correct?
I think that was not in my finding. You're right.
Do you recall how it was that term came to be in SS number 9?
No, I can't tell you, except that I think, in my view, third parties, who third parties referred to, but that's my own view.
What did you understand that it referred to?
I think it referred to the people that were working with Iran, Garbani Far, I guess. I don't know if that name was mentioned, but I would think it would be that person plus whoever was working with his group.
Did you have an understanding at this point as to whether private Israeli citizens might be involved in this effort?
Well, at some point, obviously, I learned that, and I don't know whether you want to get into that other area, but remember the special finding?
That had been brought to your attention back in the fall of 1985, that
Yeah.
an Israeli citizen was involved in this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in looking at that terminology now, do you believe that the third party's term was intended to encompass that kind of an individual too?
Well, yeah, I think there were a group of people.
Did Lieutenant Colonel North tell you around this time whether it was contemplated that General Secord would play a role in this effort?
I have no recollection. Could have been, but I have no recollection.
And again, on the with respect to the Exhibit SS number 9, there is no reference up to this point to American hostages. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, after you and Lieutenant Colonel North broke up from your meeting on January 3, you got together again on January 5, 1986. Is that right?
Yes. As I told you, that we were supposed to get together the next day because we were tired and worn out, and I waited, no call, and we also broke up with the understanding that Lieutenant Colonel North would be in touch with the director and to fully brief him on the matter. That, I left him, I said, now you're going to call the director and brief him. Is that correct? He says, yes, I'm going to do that. All right.
Then January 5th came around, and that was
Right.
a Sunday, is that right?
Right.
And you had a meeting with Lieutenant Colonel North and Director Casey on that day, is that right?
Yes, what happened is I received a phone call from Lieutenant Colonel North sometime Sunday morning, in which I was told that there would be a meeting with the director, who was in the process of returning from Florida, at the director's home. And I was pleased at that point to now know that the director was involved.
And you went to the director's house, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you arrived there, either shortly before or shortly after you arrived there, Lieutenant Colonel North also arrived, is that right?
That is correct.
Now, when you got to the director's house, what happened?
We met. Lieutenant Colonel North had a copy of a finding, a draft of finding, and he had with it a short cover memorandum of maybe a page or two. He gave that to the director to read.
Okay, let me back you up if I may. You and Lieutenant Colonel North went into the director's house, is that right?
That is correct.
And you went down into a room that was, I guess, approaching a study, is that correct? Something along those lines?
Well, yes.
Who's present?
It was North, myself, and the director.
No one else?
Well, he had somebody waiting for the next meeting, but no one else at that meeting.
No one in the room with you,
Right.
other than you three?
Right.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel North has brought with him, I gather, a copy of the finding and the memorandum you just described, is that right?
That is right.
What does he do with the memorandum?
Shows it to the director.
Now, what does the director do when North shows him the memorandum?
Reads it.
Right.
And when he was finished with it, I saw him have it, and I reached for it. He handed it to me.
Originally, the memorandum wasn't offered to you, is that right?
Well, that's being unfair, but I wanted to look at it, and I took it.
So by this point, you were willing to insinuate yourself into the situation.
Well, you remember my testimony, don't you? That's always a good lawyer that does that. But yes, I was curious and wanted to know what's in that memorandum.
And did you then read the memorandum yourself?
Yes, I did.
Now, you'll recall, Judge Sporkin, that in the last couple of days we sat down and looked at a couple of memoranda. I'm going to direct your attention to them in a moment.
Yeah.
But before I do that, I want to ask you, you recalled, before you looked at these memoranda, that the memorandum that you saw at Director Casey's house that day was directed to the President. Is that correct?
Well, that's, do we have a copy of that?
We do. There are actually two copies of this. They are marked SS number 10 and SS number 11.
If that's the document, then it clearly says for the President.
All right. Now, my understanding, and you can correct me if your memory is not this clear, but as I recalled when we met earlier, you understood that when you saw this document, you recalled that the document you saw on January 5 was addressed to the President. Is that an independent recollection that you have?
Yeah, again, I'm not going to quarrel with that. It's immaterial. I'm sure that if you say so. But this document that you just on 10 was not the document that I saw. I can tell you that. I mean, I can't tell you from the substance, but I can tell you from the format because.
How was that?
Well, because if you look at, is it N1252? You see that?
Excuse me, I'm.
Are you in? Were we on the same page as SS10?
Let me direct your attention to, there are several pages in this document.
Right.
Let me direct your attention in particular to N1251.
Yes.
That cover sheet.
Right.
Okay, now take a look at that if you will.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Whitcar, what I'm trying to say, if you look at the next page, you will see at the bottom there's a recommendation and which says that you agree. That was not on the document that I saw. I can tell you as sure as almost, I never say anything sure anymore, but almost as sure as I'm sitting here that I did not see that language because I think that would have impressed me.
All right, then let me ask you to direct your...
Yeah.
Let me ask you to direct your attention to SS number 11.
No, that doesn't look like it either.
So neither of these documents, which appears to be the document you saw that day?
Well, I'm not quarreling with the substance of what is in here. The only reason I'm questioning is I don't think I saw that recommendation section. And I think this document that you're showing me has 3 pages. At most, the document I saw had 2 pages. But, you know, my memory isn't infallible, and I could be wrong. But I'm just trying to give you the best I can on this. I'm not quarreling with the language because the language looks somewhat like what I read.
Well, let me summarize just a moment here, if I may.
Right.
When we examined these 2 documents earlier, you were unable to determine which one of these might have been the document you saw on January 5. Is that right?
Well,
and that is right, is it not?
No, you're right. The only thing I'm focusing on is this recommendation thing at the end. I just don't recall seeing that. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, I understand.
I might have missed that when you.
I understand.
When I saw it before.
I want to walk through this with you. Now you understand by looking at the choice at the bottom of the page on each document that was something that you don't recall having seen on January 5, correct?
I think that's right.
Now what I would like to do is go through just the substance of this.
Surely.
First, when you were shown the memorandum on January 5, irrespective of its identity, the purpose of showing it to you was to place the finding in context. Is that correct?
The purpose of the memo was, yes. It's the normal kind of a thing that you would have with a finding, which is I think it's called a scope paper. Yeah.
Now both these documents, and they are not identical to one another, but both these documents do have certain characteristics in common. And what I would like to do with you is to see whether the characteristics that they have in common are consistent with your recollection of the document that you saw on January 5.
Right.
These documents refer, both of them, to Israeli participation in the initiative. Is that consistent with your recollection of the document you saw?
Yes, that impressed me at the time, and I clearly remember it.
It also states as an objective the establishment of a more moderate Iranian government. Is that also consistent with the document you saw on January 5?
I think it certainly is.
And finally, both documents refer to the release of American hostages. Is that also consistent with the document you saw on January 5?
Yes, it certainly is.
Now, after you reviewed this document, and by the way, did Lieutenant Colonel North also bring a copy of the finding with him?
Oh, I'm sure of it.
After you reviewed this and Director Casey had reviewed it, did you have some discussion about the finding?
Sure we did. We went over it, looked at it.
And each of you is participating, is that right?
Yes, it really amounted to reading the document and understanding, and Casey, the director, saying that, in effect, giving him his nod that it's okay.
Now, in reading this document, that is the memorandum that you saw on January 5, did it become crystal clear to you that one of the objectives of the finding was to obtain the release of American hostages?
Yes.
Now, what was your reaction to that, since the finding up to that point did not include any reference to the release of American hostages?
Again, either because of that or because of what I said happened on Friday night, I was concerned about that being omitted from the finding.
So what did you do?
Well, I thought about it, and I didn't raise it at that time, as I recall, but it was sort of gnawing on me a little bit. And we got up to leave. We went out to a little hall, and it happened very quickly. I saw Lieutenant Colonel North, and I said, "Tell me again, or tell me why we're not putting hostages in this document."
And it's just you and North at this point, is that right?
That is correct. And he said that, mentioned that either the Secretary of State or the Department of State did not want it in. And I said, well, you know, it doesn't sound right to me. And I said, let's go back and see the director. And we went back to the director.
What was your concern about the omission of the reference to hostages?
Well, it bothered me that, I guess there are a number of concerns, but certainly an important concern was that this was an element in the proposed course of action, and it wasn't in there. And the one thing about findings that I believe were analogous to the business, the securities law business, is that it's almost like a offering statement, that you make a document that contains everything because it's sort of an insurance policy kind of thing, that therefore people that carry that out know that they're protected if they carry out in the terms that are set forth in the document. And so I went back to the director and I raised it with him.
And what was his response?
And well, he heard us out. He's he listened to Lieutenant Colonel North, who was not himself. It was clear that he was presenting a position that he didn't necessarily believe in. He was presenting what I believed he thought was the Department of State's position, that they didn't want it in. I think he gave all the arguments, that it looks like a hostage for arms shipment. It didn't look right. And I think he gave all the arguments. My argument was, but that's the fact. We're going with a very, this is going to be a very sensitive finding. This is a very important element of that finding. There's a proposal not to disclose this, not to notify Congress, and nobody wants to put in what is, in my view, a very important element of that. And I said, I think it ought to be in there. And the director agreed with me.
Turning just for a moment to Lieutenant Colonel North's statement of a position of what you felt was either the Secretary of State or the State Department, did you have an understanding as to whether the opposition emanating from the State Department was to simply including the reference to hostages, or were they more fundamentally opposed to the initiative altogether?
Oh, I didn't get the latter, and again, it's not fair to them because, that was not what I did not get from them that was their point. But again, that could have very well been their point, but it's my perception. My perception was they didn't want it included in the finding.
So it wasn't clear that, from at least the way Colonel North was describing it, that whether or that the State Department had an opposition fundamentally to the program as a policy. Is that correct?
Yeah. I don't know whether, again, I'm going to discuss this with you, but it's going to be difficult for me to back up what I'm saying, but I don't know whether the point was being made that if that was in, that would be considered an arms for hostage and they would be out. However, a program that involved these kinds of things did not upset them, and therefore they could buy into it. But I would think it would have to be an honest program. It was not we weren't just, this was not window dressing. So I think, again, to be fair, that may well have been my thinking of what was going on at the time. In other words, it would have to be an honest program where it would be for these items and not for the hostages.
In other words, you were not going to have a situation in which you had a covert finding that was so covert that there were terms that were even secret from the text of the finding itself. Is that right?
Well, I don't think that's what I just said. I'll leave what I said.
You didn't check with anybody in the State Department to determine precisely what their position was, is that right?
No, sir, I didn't.
And that wouldn't have been your job anyway, is that right?
Well, yeah, I thought I could operate right within the in the agency. But we went back to the director, had a discussion, and the director agreed that the hostages was part of the program and ought to be in there.
Judge Sporkin, let me direct your attention, if I may, to the events that then followed.
All right.
Your meeting with Director Casey. You received this, the director's approval,
right,
to include a reference to the term hostages. Is that right?
That is correct.
What did you and Lieutenant Colonel North then do?
We had some redrafting to do because of that, and we went down to the White House Situation Room, and we redrafted it.
Now, when you went to the White House Situation Room, who was there?
Just the two of us.
And you made changes on the exhibit, I believe it's SS 9.
9?
Is that correct?
I think that's probably the draft we were working with. That's correct.
You made changes in that by handwriting them in, is that correct?
Yes, we didn't have any.
Now let me direct your attention, if I may, to what has been marked as SS number 12.
Yes.
Do you recognize SS number 12?
Yes.
And SS number 12 is the redraft that you performed in final typewritten form of the handwritten corrections based on your meeting with Mr. Casey. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Now that document clearly refers to releasing American hostages. Is that correct?
That is correct. And
in the lead paragraph, and if you would, you you can compare this to SS number 9. In the lead paragraph, you lose the reference to Iranian elements. Is that correct?
Which paragraph are you talking about?
That is the very lead paragraph, in the body of the finding under the term description.
Assist selected foreign liaison services in third countries. Is that what you're saying?
Right, which have established elements with Iranian,
Right.
established relationships with Iranian elements.
Right.
Originally, in your formulation on SS number 9, you started out with working with Iranian elements, friendly liaison, foreign liaison services, and third countries, and that use of Iranian elements is now no longer present in the January 6th
Yes,
finding. Is that correct?
that's correct.
There is also a reference in there to establishing a more pro-U.S. government in Iran. Who's the author of that term?
Well, I think, well, again, I can't say what I did and what he did, but I think what we were attempting to do at that meeting was to make it as tight and as clear and as accurate as we possibly could. I think there was some looseness in the other drafts that I think this needed some tightening, and I think that was the attempt to tighten it. And I think that either he or I would come up with some language and we would discuss it, and then we would agree and we would put it in. It would be just like you do any kind of a draft.
In other words, in looking for a more moderate government in Iran, we were looking for one that would be moderate and well-disposed towards the United States. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Now, there is also a reference in here to preventing additional terrorist acts. Do you recall Lieutenant Colonel North emphasizing that at any point since the beginning of the Iranian initiative that there had been no terrorist acts?
Absolutely. Yes, I do remember that. He was very proud of that.
And was that a point that he would make more than once?
I think he made it to me more than once.
Now, Judge Sporkin, after you worked with Lieutenant Colonel North on redrafting the finding and came up with the January 6th version, which we have just discussed, did you also, during the week of January 6th, begin to consult with your legal staff on how these arms transfers might be accomplished?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you did in that regard? Generally.
What I did is, again, went and brought the team together and tasked them with certain things that I wanted to do. I think we had gone through some of these things orally and, knew what the drift was and what the general lay of the legal landscape was. And I said there's a time we got to start putting these things in writing, and that's what we did.
Now, let me direct your attention, if I may, to what has been marked as SS number 13. Do you?
May we take a short recess?
Thank you.
Certainly.
Recess for 10 minutes.
Appreciate it.
I'm ready.
This is a big one. The hearing will please come to order. Before proceeding, the following documents will be made part of the record. Without objection, they shall be placed in the record and identified as Exhibits GAR 1 through GAR 10, DOD 1 through and including DOD 16, AH 28 through and including AH 43, and EA 30A. Mr. Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Sporkin, at the point of our recess, I believe that I had just addressed a question to you with respect to your consultation with your legal staff. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, let me direct your attention, if I may, to Exhibit SS-13. If you would, in particular, address your attention to the first paragraph.
I just got a glass of water. Excuse me for a second.
This is a memorandum that is addressed to you. Is that correct?
Excuse me, what was that again? 13?
This is SS number 13.
Yes.
Now, directing your attention to the first paragraph of that memorandum,
Right.
The gist of that is that you're being told that the preferable route to accomplish the arms transfer would be through the CIA under the authority of the Economy Act and under the authority of a covert action finding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that was the position that your lawyers put to you. Is that correct?
Yeah, you say preferred. I think they say that is the way to do it.
That is the way to do it.
Right.
And that is as opposed to having some other U.S. government agency, such as the Department of Defense, be the prime facilitator of the arms transfer. Is that correct?
Well, obviously, this is the way. I'm sorry. I must be out of alignment here. That is the way. I don't think I can read what that other part of your question into this. They are saying that there is authority to do it through the economy route.
Right, and you understand at this time that this isn't the only method that's being considered. Is that right?
That is right. Right.
And other agencies are being considered, in particular DOD, to take a more prominent role in this than CIA would. Is that correct?
Well, that was a consideration, my consideration, as to whether DOD might not be be preferred to go that route rather than through the Economy Act.
Now, also, let me direct your attention, if I may, to paragraph 3. Paragraph 3 warns of a problem that may arise
Right.
if a foreign country which has received United States war materiel then transfers it to another country. In this case, although the writer of the memorandum may not know it, the recipient country would be Iran. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, as you get your lawyers together, it becomes apparent that your legal team is telling you that the CIA is probably the best one to do it under the authority of the Economy Act and the Covert Action Authority, and also that there would be significant problems in simply rotating another country's war material stocks that had come from the United States. Is that right?
That was the conclusion that I drew from this memo, and in which I came, and my own conclusion independent of that. It just, in my view, was not a very good idea to do it that way.
Now, let me direct your attention, if I may, to SS number 14.
Yes, sir.
This is a memorandum that is directed to the Director of Central Intelligence. It is the opinion of our researchers that this was probably authored by John McMahon, then the Deputy Director of Central Intelligence. And I'm going to only ask you to direct your attention to the first paragraph, wherein the memorandum describes for the DCI's benefit your legal analysis, which says there are really two options, one for DOD to do it directly with the Israelis and the other to do it through CIA. Now, at that point, from your own recollection of events, the Israelis have effectively been dropped as an option. Is that correct?
I think you're probably right. I hope it. I mean, I don't know if they later come back in, but I think that would be my thinking at that time.
Well,
yes.
that certainly wasn't your recommendation at that point, that Israel's U.S. war stocks be rotated.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
that was just a bad way of doing it. It was bad for this country. It was bad for Israel. It was wrong way to do it.
So, to that extent, the memo does not accurately reflect your thinking at the time. Is that right?
In what?
In the respect that it calls for DOD to do it directly with the Israelis.
Oh well, yeah, well, that you got to realize. I don't know who wrote this, and I didn't see the memo at the time, but you got to allow for what I call imprecise language. I don't know whether he means to do it where Israel is going to just act as the middle person to send it over, or if he means the rotation. If he means rotation, it would be wrong. If he meant that Israel would be a forwarding post, I wouldn't have had any problem. And you got to realize that these memos are not being written with the precision that you would write a trust indenture or a will.
Now let me direct your attention, if I may, to exhibit number SS-17.
Yes.
In particular, let me direct your attention to that portion of the exhibit which is headed 15 January, 1440 hours.
Yes.
That is a memorandum, again, from a member of your staff memorializing a telephone conversation between you and that staff member. Is that correct?
That's what it looks like.
And again, the staff member is taking this opportunity to push the position that the CIA should be directly involved in the transfer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, this memorandum indicates that you are calling from the office of Lieutenant Colonel North. Do you recall that to be the case?
That is correct.
And do you recall what you and Lieutenant Colonel North were doing at his office?
What were we doing?
Yes.
Well, again, I guess we were discussing the way to do the transaction, the preferred way.
And that included exploring the entire range of possibilities, either having DOD do it or CIA do it and so on. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, what I think happened there, if I can recall correctly, is that, again, the issue came up of whether the CIA ought to do it or the DOD ought to do it. And at that time, it's my preference, because I think this would be consistent with what the agency wanted to have done, and consistent, and it wasn't inconsistent with what the NSC wanted done, which would be to have the DOD do it. Let them do it directly, keep the CIA out of it as the middleman here, or middle person. I believed in my own analysis that it could be done that way.
Through DOD.
Because I believe that the President has the right to designate who he wants to do a covert operation. Even in 12333, it says that, that the CIA should do it unless the President shall otherwise direct. It seemed to me to satisfy a number of concerns. However, since I realized, and I think there's a memo of mine on that same date, that I realized there was no precedent. And I wanted
DOD.
And I wanted one more time to go over it with my staff person who had the most knowledge in this area, to go over the legal aspects of it, to determine what were the legal basis not for doing it this way.
Right, and that
that was the purpose of the call. I did not want to do anything precipitously. I believe in what I call, I wrote even an article on this. There ought to be second opinions in the field of law, just as you have in medicine, and I was getting a second opinion.
Right, and that exhibit, SS-17, reflects your effort to consult with your staff. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now let me direct your attention, if I may, to what has been marked as SS number 16.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned just a moment ago that you prepared a memorandum of your own on January 15. Is this the memorandum you were referring to?
Well, yeah, this is, again, either I or someone under me prepared it, but these are ideas that I was trying to get across to the director.
Now, the first paragraph of that
Yes.
advises that the preferable route to do this is through CIA taking actual control of the materiel through the Economy Act.
You know, that goes back to that memo that we just mentioned, and that
Right.
clearly is the one that's the safest. It's the one that nobody has any problems with, and that's why it's put there that way.
Right, and paragraph 2 describes your interpretation of how it would work if DOD did it,
Yeah.
and you note that there is no precedent for doing it in that way. Is that correct?
That is correct. We would be chartering a new course, but I think I make it clear, even both paragraphs, that if DOD would do it, they're going to have to make the determination. This is not a determination that I'm going to make.
Right.
All I'm trying to find out whether it's, on its face, feasible to do it. But I say that if we go this route, that this is a determination DOD is going to have to make. And if that got accepted, I must say to you, and if the DOD is as strong as they say they are, this whole thing would have been ended.
We'll all be left guessing on that point.
Yes.
At this point, Judge, a key issue is the kind of notice provisions that are built into the various statutes that might be applicable to any arms transfer mechanism that is actually employed. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. That's correct.
In fact, it is fair to say that that is a guiding light of the formulation of the final arms transfer mechanism. Is that correct?
Well, it's not characterized as guiding light. What I say is a key issue. The point that I'm trying to get across there is no matter which way you're going to do this, there are notification requirements, and people ought to realize that. And
Right.
let's get away from that point. You're going to have to notify the Congress.
Right.
And that's what I'm trying to get across to them and say, okay, now you can do it in any one of a different way. There might be different ways of notifying them, but let's get it across. You're going to have to notify.
But you understood at the time that the notice provisions to Congress were a key element in determining what kind of mechanism would be used. Is that right?
Well, I think it says the key element, whether or not there will be notification. And I must have gotten that from somebody, that somebody must have thought that there wasn't going to be any, and I wanted to dispel that.
Okay, well, let me direct you again to the second page of this
Right.
exhibit. And I believe that you're speaking in your own voice when you use the personal pronoun I. Is that correct in this memorandum?
You're really...
Is that you speaking?
It must be.
right.
I didn't even look at it that carefully.
Okay, let me direct your
Yeah.
attention to the first full paragraph, which reads, I repeat again that it is the various reporting requirements that seem to be dictating how we can proceed. Now, it is not an overstatement to say that reporting requirements are a key element driving the mechanism for the arms transfer. Is that right?
Well, go ahead. Why don't you go on? And,
Well, that's the question.
Well, yeah, well, again, I don't know whether I overwrote this, but I would agree that it was a key, at least when I wrote this, it was a key element. And if there can be an agreement that a report will be made, it minimizes the risk inherent, and the way that the project is carried out can be put on a less fractious basis. Get together, folks, because you got to read that last paragraph there. And what do I say in the last paragraph? I say, finally, whatever plan is adopted, such action should be taken only after it's been discussed with the Attorney General, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, the Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, and if I could have thought of others, they would have been put in.
Right.
Including the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Vice President.
I understand, Judge Sporkin, and I'm not trying to suggest that it was your personal preference that Congress not be notified. What I am trying to get out is that a key element at this time is the congressional notice requirements. Is that right?
Well,
It is, right.
No, okay, you want to testify, go ahead.
Well,
I'll leave it up to you.
Well,
No.
Let me-
You're asking me, you're trying to pin me on something, and I just don't want to be pinned on it. Now, what I'm trying to say is, and I might have overwritten it, but what I'm trying to say is I was under the impression, it might have been a misimpression, that somebody was thinking there was going to be no notification. Now, I could have been dead wrong on that. And what I was trying to get across is, forget that, folks. There's going to be notification.
all right. I'm not going to belabor the point. I think the document speaks for itself.
Yeah. All right. I've heard that one before.
All right, Judge Sporkin, The day after January 15, on January 16, you attended a meeting, did you not?
That's correct.
Where was that meeting held?
That was held in Admiral Poindexter's office
Who
on the
was
second floor of the White House.
Now, you were not originally scheduled to appear at that meeting, is that correct?
I had not been told about it, that's right.
And you were called in the midst of the meeting and asked to come over, is that right?
That's right.
And what happened when you got there?
When I got there, present were Secretary of Defense, Admiral Poindexter, the Director of Central Intelligence, Attorney General, and I was told that the Secretary of State had been invited, but could not make it, and I think I've been told after that he was actually there, but he had left. And so I was pleased to see that what I had recommended or suggested had actually occurred, that all these people had gotten together.
And these are executive branch people, is that right?
Right.
What's the subject?
The subject was the matter we're talking about, obviously.
Right, and what were they looking for from you that they invited you to this meeting?
Well, I think they were going over the various issues involved. For example, they went over the question of whether this was doable. Discussing the Economy Act, we discussed former Attorney General French Smith's opinion. The Attorney General said he's looked into the matter. He agrees with the legal analysis. He says it's doable. We discussed the notification issue, and on that point, it was clear that there would be notification as soon as the hostages, at least this is my recollection, as soon as the hostages were out. It was also clear, which goes back to my other memo, that there would be notification to the Congress by this president at some point.
And what event was going to trigger the notice?
I believe it was the release of the hostages.
And at that time, it was your understanding that the hostage release was really nearly imminent. Is that correct?
Well,
let me put the question differently.
Yeah.
Had you tied the hostage release to a particular event?
As a day or two later, I tied it to a meeting that was to take place, which I don't think I had that knowledge at that time. Now, the one thing I want to mention before we leave this, Mr. Woodcock, if I may, is that as we were breaking up, the Secretary of Defense said that I want to review all this. I want to have my lawyers look at it and to see if that analysis is correct. And so the meeting broke up without there being any decision made. The next day, I received a call from the director, or I think it was the next day, in which he said that he received a call from Secretary of Defense, who said that his people have looked it over and they agree with the analysis and they've signed off on the project.
And the mechanism then to be employed is the CIA through the Economy Act. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, yes.
Now, do you recall a couple of days later, on January 18, having a phone call or phone conversation over a secure phone with John Poindexter?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall how that phone call came about and what the subject was?
Well, at some point, I don't know if we discussed other things, but at some point I had learned, and I can't tell you from whom, that General Secord was going to be utilized in the operation.
And that was a name that was not strange to you, is that correct?
It was not strange to me.
That was a name you knew before through your duties as General Counsel for the CIA, is that right?
That is correct.
In fact, at one point, General Secord in 1983 had come to your office seeking a CIA security clearance, is that right?
I think you're right.
And you met with him and his lawyer, Tom Green, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you had the unfortunate duty of advising General Secord that he could not have his CIA clearance, is that correct?
I don't know if it was unfortunate, but I did do it.
You advised him that CIA could not give him a security clearance because an investigation was still ongoing into matters relating to Edwin Wilson and General Secord's association with Edwin Wilson. Is that correct?
There's a memo that I saw in which I think Mr. Secord has written as to that meeting, and I think he's essentially correct in what he says.
So when General Secord left that meeting, he did not have his security clearance, is that right?
That is correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, he never did get a CIA security
As far
clearance,
as I
is
know,
that right?
that is correct.
So when you, with this background information, when you spoke with Admiral Poindexter, what were you imparting to him?
Well, you got to understand, I just don't pick up the phone and call Admiral Poindexter, and therefore there must have been something that disturbed me, in which I just wanted to make sure. I said to the Admiral, do you know that General Secord is involved in this project? And I want to know whether you have properly, in effect, vetted him and are determined that he is exactly what you wanted to use. And I mentioned there is a background matter here, and that I assume that he would look into it. I asked him whether he knew about it. He told me he did not know about it, and that he would look into the matter.
And that was as you left it, is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, that's how I left it, and nothing further on that.
Now, on January 20, you attended yet another meeting, or you attended a meeting, is that correct?
That is correct.
And where was that held?
That was in the Situation Room.
At the White House, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Claire George was present, and he was the Deputy Director of CIA Operations, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you yourself were there. General
Right.
Secord was there.
That's correct.
The Deputy Chief of Near East Affairs in CIA was also present, is that right?
Right.
And Lieutenant Colonel Knorr.
That's correct.
Now, I gather from what we discussed earlier, you were not eager to go to this meeting, is that correct?
Well, yes, I was not eager at all to go. I was winding my way down at the agency at this time. And the meeting, as I recall, occurred on Martin Luther King birthday, which I think was the 20th of January. And I was called at home by Mr. George and asked me if I would accompany him at a meeting. And you can see now, from the time I came there to now, how things have turned full cycle. And I say, well, I don't see any reason why I ought to be at that meeting. You know, I'm trying to wind my way down, and, you know, well, why do you need me? He says, no, we need you.
So you went.
And, well, I reluctantly went, and only because he said that he wanted his lawyer there. So I went. Now, my recollection is I was told it was going to be Admiral Poindexter, North, Mr. George, his deputy, and me. But when I got there, I found it was Mr. Secord. I don't believe I would have attended that meeting if I had known that Mr. Secord would have been there. Not because it was Mr. Secord, it's just that I didn't think I wanted to be involved in a matter involving agents and operations not affiliated with the agency.
Now, when you got there, you saw Mr. Secord,
Right.
and are you saying from your testimony that your background knowledge of Mr. Secord did not cause you any concern?
I didn't. What I said was it wasn't. I didn't know he was going to be there, but my not wanting to go to the meeting had nothing to do with him, since I didn't know about him. My
Right.
not going to the meeting had to do with I didn't
see
think
what
I
you're
wanted
saying.
to be involved.
Now, when you got there and you saw him, did that cause you some concern?
Yes, it did.
And you did not take an active participation in the meeting, is that correct?
Well, what happened is I had two choices. One is I would get up and leave a bad taste in people's mouths when I was a week or so away from leaving the whole agency. Or two, I could sit by and say very little. And what I did is I sat by and said very little.
Now, you did not see a copy of the presidential finding of January 17 at this meeting, is that
No,
correct?
I didn't see that. I didn't see anybody editing anything. And I can tell you exactly what I said, as I can recall, is number one, they were talking about a meeting that was going to be held in London. And I said, look, folks, at this meeting, you got to assure yourself of two things. We're going to get the hostages, and we're going to get paid for the product we're giving up. And I told them, I said, look, you got to realize you don't bring lawsuits on these matters if they don't fulfill their end of the bargain. So you've got to take steps to make sure that we are going to get what we are bargaining for. And that, I think, is essentially what I had to say at that meeting.
Now, you referred to an upcoming meeting in London. Did you have an understanding that that event might be the event that would lead to the immediate release of the hostages?
I thought that was going to be a very important event, yes.
And you connected that with the release of the hostages, is that right?
I think I did.
Now, you went to no further meetings on this subject after January 20,
No, I was asked the next day to go to another meeting, and at that point I said, folks, that's it. The ball game is over. And I assigned another member of the staff to go to the meeting, and I had nothing further to do other than I was told sometime before I left, remember I left on February the 7th, and this is January 21st, between those two dates, I think I asked Mr. George what has happened with the project, and he told me that it had collapsed, that the meeting in London had not come off, and I was under the impression it was dead and it was over. And that's the impression I had when I left the agency.
Do you have a recollection as to approximately when that conversation would have occurred?
No.
Sometime between January 20, 21, and the time you went to the judiciary. You can't pinpoint it any further than that?
No, sir. That's my recollection, too, based upon my recollection that I...
Now, let me take just a moment, digress just a moment, Judge, and direct your attention to a series of exhibits. First, in your book, SS 15.
Yeah.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
That is a finding that bears a
Right.
handwritten and third parties reference at the top. Is that your handwriting?
Yes.
And
Sir.
and why was that added, sir?
At some point, Lieutenant Colonel North showed me this signed finding, and I think he indicated to me that it was going to have to go, it might have to go back again to be redone, at which point I read it. I saw that third parties was in the second paragraph but wasn't in the first paragraph, and I added it to the first paragraph and wrote it in.
Now, you, in writing in third parties, your intent was to lend symmetry to the finding, is that correct?
That is correct.
In other words, if you're going to use the phrase in one paragraph, you should use it in the other to properly complement it, is that right?
That is absolutely correct.
And in using that term, you did not have in mind the notion of a commercial cutout, is that correct?
I don't think so.
Your recollection was that that was Gorbana Fire?
Oh, you mean on using third parties?
Correct.
Yeah, no, sir, no, that's right.
That was Manager Gorbana Fire and others in your mind?
That's my recollection, yes.
In fact, it's your opinion that the finding does not need to expressly refer to commercial cutouts in the execution of a CIA covert operation because they have those facilities available to them, is that right?
Well, they have to operate through people. We can't operate normally by ourselves, so I think that is assumed.
And also, let me direct your attention, if I may, to SS 18.
Yes, sir.
And that is the finding with the handwritten change typed in. Third parties now appears in the body of the first paragraph. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, Judge Sporkin, on the subject of commercial cutouts, the CIA has its own range of private proprietaries. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And unless some extraordinary circumstance arises, it has those available to it to execute covert actions. Is that right?
That's my understanding.
So, from your own personal observation and your own understanding of this initiative, was there any reason why a commercial cutout was needed to execute the Iran Arms Initiative?
Again, I am not really the expert to be able to talk about. That's something I didn't focus on. I must say, in fairness, again, it didn't bother me that they would be using an outside agent. I was concerned as to the identity of the outside agent, but not as to the concept. That never bothered me. If it could be done that way, you can't get yourself in this business in what I call a straitjacket or muscle bound if there's a better way of doing it. That, I think, is one of the great benefits of having an agency like the CIA, that it isn't limited as to how it can do some of these things.
It also is a fact, is it not, that when the CIA uses a private proprietary, that there is a process for the accounting of funds?
Oh, yes, that I understand. And it's done very well, and it's because of this of the prior investigation, the church committee that looked into the proprietaries at that time, and therefore they were revamped. And I believe, the best I know, and again I haven't been there in 18 months, but the best that I can tell you, it is working very well. There is an accountability scheme to deal with the funds.
Now, Judge, just a couple of final questions. At any time in the drafting of these findings, were you told that one of the purposes of the finding was to create funds to support the Nicaraguan opposition?
No, sir. I have no recollection of that at all.
In fact, a plain reading of the finding would reveal no authority for that kind of a transfer.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
And I would add something to that. These findings are not written for the purpose of not having any effect. These findings are written to be important documents, to give guidance of how these things are to be carried out. And I can tell you, if they did mention that to me, and if that were going to be part of this program, if they caught me sleepwalking at some point, that would have been in the finding. There would have been no reason not. I mean, why? Why should anybody undertake that unless the president authorizes it?
And this finding does not authorize it. Is that correct?
I don't see how it could conceivably authorize it.
In fact,
not discussed, they're not considered.
In fact, Judge, when you were with the Office of General Counsel, when you were the General Counsel of CIA, I believe you took the position that under the Boland Amendment, the CIA itself could not participate in the raising of funds for the Contras. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. That you've had a lot of testimony in the Boland Amendment, but here's one person that tried to adhere to that as best that anybody could, both in language and in spirit. And not for me, my purpose, but for the agency's purpose. And I'm a little bit hurt in instances where that was not done, because there could be nobody that could have been telling the people at the agency, as often as I did, that had to be complied with. From the day the first Boland Amendment till I called our people in to tell them, and this is no disrespect to Congressman Boland, when I use the word, could be a Trojan horse, and we got to make sure that this doesn't come back to hurt us. And while everybody was happy because there were some, I don't want to use the word weasel words in it, but there's some words that indicated they were happy with that first adjustment that was made that said that you could, it couldn't be for the purpose of overthrowing, and everybody said, well, we can do it for all other purposes. The point that I made was we better tell our people what they can do it for. And I sat down and went over a document with them. And I remember that some of my people had not understood that that was a role of a lawyer, and I had to explain to them that lawyers are counselors in addition to lawyers that come in on litigation. And we must provide counseling advice to our clients. In any event, I prepared a document, went up, and while there was some people, I think, lower down on the DO, the person that was in charge was very supportive. And I must tell you, so was the director. As a matter of fact, the director, who is not a person that gives very many compliments, when he saw it, said to me, Stan, he says, you don't know how to write. He says, this is too weak. And I remember him putting in language that said, not only that, almost language that came later on, not only that could not be used for that purpose, but could not even have the effect. And I was very pleased that he saw it that way. That document went down to all the people, and it was my understanding that my understanding they were complying with it.
And it was also your understanding that this finding could not have authorized that kind of support from the CIA, is that right?
Again, this is something that would have been foreign, something that would have been, that even if, as I say, if somebody could even convince me that this is something that ought to have been done, at the minimum, it would have been in the finding.
Right. Judge Sporkin, thank you for your patience. I appreciate the time that you put in before us, and I turn you over to the chair.
And by the way, I appreciate your courtesy, Mr. Woodcomb.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would move the entry of exhibits SS 1 through SS 18 into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge Sporkin.
Good morning, Mr. Niels.
I'd like to refer back to the first finding.
Yes.
The one which I believe you testified was drafted on the 25th of November. And there's a cover memo of the, or rather a letter from Casey to Poindexter dated the 26th of November, which is Exhibit 3. And I take it it's your understanding that this was a cover letter which attached the finding that you draft and sent it to Admiral Poindexter.
I did not see it at the time, but it's obvious what it is what you say it is.
And it was your understanding that the finding was to be sent to the White House?
Oh, yes. Yes, I said that the Deputy Director was very supportive.
And the finding which was sent is the one which is Exhibit 4, and I think it's now up on the board.
That is correct.
And it makes reference to munitions.
Yes, sir.
And it makes reference to munitions apparently being provided by a foreign country to Iran. Am I correct so far?
You better repeat if you want to repeat it, you want to have him repeat the question.
Yes, I'm directing your attention to the language. As part of these efforts, certain foreign materiel and munitions may be provided to the government of Iran.
That's correct.
And I take it that it was your understanding that this finding referred, at least in part, to a transaction which had already occurred.
Yes.
And that was the shipment of some weapons to Iran by a foreign country.
Again, if you say so, I'm not going to dispute. If that's what the fact is, I'm just right now drawing a blank on that. But just help me with the facts a little bit. What happened in that first transaction precisely?
Well, the facts
I know
which
I know we were using our proprietary to help in transport and communication. And did the first ones come from Israel? I don't remember that.
The public record reflects, the record of this hearing reflects that on November the 24th, 18 Hawk missiles were shipped by, I should say 18 Hawk missiles from Israeli stocks were shipped to Iran.
Through a CIA proprietary?
Correct.
Well, then
that's what the public record
I will accept that.
Reflects. Now, I take it you're telling us that either you did not know or you've since forgotten the precise details of exactly what had happened, but you were aware that something had happened, I take it.
Well, I would say that I had forgotten the details.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I would obviously, there's no quarrel I have with the briefing I received. I think they were very forthcoming, and so I don't have any quarrel with the briefing. So if the only thing I can say is I forgot what the details are.
I take it from your testimony today that at some later time you arrived at the conclusion that there was a legal problem with a country such as Israel transferring U.S. obtained stocks to a third country.
Right.
And that you indeed regarded that as a problem with or without a finding.
Right.
Now, the record also reflects that originally it was intended that Israel transport 120 Hawk missiles to Iran, and that after the 18 had been transported on the 24th of November, there were no further shipments. The record also reflects that there was a meeting of cabinet officials and the President and the Deputy Director of Central Intelligence on December the 7th, followed by a trip to London by Mr. McFarlane and Mr. North on the 8th, at which they met with some Iranian intermediaries. I take it you have no knowledge of the conversations that occurred at the December 7th meeting or during the December 8th trip.
I can even go further than that. I don't believe I was at any time apprised as to the fact there were meetings or what was discussed.
So you would not be aware, and I should state there will be some further evidence on these questions introduced later on in these hearings, but for present purposes, you are not aware of whether, for example, legal problems were discussed at those meetings.
No. I'm not aware of what I call the background music here, if that's what it is. I am not aware of any of the background music and of any of these matters.
I think the record also reflects that as of the December 7th and December 8th meetings, this initiative was at least temporarily off.
Well, I can go further than that, and I think it's an interesting fact that between November 25th, when I got into that, brought into the project, until February the 7th, when I left, it's my understanding that not a single missile was either sold or transferred to the Iranians. I mean, just think of that. During that entire period, it was zero.
But I take it that, that you did attend a meeting with Oliver North on December 9th.
Yes.
That would be one day after he returned.
Right. Well, again, I don't know whether he had told me he'd come back, but that could be.
And I think that your attention has already been directed to Exhibit 5, which is a document prepared by Oliver North on December 9th, or at least it is dated December 9th. And I think I can state for the record that the early part of the memo summarizes prior events, discusses the possibility of proceeding with the initiative on a basis of having Israel transfer arms to Iran and the U.S. replenishing them. And then at the end of the third page of the memo, it says there is a fifth option, which has not yet been discussed. We could, with an appropriate covert action finding, commence deliveries ourselves using Secord as our conduit to control Ghorbanifar and delivery operations, and so on. Now, I take it you have no recollection of discussing with North on December 9th that this would be a lawful way of continuing the initiative and would solve problems involved if Israel transfers its stocks directly to Iran.
Well, I don't think I can answer the question yes or no. The point I'm saying is that I do believe we discussed on that meeting the fact of DOD doing it. I don't remember this elaborate detailed. I don't remember the name Secord coming up. And so that's all I can tell you.
But it is consistent with your judgment as a lawyer that proceeding with a finding and direct sales by this country to Iran would be the best way to do it and would get around the legal obstacles which would be involved if Israel sold.
Oh, yes. There's no question in my mind the replenishment option was not a very good option.
And that the proposal, this fifth option on North's memo of December 9th, which was done the same day as you met with him, would meet your legal approval.
Well, again, I don't have the details of how he was going to do this thing, but if it were, well, no, you're saying meet my legal approval. If you realize what I did is that when it came down to the end, crunch time, I was going to rely on the experts. So I'm not ready, in other words, while I thought that was a viable option, I don't think this was the time to become an adventurer. And so I was going to be careful. I was going to raise the issue. I was going to explore it completely. But I was going to make sure that the technicians agreed that that was viable.
And eventually they did.
No, they did not. They went through the economy method. They rejected the DOD option. Isn't that what you're talking about, the DOD option?
I don't believe this memo makes any reference to DOD.
Wait. You might be right. Let me just, what page are you on now? Let's see.
Page 3 of Exhibit 5.
Well, the only reason I raised it is, what does a fifth option mean? I mean, the first option has always been, or one of the options has always been the economy method. So I assume he's coming up with some idea here that doesn't fall within what we've been discussing. So I don't know what he has in mind as a fifth option.
Well, the options, I'll just state for the record, on this memorandum, the options that are precede the fifth option are options, all of which involve sales by Israel to Iran and replenishment by the U.S. I take it, again, in summary, you, at least at some point in time, saw legal obstacles to using that kind of an option.
Yeah, that's correct.
And you eventually...
Well, legal and also legal options, yes, I think that's fair.
And you eventually concluded that the appropriate legal way to do it was through a covert action finding and sales directly to Iran.
Through the Economy Act and through the CIA, that's correct.
You don't recall specifically whether you discussed that with Oliver North on December 9th,
I can't tell you that.
but the description of the fifth option is consistent with your eventual legal judgment as to how it ought to be done.
Well, again, I'm not going to buy onto that one, not because I don't think what you're saying is accurate, but because I'm still concerned by a fifth option, which it has to be different than the Economy Act, and I don't know, I can't conceive that he's trying to reinvent the wheel. I mean, that he's trying to rephrase or reparaphrase the Economy Act. There would be no need for him to do it, because I think the Economy Act is on the table. It's always been on the table. So that's what I'm concerned about, talking about a fifth option, if all he's doing is the Economy Act option. He might have some other thing here that I can't, I don't understand. We could cover it. You don't know where the source is, do you, under this option? So you don't know where the source of the weapons are going to be under this option. And that's, I think, is the critical thing that's missing here. Do you know where the source is?
I believe the document would indicate that it would be the U.S. selling direct to Iran.
Well, then that's nothing more than the Economy Act. Yeah.
So that would be consistent with your eventual judgment.
Well, if that's what he's doing, yes.
In any event, the issue cropped up again in early January.
Yes.
And at that time, there was discussion of an expanded or some kind of a new finding.
Right.
Now, if you'll turn to Exhibit number 10, I think you've told us that you cannot specifically identify this as a document which was shown to you at the time.
That's right. I don't recall seeing that recommendation part in it. That's the only thing that's given me trouble. If it were, I will stand corrected, but I don't recall seeing that.
In any event, it is a document that we have obtained, has been provided to us by the White House, and it is a memorandum relating to a covert action finding regarding Iran.
That's correct.
And at the bottom of the first page of the document, it states, with respect to the finding, as described by the Prime Minister's emissary, the only requirement the Israelis have is an assurance that they will be allowed to purchase U.S. replenishments for the stocks that they sell to Iran. Since the Israeli sales are technically a violation of our Arms Export Control Act embargo for Iran, a presidential covert action finding is required in order for us to allow the Israeli sales to proceed or for our subsequent replenishment sales. So that at this time, it is still contemplated, even pursuant to a new finding, that sales would be made by Israel and that we would replenish. And I take it, based on your prior testimony, that you would have substantial legal difficulties with such a method of operation.
Yes, I would have difficulties with that. That's correct, Mr. Neal.
And in fact, you had some research done on this very question shortly thereafter.
Yes, that's correct.
And the conclusion that you got from the research is contained in Exhibit 13.
Well, wait, you sure of that? I don't think you are. I don't, my 13 is a finding. Oh, are you talking about the attachment? Oh, paragraph 3? Is that what you're talking
Well,
about?
I'm talking about the whole document. The
Yeah.
first paragraph
Right.
of paragraph 13 says that there is legal authority
Right,
for a
you're right.
finding
Right.
and use of the Economy Act. But the third paragraph...
You're right, yeah.
Okay, the third paragraph says, one problem could arise, however, if the equipment to be transferred constitutes articles the U.S. has provided to a second country through the Foreign Assistance Arms Export Control Acts. The memo at tab D indicates a country may use material it has received through such U.S. foreign aid only for self-defense and may retransfer it only in certain limited circumstances that require U.S. consent, notice to Congress, and the eligibility of the third country recipient for U.S. aid. Terrorist activities, among other things, can disqualify potential recipient.
Right.
So that the writer of this memorandum, at your request, based on legal research, is saying that even with a covert action finding, there are substantial legal barriers to permitting Israel to sell previously acquired U.S. munitions and then replenishing Israeli stocks. Am I correct?
Well, I think that an argument could be made that you can override the specific statutes by a covert finding. I don't think that was my concern. What my concern was, Mr. Niels, is that how do you go back and replenish those stocks? That was my concern. And as my recollection was, I said, is this a one-time deal? Is Israel going to need these replenishment? If they are, that's the thing that concerned me, because that would involve telling something to somebody that might not be accurate. That was my concern. If they wanted to do it one time, I think you could probably cover it by a finding. But if they wanted to get the replenishment, what are you going to tell the U.S. government, the U.S. Congress, as to why you need a replenishment? How are you going to get it replenished? That was my concern.
But that apparently was not the concern of the person writing the memo who'd done the research.
Well, yeah, I think, no, I see he has a concern, but I sometimes read and digest and understand, or what I consider to get the heart of the problem out of it, and I believe that was what my concern was, because you've got to realize that a presidential finding is a very powerful finding, and it's designed to be so. It's in the interest of our country that you can do these things. Otherwise, you would do away with it. I don't think there's anybody here that wants to do away with it. And what you've got to be able to do is override a lot of these other provisions which really don't have application to the U.S. government, you see. But the problem is, what do you do now when you want to replenish, as in this case? You got real problems. And I was not going to sign off or buy off on that.
Just so the record is clear, the document, which is Exhibit 13, states that the problem arises when the foreign country transfers to a third country, such as Iran, material previously acquired under arms export control or foreign military sales.
Right.
That's what the memo says.
Yeah.
And I think we had testimony here yesterday.
Well, that's confirming the point I'm making, because this would not be acquired. Well, I see what you're saying. Those required. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And we had testimony yesterday from Department of Defense people that where there have been sales under Foreign Military Sales or Arms Export Control Act, they are governed by agreements and by law and may not be transferred except under certain circumstances.
I'm not going to question their judgment. Obviously, that's better than mine.
And the underlying legal research...
in their area, yeah.
And the underlying legal research is contained at Exhibit 20.
That's correct.
You have that in front of you. And that was research which was done at your request in order to address this very issue.
That's correct.
And the person writing the memorandum states in the first sentence, a question has arisen under what circumstances a recipient of U.S. foreign military assistance can transfer military equipment provided through the foreign assistance mechanism to a third country. Now, that person doesn't mention a third country, but this has to do with the proposed transfer by Israel to Iran of its existing stocks. And the person analyzes both possible statutes under which Israel could have acquired U.S. military equipment and concludes that there are problems with the retransfer in both cases. And among other problems, the writer of this memorandum indicates that a second country such as Israel cannot transfer to a third country such as Iran unless that third country provides a written commitment that it will not in turn retransfer.
Mr. Neal, I'm clear as a bell that this could not be done in any way pursuant to any of those acts. The only area that I have any question is what is the relationship between those acts and a covert finding. That is the point that I think that's the only reservation I have. But even under covert finding, what I'm saying to you, I have problems.
That's what I understood you to say, and I take it that that's based in part on the memorandum that was written to you at your request, which is Exhibit 13.
Well, yes, it's on that in part, and a part of just good common sense sometimes.
Now, in any event, it was your conclusion, as I understand it, and advice, after receiving these memoranda, that the transaction could not go forward as a sale by Israel to Iran and a replenishment by this country of Israeli stocks.
I believe that's so, yes.
Nonetheless, there appears to be some continuing evidence that such a method of operation would continue to be under consideration.
I think the record would bear you out on that.
And for example, exhibit number 14, which I think you've already gone over, dated the 13th of January, with the words DCI written above it, indicates that the Israelis are moving ahead on their tow for hostage deal with the Iranians, and then refers to two options, one of which contemplates that, and I'm reading now from the second paragraph, the Israelis would replace basic tows by buying the improved version. The first sentence says, under this option, the idea was that the Israelis would buy the improved version of the tow and ship to the Iranians the basic tows they now have. And then if you'll turn to Exhibit 17, which I think you've testified is the memo of a conversation you had with one of your Associate General Counsel. He states, and this is dated the 15th of January, he states in the middle of the second paragraph, we have been considering since 10 January a proposal to provide missiles to Israel that would in part be to secure the return of U.S. citizens held by or under the control of Iran. As originally explained, Israel would keep the newer missiles supplied by us and give Iran older missiles currently held by Israel. According to the General Counsel, this activity was authorized by a signed presidential finding which he worked out with Oliver North on 10/11 January 1986.
I don't know what he's I don't know what he's referring to there, because there is no such finding. But
there was a finding, was there not, on a somewhat earlier date, January 6th?
Right. But I don't think that was, again, unless I'm trying to get my own recollection, but my recollection, if you look at my memorandum of that very date, on January 15th, that is not an option. The option is only two options. One, Economy Act, or two, DOD.
In your mind, it's not an option, but apparently some others are still considering it.
Right.
And indeed, at page B67 of the Tower Board report, and I've made a copy of that available to you.
Yeah.
There is an excerpt of a prof message which I can tell you is dated the 15th of January, written by Oliver North, which states as follows: Casey is called urging that you convene. The memo was written to Admiral Poindexter, I should say.
Where, is this B-67?
B-67. Left-hand column, 3/4 of the way down.
Is it under 6, the United States sells Iran 1,000-tow missiles?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the indented language.
Okay.
It says, in accordance with your direction, met with Casey last night after Weinberger's speech at Fort McNair. Casey then tried to contact Cap, but he had already departed. Casey is called urging that you convene a meeting. I don't understand the shorthand here. Well, I guess with him and Cap as soon as possible so that we can move on. Casey's view is that Cap will continue to create roadblocks until he is told by you that the President wants this to move now, and that Cap will have to make it work. Casey points out that we have now gone through 3 different methodologies in an effort to satisfy Cap's concerns, and that no matter what we do, there is always a new objection. Now, do you know precisely what the 3 methodologies were that Cap Weinberger had objected to?
No, I was not brought in on that. I didn't know anything about that.
But apparently there were some differing proposals and legal objections, or some kind of objections, have been raised by the Secretary of Defense.
Yep.
And at the next page of the Tower report, a later prof note of the same day states, also from North to Poindexter, states, in accordance with instructions, have invited Secretary Weinberger to meeting with Casey in your office at 1700 on Thursday. Thursday is the 16th of January, and I take it you, in fact, attended a meeting with Secretary Weinberger, Casey, Poindexter, and others.
Well, Attorney General.
And the Attorney General at about 5 in the afternoon on the 16th.
No, this was much later than that.
In any event, it was the afternoon of the 16th.
The evening.
Evening of the 16th.
That's correct.
And at that time, I take it that the proposal that was on the table was the one which you believed was the preferable one, namely an Economy Act transfer from Department of Defense to CIA, and then a transfer by CIA direct to Iran pursuant to a finding.
That's correct.
And at the end of that meeting, the Secretary of Defense said he wanted to run that past his legal people, and you later learned the following day that he had done so and that he had no objection to the transaction as you proposed it.
That is correct.
And I think if you turn to...
Well, not as I had proposed it, but as was discussed at that meeting, yeah.
And which was in accordance with your legal judgment.
That is correct.
And I think if you turn to Exhibit 19, which is a cover memo to the covert action finding regarding Iran of January 17th, which was actually signed, it states at the bottom of the first page, as described by the Prime Minister's emissary, the only requirement the Israelis have is an assurance that they will be allowed to purchase U.S. replenishments for the stocks that they sell to Iran. We have researched the legal problems of Israel's selling U.S. manufactured arms to Iran. Because of the requirement in U.S. law for recipients of U.S. arms to notify the U.S. government of transfers to third countries, I do not recommend that you agree with the specific details of the Israeli plan. However, there's another possibility. Some time ago, Attorney General William French Smith determined that under an appropriate finding you could authorize the CIA to sell arms to countries outside of the provisions of the laws and reporting requirements for foreign military sales. The objectives of the Israeli plan could be met if the CIA, using authorized agent as necessary, purchased arms from the Department of Defense under the Economy Act and then transferred them to Iran directly after receiving appropriate payment from Iran.
That's it.
That's it. That describes the history of the proposals, why they were rejected, and the proposal that was eventually accepted.
I think it seems to me to be as accurate as I can recall it, and it's all subject to my recollection, but that seems accurate.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Mr. Van Cleve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In view of the hour, Judge Sporkin, I'm going to try and be brief.
Thank you.
I'd like to direct your attention to begin with to the finding that you drafted in November of 1985.
Yes.
You testified earlier today that you were briefed in November 1985 on a shipment of Hawk missiles in which the CIA had provided transportation and communications assistance. Is that correct?
Yeah, you used the word hawk. I just can't recall that term being used, but other than that, it's a correct statement.
Okay. My first question is, were you also briefed at that time on the fact that in August and September of 1985, the government of Israel had shipped tow missiles to Iran?
I do not recall that.
And I take it then that your November 1985 finding was not intended to cover those shipments.
Well, it was not, obviously, that if I hadn't been briefed, I couldn't have, it was not my intention.
The reason I ask the question, Judge, is that your November 1985 finding contains language which talks about ratification of prior activity on the part of United States government officials.
Right.
And I want the record to be clear that you did not intend by that language to include acts on which you had not been briefed. Is that correct?
That is correct. Well, wait, that's too easy. It's actually I have not been briefed, but I mean, I can't be that narrowly focused. There might have been something that somebody omitted, but I think within the concept that we're talking about. You understand what I'm saying to you?
I do, but let's just be sure.
I mean, just because somebody hasn't told me a specific item, but it flowed from the rest of it, I would assume be covered. I don't want to make it as narrow as you're suggesting.
But my recollection is that you
had nothing to do with something that was taking place in the summer that I didn't know about.
Right, and you were not told at that time that there had been any such activity,
I don't
correct?
think that's right. I have no recollection of being told that.
So whatever the ratification language covers, it would not cover that prior transaction.
In my view, it would not. That was not the legislative history.
Now, the purpose of the ratification language was to give retroactive approval to what had already been done without advance approval. Is that right?
No, sir. That's not right. I think that people are using that term, which using the term retroactive, and I use the term ratification. And I think if you look at that in my prior testimony, the concept is to confirm that this was what was authorized. And I think when we use the concept of a retroactivity, it's a little bit bothersome to me. Okay. And I think it's a cause of a great deal of undue criticism, which I don't believe is warranted.
Okay. You served for many years as an attorney at the Securities and Exchange Commission, correct?
That is correct.
You're therefore quite familiar with general corporation law and practice, am I right?
Yes, sir.
And the concept of ratification is frequently used to approve corporate acts which were done without initial approval, correct?
But were done, there are several ways of ratifying. You can ratify something that has been authorized, and however that it's an authorized act, but that the formality of the act has not been done. And I think I was using it in that kind of a concept, that I had no belief that this wasn't an authorized activity. This is what I was trying to get to focus on top. Were we authorized to do this? And that's what would have come back. Either, yes, I ratify that you were authorized, or not.
But was it represented to you during the briefing, Judge Sporkin, that the President of the United States had advanced knowledge of the Hawk shipment?
No, sir.
So the purpose of your ratification proposal, if I understand it, was to make sure that the President was willing to take responsibility for what had happened. Is that correct?
Well, willing to take and this was somebody carrying out his orders. Now, whether this is what he wanted, done. That was the way I was looking at it at that time. And let me see something here. Excuse me. Well, again, in my before the SSCI on page 93, in an answer to Senator Nunn, and it says, and be in compliance with law, my answer, yes, yes. If the President orally tells somebody to do something or authorizes an act, I think he ought to be able to 3 weeks later finish up the paperwork and say, I ratify this.
But I guess that's my point, Judge.
Yeah.
No one told you, did they, that the President had orally authorized this act?
No.
And you didn't know at the time whether or not he in fact knew,
That's right.
before the CIA got involved, that it was going to get involved, did you?
I didn't know what?
You were not told that the President had been given advance notice or had any advance knowledge of the CIA's action, were you?
That's right.
So you weren't in a position where you were simply finishing up the paperwork, were you?
Yes, but I think you're misconstruing what I'm telling you. What I'm saying to you is when that item is passed to the President, he's either going to say, I ratify it or I don't ratify it. Is this something that I want? Is this something that I've authorized or is not something that I authorized?
Right.
And that's what he's going to have to focus on. Not that I was told that.
I understand that, but my point is that there is a difference between being told something before the fact and being told something after the fact.
That's correct.
Now, as far as you knew, the President had not been told before the fact, had he?
Absolutely, I did not know that.
Let me change subjects with you, Judge, and I'd like
Yeah.
to ask just a couple of brief questions to follow up on Mr. Neal's line of questioning with respect to the mechanism that was used for the Iran arms sales. Now, basically, there were two mechanisms that were used. In 1985, the shipments occurred through the first mechanism, which was that Israel sold weapons out of its stocks to Iran, and then it sought replenishment for those weapons. The second mechanism was that the United States made direct sales from its stocks to the government of Iran. Now, the basic question, it seems to me, is whether or not both of those mechanisms could be legally covered under a covert action finding. Pretty clearly, the second mechanism, that is a direct sale by the United States to Iran, can be covered by a covert action finding.
I believe so.
And I think Congress is fully aware that that mechanism existed and had been used in the past,
Right.
and it had been so notified by the CIA. Is that correct?
Right.
So the key question here is really whether the first mechanism
Right.
could be covered by a covert action finding.
Right.
And on that point, I want to be sure that I understand your testimony. Is it your view that there are no circumstances under which a replenishment to Israel after a sale by Israel out of its stocks could be covered by a covert action finding? And let me make sure that, let me just sharpen that question. I draw a distinction between a situation in which the Israeli stocks are in fact upgraded by the replenishment, which was in fact what was being discussed here.
Yeah.
And that clearly would be a problem under the Arms Export Control Act and could not be covered by a finding. But if there were a situation where there were a simple replenishment of whatever was taken out of the stocks, my question is, couldn't that be covered by a finding?
Again, you're getting me into a legal determination, and I'm not prepared to say that somebody would not give you an opinion, or maybe I, in a weak moment, would even give such an opinion. But it'd have to be very weak. But what I'm saying to you is it is not the way to do it, because it causes a lot of problems. It causes problems with our allies. It causes problems with our Congress. It causes problems with everybody. You're jeopardizing a relationship, and it's not the way to do it.
Well, Judge, I understood your testimony on that point, and I also understood you to say that clearly the safer legal course is the course that was adopted in January.
Right.
But what I believe is in question here is whether or not the transactions that we know did occur
Yeah.
could in fact have been covered by the finding.
Well, I guess what you're saying, that I'd have to really go back and research every conceivable aspect of it. I'm giving you, a lot of times you come up with a conclusion that you get a feel about something. You understand what the law is, you understand where it's going, and you come up with a feel. This one bothered me, that aspect, and I can't do it any better than that. I'm not going to tell you is it legal or is it not legal. I'm giving you what my feel is. My feel is that you're jeopardizing the relationship, you're jeopardizing a lot of things, and you ought not to have them in this kind of a two-party transaction. I think that was my view at that time, buttressed by the fact that you did have a whole lot more legal requirements that you had under the other provisions. And as soon as you have more legal requirements, you always try to go through the path with the fewer legal requirements. I don't think I needed 30 years at the bar to understand that. But and this one caused all kinds of legal requirements had to be overridden to get to where you want to get. And that's a problem. And you may well be right that it's legal. And I think I even saw a memorandum, a legal memorandum, opinion that says it was legal. I think the Department of Justice. I'm not going to quarrel with that.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
The hearing will stand in recess until 2:30, and Judge, will you come back again, sir?
Oh, you can keep it. I don't care. I think I know what I do.
The hearing will please come to order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Senator Heflin.
Judge Sporkin, on Exhibit 4, which is up on the board there, that date of 7 May 1987
Yes.
is a date, as I understand it, that represents the time that the exhibit was declassified rather than anything pertaining to the date of the instrument itself. Is that your understanding too?
I'll accept that, Senator.
All right, so now as I understand it from your testimony, that this finding that you prepared, which is Exhibit 4, came when you learned that there had been a CIA proprietary involved in regards to the shipment of some arms that went to Israel and then to Iran. Is that a
That is correct.
correct statement? Now, do you recall, how did you first learn of this?
I learned from the Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, who called me and told me that he wanted my views on a extraordinarily sensitive operation. Now, I don't know if he used the word extraordinary, but that's the way I understood it.
And did you then meet with him and discuss the factual matters that were involved?
No, what happened was that he said that he was going to send over 2 people to brief me on the subject.
And they came and they briefed you?
That is correct.
All right. Now, after that, do you establish a date in connection with that?
Yes, I think we've established it as November 25th, 1985.
All right, sir. After they briefed you, did you prepare that document?
Yes, I did, Senator.
Were any drafts prepared of it, or was it this a initial one draft instrument, or would you give us the details pertaining to how it was drafted?
Senator, I think your staff has done an excellent job as usual, and they uncovered a draft which is Exhibit 1. And that draft apparently is the dictation that I gave to my secretary, and from that, a staff member took that draft and put it into form.
And then what did you do with it next?
What happened next was that I took the draft the next day. It was late at night, and I took the draft the next day to the Deputy Director after advising him the night before that I would be coming over and had, with my recommendation with respect to the problem that he had requested my advice on.
And then did you discuss it with him the next day?
Yes, I had a brief discussion with him, and I gave him, and I said, this is my recommendation. Here are the papers to implement it.
All right, sir. And he took the finding?
That's right.
All right, sir.
And he agreed with it. He was very, very pleased with it.
Do you know whether or not it was signed by the President?
I do not know until this day, Senator, whether it was actually signed.
Well, you had some information, at least the Tower report indicates that you gave some testimony that you had heard from Colonel North that it had been signed or that a document, and I suppose that you assumed that that document was referring to this.
Well, what happened was, you're right, I did believe it was signed. And the point that I was making is I don't have the recollection that somebody told me it was signed. What I do know is that one individual, after this matter broke in the press, a lawyer that worked for me, advised me that when he was with Colonel North one day, he said, take a message back to Stan stating that that matter, the President had signed that matter, or that document. And that's what his recollection was, and that he had come back and told me that. I, from time to time in my life, have had what I used to call bathroom conferences, where somebody would tell you that they said it to you, and you'd say, where was it? What was the time we were in the bathroom together? And those are times I can't remember.
Well, from the record viewpoint, there is some.
My mind was on other things. But God.
From the record viewpoint, there is some indication that the Deputy Director, Mr. McMahon, was under the impression that that instrument was signed by the President.
Yes, I saw that document, and I would think that if it hadn't been signed, he would have told me.
All right, sir. Who was the custodian of the findings of the President as it had applied to the CIA?
Well, I'm sure we had a custodian at the agency with respect to findings. With respect to the President, I guess it would have been somewhere in the NSC that would be the custodian of these findings.
Now, as I understand it, the necessity for this finding was that the CIA had participated, a proprietary had participated in the arms sale that involved Israel to Iran, which occurred around November the 25th. Now, that was the third incident of arms shipments to Iran under a so-called replenishment approach by which Israel would send and we were to replenish it. First one being on August the 30th, the second being September the 14th, and this on November the 25th. Now,
Was it 25th or 23rd, Senator?
well, I have, my date is, I have it as the 25th, maybe that it's 23rd.
Yeah.
But in reviewing this document, the reason for the findings and the authority dealing with it deals with private parties in their attempt to obtain release of Americans held hostage in the Mideast. Is there anything in the document there that deals with endeavoring to develop some type of a dialogue with the moderate element in Iran?
No, sir.
Was anything ever mentioned to you about the sale of weapons through Israel and the replenishment of those having to do with the opening of a moderate relationship with Iran?
Not at that time, Senator.
Not at that time. That was after 3 different shipments of arms had taken place.
Yeah, I didn't know that, Senator.
Well, if that is, if
Yeah,
those
I
dates are
think
correct.
the only thing I knew was we had been involved in an activity within, I think it was 48 hours of the November 25th date. If you're right on the November 25th date, then it's within 12 hours. It's within a very short period of time. That's all I knew. I didn't know anything about what took place in August or in September.
Well, in that finding that you prepared, there's nothing in there in regards to any potential intervention of the Soviet Union into the Mideast either, is it?
No.
So do I interpret your testimony to be that you had not heard of any effort when you prepared this document to create a dialogue or a linkage with any moderate element in Iran?
You're absolutely correct, sir.
All right. Now, at the same time that this occurred, did you have any understanding that General Secord was involved in it or tied to this proprietary in any way?
I have no recollection of that.
You have no recollection of
Right.
the mentioning, being briefed by anyone pertaining to the part that,
No, I just don't have any recollection at all on that, and I think if that name had come up, I would have remembered it.
you've known General Secord for
Well-
several years.
Well, I don't want to, I've known about him, and I met him prior to that on one occasion.
All right, so now, at the time, was there any indication that the proprietary that was used to go to Israel and then to Iran was involved in any way with Central America at that time?
I just can't recall at this date, Senator. That possibly could be, but I can't recall that.
All right, so now to another subject. You testified about the Boland Amendment and what you did pertaining to it.
Right.
In regards to the first Boland Amendment, what did you do pertaining to various station chiefs in Central America pertaining to the Boland Amendment, the first Boland Amendment.
Yeah. With respect to the first Boland Amendment, Senators, my recollection is that the prohibition, as I recall, was it against any steps or acts in connection with the overthrow of the government. I think that was the first Boland Amendment. I saw that as a potential problem. I think it was language that had been worked out so that that the agency could still take steps to interdict arms going from, I think it was Nicaragua to El Salvador. This all came at the end of a session, as I recall, end of a session of the Congress, and just when everybody was going home and everybody was breathing a sigh of relief, I brought everybody together, and I said, we've got to counsel our clients to show them how they're going to comply with that law. And you know, if I could almost predict what was going to happen, I wish I had written it, because I think you would see that I could almost predict not these sessions but something like this, in which we were going to be, the agency was going to be questioned as to whether it complied with the Boland Amendment. And so I said, we've got to take steps to make sure that we comply. And what we did was prepare a compliance memorandum, which was to be sent to the not only the station chiefs, but I think it was go beyond that. I think to go to the resistance people too, the leaders of the resistance, as to what they could and what they could not do. And this went through the director, went through the deputy director for operations.
All right, so were you consulted or were you involved in any way pertaining to the mining of the seas around Nicaragua?
No, sir. I don't have any recollection of being brought in, other than when this thing broke in the press.
But prior to breaking in the press, you have no recollection
Absolutely
of being
no
consulted at all pertaining
That's
to
correct.
All right, so when the second Boland Amendment was adopted, which prohibited directly or indirectly the CIA and any entity or agency involved in intelligence activities from expending any money, what did you do relative to that in regards to counseling the various station chiefs, other officials of the CIA?
What I did on that was, again, I guess, telling everybody they had to be very, very careful. We watched it very closely, and I was giving some very stiff advice. There did come a problem when we had the manual, as you recall. Subsequent to that, what we did was to tighten it up even more by adopting, I recommended a concept that we used in the securities industry, which was a compliance officer, and we placed a compliance officer right in the Central America Task Force. And I had him, and then I had a backup, another person who was working with him to make sure that we were on top of the matter and reviewing documents, reviewing all the traffic, the cable traffic on a daily basis.
When the humanitarian aid was voted,
Right.
what did you do pertaining to counseling the various officials on that?
Well, they came to me, I remember this, and they said, what part can they handle? And I said, none. We're going to be out of this. We're not going to touch it with a 10-foot pole. And I think they comply with that. I said, let somebody else deal with that problem, because it's going to be misunderstood.
And so that was not a CIA operation?
Well, there was a question of whether we should be in it, and my advice was we should be out of it.
All right, so now when the law was changed and allowed the activity for the for the State Department to solicit third parties, and there were certain provisions about advice and communications that would be allowed. Did you then study this and give advice to the officials of the CIA?
I believe I did.
What do you remember doing on that?
Well, I think whatever it was very conservative advice.
And at all times, your advice was to try to comply with the letter and the spirit of the law.
Yeah, yes. That light went on. I don't know if that means I got fired. Is that for you?
That's for me.
Oh, I see. I was feeling good for a minute here. But
that's unusual for a judge to see those. It doesn't mean
as a former justice, I'm sure you know that. I'm sorry, where was it?
We were talking
Let's get the last few.
talking about advice and the changes in the law and what you did on that.
Yeah, I know, but it was what was the last?
Well, while you cogitate, or you
I
go,
just don't remember
my
the
time will be gone.
I don't want to do that.
I want to ask you this as one final question.
Yeah.
Did you involved at some times prepare a memorandum on fundraising activities that were permitted by Borland? And did you conclude that the CIA could or could not be involved?
I think, is that the solicitation? You're talking about solicitation?
Solicitation, fundraising.
Yeah, I think I did, and my point was that whatever I said was very, very narrow. I know what I was saying before. It was the spirit. I'll give you what I was saying to you. The example was we had obtained authorization to send a plane down to Central America. And in the middle of the plane, before it got down there, the law changed. And even though we had the authority and everything else to do it, I told them not to do it. That's the spirit question that we mentioned before. And the reason that I said was that you could do it under one circumstance, go back up to the hill and tell them what you're going to do. And I think eventually they did, and I think they had somebody fly up to take it down. So that was the recollection. That was the spirit. On the other question, Senators, I recall whatever I did was very narrow as to what we could and what we could not do.
Do you have a copy of that memorandum that you prepared?
No, I would not have that copy. I didn't take anything with me.
So, Mr.
Thank you, sir. Congressman Cheney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to shift gears, if I might, for a moment, and focus upon your relationship with Mr. Casey. Obviously, you've had a long and fairly close professional relationship in the sense that you served him while he was at the SEC. Isn't that correct?
That is absolutely correct, Mr.
How many years would you say you've known him?
Well, I knew him. I met him in '72, I think.
So roughly 15,
72.
almost 15 years.
That is correct.
And he brought you to the CIA as general counsel?
Yes, he did.
Do you know why, what his thinking might have been in terms of picking you for what was an important post?
I never asked him that. I do know that on one other occasion, when he went over to the Export-Import Bank, he asked me to become general counsel of that, and I hadn't had my fill of chasing the wrongdoers on Wall Street up in that time, so I decided to stay where I was, and I guess I didn't want to become a banker anyway. But and so I didn't go with him that time. He then, after the was it 80 election, he came into town and asked me to come and have a drink with him, and he said that I'm going to. He said, you know, I asked you one other time to come with me, and you turned me down. I'm going to ask you one other time if you want to come and be my general counsel at the CIA, and I'll give you one more chance. And I said, Bill, let me think about it. And I thought that was time to make a change.
But it would appear that when he had a difficult legal position to fill, that you were a man he thought of first.
Well, I don't know if I was first or second or third.
Well, whatever. Would you describe him as your mentor? Say you were perhaps a protege of his?
Well, Again, I have such a great feeling for this man that it's very difficult. I can describe him in any way you want. I've learned a lot from him. He was an enormous individual. He was brilliant. He was very, a great man. And
I share your favorable view of Mr. Casey. I think he was an extremely able and competent director of the agency. But obviously one of the problems we're faced with is that due to his untimely death, he's not available to participate in these hearings, and so we have to look to his associates in terms of trying to ascertain what his role was in these proceedings and what his views were at the time, and obviously many of us think he played a fairly significant role in these proceedings. I wonder if you can comment on what kind of manager or administrator he was. Was he a hands-on kind of an individual, deeply and intimately involved in the work of his subordinates, or was he laid back like some prominent people we've heard mentioned in recent months?
Well, I'll tell you that laid back, don't ask me about my management style, because I think it pretty much mirrors that one, because I think it's a good style. I think we've been too critical of that, but I think it's always good to get good people, put them in, trust them, give them their ability to do it, and then be there to help them when they need it. But that's beside the point. Casey was an excellent manager, although I don't think he had any real management training. I worked under numerous so-called managers who had a lot of formal training, who were supposed to be the latest word in management, and he ran rings around them. I'll give you some example. When I was at the CIA, I mean, SEC, he didn't even know who I was. I was, I had held a post for him. But what do you think? He came to me one day and he said to me, "Stan," he says, "how can I make your job easier? Tell me what we have to do to make your job easier." I said, "You really want to know?" He says, "Yes." Well, I had a list of about 10 things that were all the things that the other chairman had put on me over the years. And now I couldn't believe we're going to take all these off. He did the same thing at the CIA. This was a real person who wanted to help the people themselves. In government, I found that there was too often a relationship between the top management feared the people under them. They feared that they were going to do something that they didn't want them to do. People feared the agency, feared the people under him. He went in there to try to help the agency to achieve what it was supposed to achieve.
But would you describe him as having a great deal of knowledge about what was going on underneath him? Obviously,
Yes.
you had to know a good deal about your job and your duties and responsibilities to come to you and offer to make your burden
He
easy.
didn't get involved in the legal end of it. He relied on me. But in other operations, my perception was that he was he wanted to get to the heart, get down to the people themselves. He would cut through layers of layering. He wouldn't sit around there and wait for the deputy director and the deputy director and the 4 people under him or 6. He would go right down to the bowels of the operation and speak to those people. He was that kind of a person that would be able to penetrate. And I must tell you, at one point I mentioned to him, I said, "Bill, this is the
Can
beginning."
you talk into the mic, Judge?
Yeah, at the beginning I mentioned to him I didn't think he could ever really take control of that organization, and I was very surprised after a number of years he was able to. Very difficult.
But in terms of the choice I made up front, laid back or hands-on, as I interpret what you're saying, he was very much an active, aggressive, involved manager of the agency.
Yeah, but he wasn't a micromanager.
Right. Okay.
He interested in pushing what he wanted to push. He had his number 2 person who was the operations officer to make sure things ran right. And also one that he wanted to do, and he did this at the SEC as well as the CIA, he had all phases of the operation working at once. It's like getting a 16-cylinder car and having every cylinder working. He didn't limit himself to, say, the intelligence gathering area or to the covert operation area. He was broad-based, which is an amazing kind of thing and very difficult for someone to do.
Given what you know about him, Judge, is it likely that the kinds of activities this committee is interested in looking at, specifically the Iranian arms transaction, the concern about hostages, the support for the Contras, are these the kinds of activities that would have gone on involving agency personnel that he would not have been aware of?
Well, that's hard for, I wasn't there, as you know, from February 7th. I would assume he
But
knew.
up until the time you left.
Yeah, I would assume he would know what was going on, but I would also tell you that I don't think he would have done anything that was unlawful. The thing.
I didn't suggest that.
No, but I say the
I'm
thing.
suggesting trying to ascertain, given your perspective, that
Yeah,
as you
you're right.
yourself described, that you occupied one of the 3 top slots in the agency, being
No,
the
I-
director, the deputy director, yourself.
No, I think I misstated what I think, or you in this particular project, I was the highest, because I only thought that the people who were at that time were involved in it was the director and the deputy director, possibly the deputy director of operations. But I considered myself as being when those 2 weren't there, that I was the one that was the person. But I didn't mean to say that I had the 3rd job in the agency, which is I was off on the side somewhere, not in the straight up and down line off, not as a line officer.
Did the director ever confide in you his views on either one of these matters, either support for the Contras or the Iranian transactions, from a policy standpoint?
On the support of the Contras, it's obvious where his sympathies were. As to the Iran transaction, I think on that one, I didn't detect a great enthusiasm. I detected one that it might deserve a chance to work. Nothing else was working.
Did he ever,
everything else had been shut down.
Connection with the Iranian transaction, did he ever mention any concern about the fate of Mr. Buckley?
He didn't. I wouldn't have had that conversation with him, but I am sure not only he, the entire agency was concerned about Buckley. You're absolutely right. Buckley was a concern of everyone's.
Because, of course, he was our station chief in Beirut, captured by terrorists, tortured, and ultimately put to death.
I don't know whether you know it, Mr. Cheney, and I don't think it's anything that's classified, but he had set up a very special group that was concentrating solely on trying to get the hostages out. And I wasn't even involved in it, but I heard that it was going on. I knew the people that were in it. And I don't even think they even met at a different, might not even met in the building. But there was a group that was a task force that was trying to do it. So there was a concern.
Would you expect, given that level of concern and certainly Mr. Casey's loyalty to his subordinates who undertook extremely hazardous and dangerous assignments as Mr. Buckley had, that that's the kind of thing he would have expressed to the President?
Oh, I'm sure of it. I mean, I wasn't there, but I would assume he would have told
Do you have
me.
any firsthand knowledge, any discussions, conversations you ever had with Mr. Casey or anybody else in the agency concerning the matter?
Oh, yes. Other people that we were concerned. There's no question about it. Extremely concerned. And as I say, they set up a task force just to do that task of some of the top people. They were exploring every possibility.
Let me shift gears for just a moment. Did Director Casey ever talk to you generally about the need for secrecy, the problem of leaks, especially in connection with this operation? I believe you indicated you did have some discussions with him concerning whether or not Congress should be notified of this exercise.
Not on the
memo itself, but
No,
generally.
Yeah, not on the first finding. That was, as I told you before, everything on that was my responsibility. No prior discussion with Casey at all.
Why were you concerned? That is, what was the background to your conviction that the President needed to make a decision here not to notify the Congress?
Well, we were in the middle of something. I knew that. And here I was coming in and, in effect, stating that before we could take the next step, we better get the President to make a finding. I thought that this operation, if it was or that there was a chance of it to happen, it had to operate in the utmost of secrecy. That was impressed upon me. And that was an item, as I told you, there are 3 parts to this, 3 components. And I decided to deal with it as any lawyer. How do I deal with that problem? How do I maintain the utmost secrecy in this project? How do I do it? And I decided on that to invoke something that I knew I don't think had been invoked before by this administration.
Was there ever an occasion with respect to other covert action findings, and maybe the question wasn't asked, I assume you were involved in the preparation of other findings.
Right.
Was there ever another occasion during your tenure at the agency when you recommended that the President not notify the Congress?
I don't know. It might have, there was one other instance where there was a partial non-notification, is my recollection. But I think what happened is they went to the chairman of the committees or something. And I think Mr. Hamilton decided he didn't want to hear it or something like that. I don't know if that's true. I'm going on recollection.
I'll let Mr. Hamilton address that.
Yeah.
Why didn't you recommend taking advantage of the procedures that exist to notify the so-called Big Eight, the Speaker and Republican leader, the Republican and Democratic leaders of the Senate, and the chairman and ranking member of each Intelligence Committee?
Well, I can't even recall whether that even crossed my scope at that time. But the point, as I see it now, is that we were involved in a very extraordinary project, but it wasn't a big kind of normal special activity, if you understand. In other words, this was a activity that was in the middle, which was going to be accomplished, I thought, at some short date. It had a specific objective, and I don't know whether you stop it at that point and go back and do these other kind of extraordinary procedures. I mean, that's the way I could see it now. And so what I was thinking of, or what my point was, let it go ahead, but make sure that you got the President, really to let it go as it's going. Remember, it's going without any notification. So what I'm saying is, let this go ahead, but make sure that the President knows it's going ahead, and that he has authorized what is happening.
But what about the Congress?
Well, the Congress, as I said, the Congress had not been notified at that point.
Right.
And what I'm trying to do is to take care of the one major problem, which is to make sure that the President, that we know what the President's stand is. And that's why I did it that way.
Viewed now with the benefit of hindsight, do you have any second thoughts about that decision to go for non-recognition or non-notification of the Congress?
Congressman, that if this is what this has caused, obviously, that's an easy decision. But I think, and again, it would be easy for me to say so. It doesn't cost me anything to tell you that. But I do think, whether this is the case or there might be some other case, I do think there are instances where you would have non-notification. I think it's built into the statute itself. It's built into the Constitution.
But Judge, I'm not one of those members who insist or believes that it would even be wise to require the President to notify the Congress in advance, and I think lots of times demands for notification are overdone by the institution I'm a part of. But we have tried, with a statute that's on the books, to create a procedure which would indeed allow for limited notification to the Congress. Now, I'm aware of the arguments on the other side. Bill Colby, in his memoirs, a former director of the agency, and I believe in testimony before the Congress, said that in his last year at the agency as director in 1975, every single covert action that was brought to the attention of the Congress was subsequently leaked. Not necessarily by the Congress, but ultimately became public. There's a long history of difficult aspects of this relationship, but it strikes me that this was a momentous decision, not a relatively minor decision, that in light of the subsequent some 11 months before Congress was notified, in light of the controversy that's obviously developed, it strikes me that this was a very big decision that you made in connection with that November finding and that others made in connection with the January finding.
Well, again, I wasn't looking down 11 or 12 months. I thought it was going to be a shorter period of time than that. And, I sometimes wonder if I'd still been at the agency, whether this would have happened. I kind of think that it would not have. And I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but there would have been certain key times when we would have had to focus on it. And that's what concerned me. But, there's one other thing that I just mentioned to you, Congressman, and that is there still could be a system where there could be an accountability point, where, in other words, if you're going to make one of these findings, at least you notify the Congress that a finding had been made, which would allow disclosure maybe 30 or 60 days down the road. So there are ways of dealing with that kind of problem.
Well, let's pursue that for a moment. I see my time's about up, but by way of closing out my questioning, what, if any, recommendations would you make that, had they been in existence at the time, would have given you sufficient confidence so you would not have recommended to the President of the United States that he not notify the Congress of a significant covert action?
Well, I don't think it's a confidence factor. I think, as I told you, I was in the middle of something. But there are instances where you're going to have to recognize that there are secrets that have got to be very tightly held. I'll give you an example. Suppose through a covert action we're able to get the person in the Soviet Union with his hand on the button. You're not going to go around and tell 10, 15 people about that. So what I'm saying to you is there's got to be some method that somebody, how you define it, I can't tell you. It's obvious that from what we're doing here that I might not have called the right one at this time, but there's going to be one that somebody's going to agree is the right call.
But ultimately, Judge, one of our responsibilities as a committee, of course, is in this particular area, for some of us serve on the Intelligence Committee and will be addressing the issue in the months ahead anyway, but is to try to ascertain whether or not there's anything we can do to improve the confidence level in both bodies, both the executive branch and the Congress, so that the relationship works the way it has to work if it's going to be a smooth, functioning, ongoing operation. And having made this decision, it strikes me that it would be beneficial from the standpoint of the committee to have your thoughts on why it is you made the decision to go covert, if you will, in this particular instance and not tell the Congress. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Sporkin, a number of witnesses have come before the committee and invoked the Fifth Amendment. I think you may be our first witness by the conclusion of today's proceedings to invoke the Eighth Amendment, which prohibits the infliction of cruel and unusual punishment. And if you don't, one of us up here probably will during the course of it. But I was interested in your reaction in November when you were presented with this dilemma in which Mr. McMahon came to you and said, we've got a problem. One of our proprietaries has been involved with a covert operation. We need you to take a look at it. And this morning you said in response to Mr. Woodcock, you said, look, I gave him some stiff legal advice. You've got to go to the President to get authority. I guess my question is, what's so stiff about telling the agency that they have to comply with the law?
Oh, I didn't know. No, Senator, I don't think it's, you're putting it on a legal, non-legal. I was putting it on a prudential basis. There's a lot of people might have thought that I might have pulled the trigger too soon. And there's I think there could be a debate as to whether that was required, quite frankly. It is where was the agency at this point? The agency was running a proprietary. It was at the tail end.
What's so stiff about saying you've got to go to the President on this one and get authority? What's so terrible about going to the President saying some activity took place involving the CIA, it requires a finding? What is so stiff about that kind of advice?
Well, again, it's when you're in the pits, you can't go. There's only so many times you can pull that one, and it seems to me the President has a lot of things to do, and you don't want to go and start every time there is an activity that the agency's involved in to go to the President and say you got to have a finding. You can't micromanage this country. It'd be
it's
very
not micromanage. The question of applying the law.
Well,
if in fact Mr. McMahon was quite upset, was he not, when he came to you, saying we've got to have something here, Stan?
No, I don't think he said we've got to have something. What he said to me is I wanted to take a look at it.
Well, let me tell you, he talked to the Intelligence Committee, and he testified to, under oath, that he was the one who came up with the recommendation, got to have a finding. We've got to have a finding. Now, I think it's a minor matter, but he proceeded to tell us how agitated he was, and he seemed quite sincere, the fact that he was very upset with what had taken place. But in any event, I guess my question really was trying to find out what is so difficult about going back to the agency and saying, look, you've got to get a finding on this, have the President sign off on it if you're going to abide by the law. That doesn't sound like an onerous burden for the agency or indeed the President.
Again, what I'm saying is you with the President having all the activities that he has to tell him that this is a matter that he himself must approve, I think is a stiff advice. I don't know how many times that's done in government.
Well, he signs a lot of findings, doesn't he?
I don't think so.
You don't believe there are a lot of findings that are signed concerning covert activities?
Oh, I know they're not. I think
Pardon?
that I know they're not. There were. I mean, we know how many. How many during a year does he?
Well, I won't give you the number, but there are certainly more than a dozen. Would you say?
Oh, yeah, we talk.
2 dozen?
I don't think it's 2 dozen.
Well, in any event, but there are more than this is a fairly not a routine part of his administration, but when we're dealing with covert actions, the president's required to sign it.
Yeah, Senator, you take what the normal covert finding is. If you knew what effort went into those normal covert findings, you're talking.
As they should.
Well, I know, but you're talking about very, very labored, goes through tremendous numbers of people. It gets so. What I'm saying to you, this I don't know of how many instances you had a situation like this, where I take the finding and go to the deputy director and do it. And I would say to you again, I am as you know, I'm testifying here today under oath, and I'm telling you. And I guess, you know, Mr. Mann, obviously I'm not going to be in any kind of a dispute with him, but I don't think, it's my recollection is different, because I think all he could have said is he wants a finding, and, you know, and I would have done it. I wouldn't have had to go.
It's not a major point.
Yeah.
My only concern was why was it so stiff advice, but let's move on to something else.
Right.
Advise the judge that the House members did not walk out on you. There is a vote in progress in the House of Representatives.
Thank you, sir.
This morning, Judge Sporkin, you indicated that you had to get from A to B. You can't send the client away when you're working for the United States government, and you can't duck problems, and that you didn't take the time to go through any kind of a technical analysis about how you get from A to B, but you decided based on your experience that's where you want to go. There's an old Maine expression that says that you can't get there from here. Why couldn't you have just said you can't do this? You can't have a ratification of a prior unauthorized act.
Well, because I was not clear that that was an unauthorized act.
Well, based upon what was told to you, that you had no indication that the President gave any authority to sell anything to either the Israelis or to the Iranians, did you?
Well, I didn't have it either way.
Right. You didn't have any knowledge whatsoever.
None at all.
So how could you give a recommended advice from getting from A to B without knowing whether the President had in fact ever authorized that in the beginning?
Because that was teed up for him in that
Pardon?
that was being teed up for him in that finding.
What do you mean teed up for you?
Well, because it says, I hereby ratify, and that's what that was, and I hereby authorize. And therefore, if he did not ratify, he did not.
If he had not authorized it initially, is it your judgment he nonetheless could have ratified it subsequently?
Well, I think that again, I'm giving you what my best recollection is, the testimony, which I think is consistent, is that this was activity that he wanted to be accomplished. And that's what this was to see if that is so. If not, then he would have come back and said that isn't so.
The point is you had no information whatsoever as to whether or not this activity had been authorized prior to the act having been completed. I mean, that's pretty clear from the record.
Absolutely clear.
And so what you're saying is that under your interpretation of the law, if the President could have authorized the activity in the first place, he could, in fact, subsequently ratify it.
I don't think I'm saying that. What I'm saying to you is the fact that I didn't know he authorized this activity doesn't mean that he hadn't authorized the activity.
Wouldn't that have been an important factor in your mind as to whether or not you advise how to get from A to B through a finding and a ratification of prior acts?
Well, I think that's what this was to accomplish. That's what this was to. I don't take the position that the President was going to take this document and just simply rubber stamp it. Now, either he meant it or he didn't mean it. But I had no way of communicating other than I couldn't conceive of myself picking up the phone and calling him.
Let me ask, the reason I'm asking you this is not for looking back over the past, but rather looking to the future.
Right.
If there is a theory advanced that you can have an act which takes place which is not authorized but subsequently can in fact be ratified, then what you've got in effect is a proposal whereby the CIA could hold the President hostage for a finding in the future. Let me give you an example. You talked about hypotheticals. For example, a foreign leader who is particularly despicable to us is violently overthrown by foreign nationals who it turns out had logistical assistance by members of the CIA. Could the President then ratify that act if he hadn't authorized it in the first instance?
I would have been against that.
No, I'm asking can that be done under existing law? No, can it be done is what I'm asking, not whether you would can it be done under your interpretation? Can you have an unauthorized activity subsequently ratified by the President?
It seems to me when you say an unauthorized activity, I think you're answering the question. But
there is no presidential finding in existence. The activity takes place.
Right.
They then come to you, and then you present it to Mr. Casey or to the President saying, look, this is what took place. We need to have it ratified in order to make it legal.
I would have urged against it, and I would not have done it. And I say to you that this is an altogether different situation, because we're talking about something that was unauthorized. I don't know whether it was unauthorized. Secondly, I'm talking about something in which the CIA was a very minor player. And that's another reason why you say, when I say it was stiff advice, it was an extraordinarily minor player. And third, we're talking about something that took place within 48 hours.
Did you know whether the acts included Israeli activity? I think you testified you didn't have any knowledge about their activity, the Israelis, on the prior act. In November?
I thought I did know. Did I say that? I think I knew.
All right. Yes.
That when you're talking about foreign, I think I knew that.
All right. Did anyone, to your knowledge, believe that there is a transfer of oil drilling equipment?
I heard of that, and I can't put it into context, but I didn't take it as that.
Okay. Now, is it your judgment that you can have an oral finding?
Well, you're asking me now, and I've seen documents that indicated you can have an oral finding, yes.
You believe there can be an oral finding?
Yes.
Well, I think you indicated to Mr. Woodcock it's a very serious matter to have a finding because it sets the guidelines for the government to carry out its activity.
Right.
Doesn't that, in effect, undercut the very purpose of the Hughes-Ryan Act?
To have oral findings?
Yes.
I don't know whether I'd act on one, but it seems to me, you can't straitjacket the President either. If the President calls someone in and says, we've got to move today, go out and do it, I think that somebody can be able to go out and do it, and then later on you do the paperwork. It's just it really how
long do you think the paperwork should take?
It shouldn't take long.
Right. Well, in this particular case, if we look back at the facts, apparently the oral finding was sometime in August of 85.
I wasn't involved in that.
Right. No. August of 85, and there was no paperwork to sort of clear it up until December or November, actually, with your finding.
Well, wait.
Your draft of the finding was in November of 85, wasn't it?
I wasn't trying to clear that up.
Well, that's what I'm pointing out is here we had a situation where there's an oral finding that appears to be an unreasonable length of time even under your interpretation to have a written declaration of the guidelines, right?
I hope it's right, but I don't know whether I'm being tarred with here. That's the only thing.
I'm not trying to tar you. I'm just trying to find out what the procedure ought to be. If we're going to have oral findings, it seems to me that is a definite undercutting, if not the letter, of the spirit of the law.
Again, I can't. You're asking me in a legal thing whether you can have an oral finding. I suppose you can. If you're asking me whether it's prudential to do it, I suppose it isn't. I would say it is not. But there could be one or two circumstances in which the President ought to be able to say, go out and do something, and in a short period of time later, he will in effect do the paperwork to ratify it.
All right. Well, you were called upon by Mr. McMahon to get a finding or to make an analysis of the problem. But then in January, you were called by Lieutenant Colonel North. Said, we want another finding, expanded version.
Right.
Is Lieutenant Colonel North in the habit of calling up General Counsel at the CIA and saying, get me a finding, or we want a new finding?
You say, had he done it before? He hadn't done it before, so he wasn't in the habit.
Well, were you in the habit or in the custom of taking requests from someone at the NSC as opposed to Mr. Casey?
Well, I think I explained what happened here. The point is, when it came to a mere drafting thing, I did it. But when it came to taking one step further, I went and called Mr. Casey and got him off the golf course. Yes, I wasn't, but you got to remember at that point I was the senior official at the agency on this matter, and therefore I had certain discretion. But I didn't exercise that discretion when I found that Mr. Casey was not involved in the matter, and I did get him off the golf course.
Now, you indicated before that there was strong personality clashes, at least between Mr. McMahon and Oliver North, the meeting you attended in, was it in December?
Yeah, well, he wasn't, McMahon wasn't there. That was my interpretation that...
Well, I think you've indicated before in prior testimony it was like the mixing of oil and water.
Well, I probably did.
Now, that didn't come about through one day's observation. I think it was perhaps it came about over a period of time. You realized the deep feeling that Mr. McMahon held about the agency, and you also knew about the strong feelings held by Oliver North.
I think so.
And as a matter of fact, Mr. McMahon did not like the prospect of Oliver North drawing the agency into this particular activity, did he?
Well, he didn't want the agency involved in it. He would rather have somebody else do it.
And Mr. North knew he'd have some problems with Mr. McMahon if he insisted the agency be involved. Is that what you said this morning?
I think that's a fact.
And what we had ultimately is that Colonel North prevailed because the agency did in fact become involved, and Mr. McMahon decided to take retirement instead.
No, well, you're asking me that.
Well,
I don't know that. All I know is I left before Mr. McMahon left.
Okay. Why did you believe that the November finding had been signed?
Well, I believed it because the recommendation I had given to Mr. McMahon was accepted, that he said he was going to take care of it. Everything that I saw indicated that it was. You
never saw the finding signed?
No, sir. I never saw the finding.
No one ever saw the finding signed, right?
I don't know if anybody did.
We have, in effect, a stealth finding that ended up in somebody's safe that never acted upon.
Yeah. I don't know whether it's been signed or not. Somebody's going to have to determine that.
Well, in any event, you said you came to the conclusion it was signed, or you assumed it was signed, but then in January, you were asked to draft another finding.
That is correct.
As a practical matter, wouldn't it have referred to the prior finding? Don't you draft findings either superseding or modifying a prior finding?
That was a possibility. That didn't occur to me, except that, as you know, as it finally comes out, it in effect subsumes that other finding, because I recommended to the director that the hostage matter be put back in, or be put into it.
Okay, now, switching up to January 20th, you said there were two things on your mind. Number one, get the hostages back, and number two, make sure the weapons were paid for.
That's right.
That was the principal focus of your attention during that meeting.
Right.
And as a matter of fact, that was the principal focus of the administration, was it not?
Which meeting are you talking about? This is the
January 20th.
The one in the situation with yes. Okay, that's correct.
And during that meeting, that's the time you met with General Secord?
Yes, that's right.
Did you ever make a statement concerning how the agency should have disowned Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I did.
You did. And that was met with some criticism, was it not?
No, yeah, let me tell you what that was.
Well, if you could do it just briefly, because my time is running out. Mr. Casey instructed you well.
What happened was that when the Wilson matter broke, there was some of the people that were there wanted the Casey to, in effect, try to justify the actions of the agency. I thought that the best way to proceed is to say that, look, we're a new broom in here, and we will take whatever action has to be taken. You get a few times in the course of events that you can do that, and that was my strategy.
But there were people who were upset with...
I think some of the people at the agency wanted to, you know, everything the agency did was right.
And there was a time when General Secord came to you complaining about the treatment he had received as a result of the association, was it not?
That's right.
Did you quote a Russian proverb to General Secord?
Well, there's something in his notes that I will not deny I said, which is that if you lie down with dogs, you can expect to come up with fleas.
Now, one final area of questioning. There was a suggestion yesterday by some of the DOD witnesses that you have an option. We can either follow certain public procedures or we can, quote, go black. The implication was left that somehow, if we decide to go black, we don't have to necessarily comply with other provisions of the law. Would that be your interpretation as well?
Well, they're using the word, I think they're using black for special activities, covert operations. And my view is that's what covert operations are, that they give the president an opportunity to, through a different regime, a different type of reporting requirement, to do it that way so that you can avoid the other problems. Yes, I think that's an accurate statement.
Well, if I could just ask two more questions, Mr. Chairman. I have some difficulty with that interpretation because there's nothing in the Hughes-Ryan Act would suggest that somehow that would preempt the other provisions of the law. I'll give you a series of quick hypotheticals if I can.
Yeah.
If we had the Arms Export Control Act had a flat prohibition on the sale of arms to countries who sponsor terrorism, and we listed Iran as one of those countries who sponsored terrorism, could the President legally sign a covert action that permitted the CIA to ship arms to Iran?
I think that's what we said in this case.
Pardon?
I think that's what we said in this case.
No, I don't think we said that.
Well, I mean, that was the interpretation that you could have, that could be done. That's what covert action is, Senator. It's an ability of the government. You see, you're not defeating anything, because the system requires there be notification to Congress.
If there is a law on the book that expressly prohibits the sale of weapons to a particular country because they're listed as involved in terrorist activities, is it your statement that we can then go through a covert action and do that
No,
even though
I'm
there's a flat
sorry.
prohibition?
No, you can have a Clark Amendment that will shut everything down. There's no question about it. Yes, and if you know, under the Clark Amendment, the agency didn't do anything there because they were shut down. But I'm talking now about the general laws, yes, that you've got to be able, under covert operations, to be able to do these things. Now, you can stop that, but you can't, I don't know how the two can't live side by side. Now, the point is, though, that the system does provide for the same kind of tracking as the other provisions. It's only done in a different way.
Well, I don't have time right now to pursue it, but that's an area I think that warrants some examination. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Hatch.
Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Senator.
And I know it's been a very easy day for you so far, but I just have a few questions for you. You were general counsel of the CIA for what, about 5 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. During that time, I gather you became aware of a number of covert operations undertaken by the CIA. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. That is correct. That is correct. I'm sorry.
I wonder if I get Senator Bourne to just move a little bit to the side. I can't see you. He keeps moving and I keep moving.
Okay, maybe I can move. But
Okay. What is a covert operation? Define it for us.
It's an operation that's employed by this government to affect a certain internal processes of another government without the other government knowing it.
And without our people knowing it for the most part, too.
Well, it's done on a non-disclosed basis.
All right. When, in your opinion, does a covert or did a covert action require presidential finding?
Well, I think the Act says that before you can spend any appropriated funds, a finding has to, the President has to find that it's in the national security interest to do so.
Would you agree that the Hughes-Ryan Amendment generally requires a finding anytime the CIA conducts a covert operation that goes beyond the basic intelligence gathering operation of the agency?
I think that's a fair statement.
Now, with respect to the Iran initiative, I gathered that you felt that a presidential finding was a prudent thing to do in that initiative.
Without making that legal analysis or judgment, because it involved the shipment of arms to Iran in connection with a hostage rescue, and I thought that a finding was that I wanted to have a finding. Yes.
Did you feel that a finding was legally required at that time?
I did not make that determination.
All right. Would you agree that the plain meaning of the Hughes-Ryan Amendment would require presidential finding, whether written or oral, to occur prior to the activity in question taking place?
Well, again, I think, does Hughes-Ryan speak in terms of CIA? This is almost like a bar exam. I think, does it limit itself to CIA? Yeah, I think it does, doesn't it, the CIA?
Yeah.
And this, if you recall, was an operation not mounted by the CIA.
Okay.
This was an operation that was mounted by, I guess, the NSC, where the CIA somehow happened to be standing around and when somebody needed their help.
They were in the same government.
The same government. You're
With
right.
regard to the Iran initiative,
Yeah.
When you first learned of it in November of 1985, did you attempt to decide or determine whether presidential approval had actually been given before the operations earlier in the year had actually been carried out, and if so, what did you do?
No, I didn't make that. I thought that by sending it up, the finding that would have itself triggered that analysis. I did not
Make that determination.
or ask any questions.
All right, so just to summarize this point, in your opinion, there was nothing wrong with the written finding occurring after the fact, so long as the actual presidential approval had been given before the fact. Is that correct?
Absolutely. If there had been presidential approval giving authorization before the fact, yes, that finding could have taken
And
place.
that's whether it's oral or written. Is that correct?
I would take that position.
Okay, regarding the arms sales that eventually occurred in 1986, was it your understanding that the arms would be sold from the Department of Defense to the CIA pursuant to the Economy Act?
Yes, sir.
Okay, was it your view of the Economy Act that the sales price from DOD to CIA was required to be the purchase price of the arms on DOD's books rather than the replacement cost?
You have the wrong person.
You have what?
I say you got the wrong person to ask
Okay.
that question.
All right. So you
can't.
don't have any view on that?
No.
Okay. In other words, I would take the position, and I think others might too, that DOD was statutorily limited in the amount it could charge another agency of the U.S. government. Do you feel that that's so?
I would certainly have to look at it much more carefully than I had looked at it.
All right. Well, once the sale from DOD to the CIA was made, according to your understanding, under the program that Colonel North was putting together, that the CIA was then going to sell the arms to a third party who would then in turn sell them to the Iranians. You can see why I'm raising this issue.
Yes.
Okay. When the sale by the CIA to the third party occurred, was the CIA restricted by the Economy Act or any other law in the amount it could charge, or was the CIA free to set any price it determines or amount that it wanted?
Again, I just don't feel competent at this stage to answer that question.
Okay. So you really don't know, is what you're saying?
I would not know. I might have known at one time, but I sure as don't know now.
Well, just one final question, Judge, and it's a general one. With the benefit of your 5 years as the CIA's chief lawyer, and now that you are a federal judge and can pretty well say whatever you want to, and get away with it, by the way, do you have any suggestions for Congress as to how the laws that pertain to the CIA could be made any better?
I'm sure I do. I would say that on this area here, I think the one thing that I would urge is this audit trail, whereby if there is going to be a finding which for reasons cannot be disclosed, that at least the President ought to tell the Congress that there is such a finding lurking out there, so that at least that there would be a period of time when that would then have to be when notification would have to be made. So at least there would be some sort of a record that the Congress or the SSCI and the HPSI would know about it. That would probably be something that could be considered.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sarbanes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Sporkin, you stated this morning, repeated this afternoon, that a finding was a very important event in the agency activities. Would any findings be made affecting the agency that you would not be aware of, or would you, in the normal course of events, be involved in that?
My recollection is I had to sign off on every finding.
Okay. Now,
although, again, I assume they can override that if somebody wanted to.
But to your knowledge, you were the general counsel and you knew about all findings. Now, I take it you did not get back, as a matter of routine, any either a signed copy or an indication that a finding had been signed by the President. Is that right?
In this case?
Well, just generally speaking.
I wouldn't have. I think it's perhaps one of my people might keep
Well, let me
those.
ask you, was this the only case in which you did not know that whether or not the finding had been signed by the President?
Well, you're asking me personally. There would have probably been others, but I think the office would have known about it.
So if you don't know that whether a finding has been signed, that would be very unusual. Otherwise, how could you be comfortable in carrying out the activities not knowing whether the finding had received the President's signature? Isn't that correct?
Well, Yes, I think you're right on that, but it seems to me that, that if you're told that a finding has been signed, that I think that you have a right to rely on that.
Were you told in this instance
No,
that this finding had been signed?
When I'm saying what I've testified, that I was probably told, I just can't recall.
I see. Now, how often in your findings did you put in a provision not to tell the Congress?
I think that, as I say here, I think that was the only time.
This is the only time.
Right. There might have been another time when there was something
Now,
that
why in this instance did you write in Exhibit 4, right at the outset, the provision not to tell the Congress?
Well, as I said, that I had three parts of the problem.
All right, if you're going to refer back to your previous answer, then let me,
If I could
I
find...
recall that answer. Let me put another question to you.
Right.
Was the fact that you were putting a ratification provision into this finding a reason for putting into the finding not to tell the Congress?
Absolutely not. And I cannot say that any stronger than I've said it, because that was the first thing that came to my attention. The ratification matter came to me as I was musing over it, as I was looking, and I said, gee, we got that third problem, and this is the way to deal with it. So if I can make it as more emphatic, Senator, I would make it more emphatic.
Well, now, when you did Exhibit 6, which is your finding of January 2nd, 1980,
Right.
You wrote the Congress into that finding, did you not?
That was my staff, yes.
And that was I take it, the normal procedure.
Yes, that is correct.
In other words, in fact, as I understand it, the only time that you did not write the Congress into it is in the instance of the findings that we have here before us.
Yes, as I say, there might have been one other instance which had some sort of a, it might not have been a full non-notification, but I'm just going on recollection. But let's pursue it, yes.
So that in Exhibit 6, the Congress was written in. They provided for notification to the Congress.
That is correct.
You then modified that to write alternatives. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, why did you do that?
Because I believe, at that time, somebody's asked me to help in the preparation of a document. And I wanted to make sure that that matter was focused on and that decision had to be made, and I wasn't going to make that decision. I knew that it had some relationship to the prior finding, the activity. And I wanted that option to be presented to the President, yes.
Well, now, when you did finding in Exhibit 4, you didn't present the option.
That's right, that's correct.
Now, why did you do it in Exhibit 8?
Well, because I believed in Exhibit 8 that there was nothing of any tremendous, we weren't in the middle of anything, and that I just wanted to make sure when I drafted this that the President had the option. Now, let me mention one other thing. I was not the person that usually drafted these findings from scratch. I was a reviewing person, and I don't mean by the staff. I'm talking about the way that this came about. But I believed on an issue such as this that the President ought to have the option to do it whichever way he wanted.
Well, now, when you did the finding in November,
That's correct.
you wrote the Congress out of it.
That's correct.
In early January, when the
Yes.
finding was first drafted, the notice to the Congress was written in.
Right.
You then revised that
Yes.
to present an alternative. Is that correct?
Present the...
Because you thought the President ought to have that choice.
That is correct.
You didn't think that back in November when you did the finding.
Well,
You didn't present the alternatives in November in that finding, which you presented in January in the finding that's at Exhibit 8.
yeah, well, I must tell you that if I had thought about it in November, I might have done it then. But the point is, November was much different than January, Senator. In November, what I had, we were in the middle of an operation. We had an extraordinarily sensitive operation at that time. I don't think those facts pertain particularly to that January 3rd finding.
I thought you said that something very important was about to happen, and you knew it was geared to a London meeting, which
When?
involved the release of the hostages. It was an extremely sensitive moment.
What do you, I'm at a loss. I don't know what you're referring to.
Didn't you say that in January, when you were considering this matter, you were aware of a very important meeting?
No, sir. That's not my testimony. I testified that in January 20th, I learned of a meeting coming up. Not January 2nd, not January 3rd.
So at that time, you did not think you were in a sensitive situation?
Well, I was in a sensitive situation, but I believe that that option ought to be presented to the President.
Now, finally, on Exhibit 9, you wrote the Congress out of the notice. Is that correct?
No, sir. Where do you see that? I did not write the Congress out. This was a document that was presented to me, and after I had sent up my draft. And that was a decision, and I asked, has that decision been made? And I was told that it had been made.
So that
I did not make that decision.
That was presented to you by North.
That is correct.
And that was what appeared in the final finding, as you understand it.
That is correct. But that determination was made by people other than Colonel North. That determination was made because I insisted, as I testified this morning, that the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, the advisor for the National Security Advisor, and Mr. Casey had to sit down and make that determination.
So it's your understanding that determination was made by those individuals?
That was that they recommended, that recommendation came through a process where they were the people that were going to sign off on it before it went to the President.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Judge Sporkin. You testified this morning that, and I think I've got your words as you said them, an argument can be made that a finding by the President can override the statute. Did you say that this morning?
Can override certain particular statutes. I think you got to put it in context, Senator. We were talking about some of the armed statutes. Not every statute. If I did say it that, I've got to modify it.
Yeah, you modify it. You don't mean that as literally.
That's right.
Written.
There is an override. That's what a covert finding is supposed to do at times. Yes.
Well, you don't mean that it can override the statute with respect to notification to Congress, do you?
That a finding can override?
Yes.
No, sir.
Right.
I didn't mean that at all.
And you said this afternoon that non-notification of Congress is built into the statute, and it is there in precisely defined form, or in defined form, some question about how precise it is. You also said non-notification of Congress is built into the Constitution.
That is correct.
I combined that with what you said this morning. I thought what you were saying is that the President has some overriding power that authorizes him not to comply with the provision of the law requiring notification of Congress in these matters. Were you making that argument, or were you not?
The argument I'm making is very simple, Senator, and that is that the Section 501 specifically recognizes that there are constitutional prerogatives which are not going to be dealt with by the notification, and that therefore I'm saying it is both a statutory matter as well as a constitutional matter, because if the statute recognizes it, then the statute must mean that there are times when there will be non-notification. And what the statute is recognizing, is recognizing that there is a constitutional issue here.
So you interpret the statutory reference to the constitutional authority of the executive and legislative branches to mean that the President has a broad constitutional authority which enables him not to comply with the other provisions of the statute requiring notification to Congress of covert actions. Is that what you're
Well,
telling me?
Senator, I'll say it in my terms.
All right.
And I think what I'm saying is Hornbook law, quite frankly. I have not really seen any dispute with this, what I'm telling you now.
Well, what is it that you're telling us?
Because I'm telling you that the statute recognizes that there will be times when then there will be non-notification. If you read the statute, it's there. The statute in 501CA or 501B recognizes it. Because what does 501B say? It says in instances where the president doesn't give notification, he shall make a timely, I forget, it should in a timely fashion give notice. So the statute itself, and I think there's another provision, there's a third provision that I think that recognizes that point. So the statute is replete with these references.
Well, just a minute, Judge. The Section 501B is very short, and it's clear, and when combined with the legislative authority, clearly does not demonstrate the point which you're making. This statute says the President shall fully inform the Intelligence Committee in a timely fashion of intelligence operations in foreign countries other than activities intended solely for obtaining necessary intelligence for which prior notice was not given under subsection A, and shall provide a statement of the reasons for not giving prior notice. And those circumstances were emergency situations. It was not intended to convey a broad grant of authority to enable the President not to give notice. What it was saying is that when there's an emergency and he can't do it in advance, then he must do it in a timely fashion as soon as possible.
But, Senator, that's the point I'm making.
No, your point is just the opposite.
No.
Your point has been that he's got some broad constitutional authority not to tell the Congress.
No, what I'm saying to you, what the section that you just read recognizes, that there will be, look, there's a three-track system under this statute. There's the no notice, there's the notice to the group of 8, and then there is the notice to the intelligence bodies.
Where's the no notice track?
The no notice track comes right under the first 3 or 4 words where it says subject to or consistent with the President and the President's and the legislature's constitutional authorities. Now, when you take the second provision that says that in those instances where no notice is given, he shall give notice in a timely fashion. Now, what does that provision mean? It doesn't mean, it has to mean the third track. It could mean nothing else, Senator.
No, of course not. It can mean just what I just said, that the President is required to give notice in advance. But in those emergency situations when he cannot give notice in advance, then he was required to give notice in a timely fashion.
I know, but where does he give the right? Where do you think he gets the right not to give notice in advance? Where does that come from?
It comes from that language which directly contemplates it. I think this testimony of yours makes clear that one of the things we have to do is to completely revisit this act. If you, as the General Counsel of the Central Intelligence Agency, read this to mean that the President, in his discretion, can, in circumstances when he determines it appropriate, not notify Congress of covert activities, then this statute doesn't mean anything.
Senator, you've read in things that I didn't read in.
Well, that's what you just said.
No.
You said there's a 3-track approach, and one of them is no notice.
Yes, but you read in discretion and all these other things. What I'm saying to you is that by the very words of that there has got to be a contemplation that there will be a time when no prior notice will be given.
And it is that in 501B, but it makes it clear that the notice will then occur in such limited circumstances in a timely fashion.
But the point that I'm saying, if you read the provision the way you're reading it, read the provision the way you're reading it, there is no time when the President could not give prior notice, that he could act without prior notice. Otherwise, it's got to be somewhere.
No, you are completely misstating what I said, and I apologize, Mr. Chairman, my time is up.
Well, by the way,
just one more minute. You have said that there are you said a 3-track approach.
Right.
All right. One of them is no notice.
And
That means
comes-
he doesn't tell Congress.
That comes from the statute. You're saying it doesn't come from the
I'm
statute.
saying that what the statute says is when, you see, you're not using the word prior, is when he can't give prior notice, then he must give notice in a timely fashion. That, I don't read that to mean no notice. I read that to mean he can't give prior notice, but then he must notify Congress as soon as possible in a timely fashion.
Well, I don't think we're saying anything different. What I'm saying, I wasn't saying...
I think there's a big difference.
No, I wasn't saying no. I was saying, in all these, we're talking about deferred notice. We're not talking about no notice. I'm sorry if we're on the wrong track.
Then let me ask you one conclusory question.
Yeah.
Do you agree that the President has no authority not to notify Congress with respect to such activities?
Well, you're asking me a question which I am telling you an argument can be made. I did not make
I'm asking you, do you believe that?
I do not make that argument.
Do you believe it?
My point is there may well be I do not want to give away the President's constitutional prerogatives. It may well be that he does have under certain circumstances, but I must tell you, as I said this morning, I counseled against it. I counseled against it. I said there must be notice given. There must be notice given.
Well, I apologize, Mr. Chairman, to you and the members of the committee for going over my time. I'd like to continue this, Judge Sporkin, but my time is up.
Congressman Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Sporkin, do you believe that covert actions which make significant changes in United States policy ought to be brought to the attention of the Congress?
Yes, sir.
Do you also believe that individuals such as the Speaker of the House, Minority Leader of the House, the Senate Democratic and Republican leaders are as worthy of trust as Mr. Ghorbanifar or Mr. Hakeem?
More so.
More so. Good.
I don't mean that. No, I mean, obviously.
I understand what you mean, and I appreciate your reply.
Yeah.
Do you believe these officials could contribute as much or more to the counsel offered the President than officials from foreign governments?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, Judge, I gather from some of your previous statements that you believe that the President can withhold notice of a particular covert action that may involve high risk of life, and that he need not communicate any information about that activity until the risk which led to his withholding the information has ended. And I gather further that this kind of concern about the risk to life could lead to a situation where a covert action finding would not be brought to the attention of Congress for months, possibly years. Is that correct?
Well, everything up until the last part, Congressman, I would agree with. Look, I would be concerned about the months and the years, but there are operations in which you would have that, which you would, where the President has got, I believe, has got to have some ability to be able to keep his own counsel and to try to do something if it means the kinds of things that you indicated.
Well, let me just see if I can understand.
Yeah.
In terms of notice,
Yes, sir.
Under Section 501, the President has two alternatives, doesn't he?
Three.
Well,
That's what we just, that was,
well,
you might want to cede some of your time to Senator Mitchell, but that's, and I think we agree to that. There are three alternatives.
all right. Under extraordinary circumstances,
Yeah.
the President has the option of notifying the 8 senior members of the Congress. doesn't he?
Right.
Right. Or he can come to Congress and notify both of the intelligence committees.
Right. Now, we're talking about prior notice at this time.
So my prior notice, right.
Okay.
Now, it's your interpretation that there's a third?
That's right, a deferred notice, and that's where I think Senator Mitchell and I got into that, unfortunately.
Well, I don't want to usurp
Yeah.
Senator Mitchell's
Right.
ground, so I'll leave that for him.
Yeah.
I'll move on to another.
Congressman, the only point I was making, if you look at the next provision, it does say when you don't give prior notice, you must give notice in a timely fashion. So that has to mean something.
Well, let's talk about timely notice a little bit.
Right.
Do you feel that it was legitimate for the President to have withheld notice of the January 17, 1986 finding for as long as he did?
Congressman, I think you're putting me in a very difficult position, and I'm not going to. Ask me to rule on a matter like this. I think would be wrong for me to do so. I don't know. I don't know what kept it. I remember I left a very short time after this was signed.
All right. It's not my intention to put you in any
No, I know, but I don't want to. I do not want to give my view as to whether it was too long or not too long.
All right. Let me ask you this. Do you believe that if this operation had not leaked, that the President would have had the right, as you understand the law, to have withheld notice until all American hostages in Lebanon had been freed?
Well, I don't know all, but I think those that were contemplated by that. That I think was his decision. That was his decision.
Right. You would not want to impose your opinion on that?
I would prefer not to, but I think that was a decision made. And one of the things that the provision says is that when he withholds notice and then gives it, he's got to tell you why. And if you read the legislative history, it indicates that the Congress is supposed to take him to task on that. And to go back, and I would assume under a system that we're operating under, to call him to task for that, for doing something.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe that if covert action involves possible risk to life, but also involves significant policy changes, that such an operation still can be kept from the Congress for months and perhaps years?
I think it would be wrong to do so, but I'm not going to say it would be illegal.
Judge Sporkin, during the January 16, 1986 meeting that you attended in the White House, when was it suggested by those attending there that Congress would be told about the Iran initiative?
It was suggested, my recollection, as soon as the hostages were out.
Did someone at that meeting advance the suggestion that Congress might not be told then until the President left office? That is, if all the hostages had not been freed by that time?
I don't think it was put that way. It was put a different way. It was saying this President is going to have to make a report to this Congress to justify what he did, even if it means the last day in office. That's the way it was put, not the other way.
Well, in essence, though, what it meant was that he might not get around to notifying the Congress until his last day in office, didn't it?
No, I think it meant that, I think it meant as soon as the hostages were out. I don't think it was contemplated that they would take that long, but I think it was meant to emphasize that this was not going to be, that it wasn't going to happen that the President was going to, in effect, ignore that recommendation that you will see in one of my documents, that there will be notice.
What if, let's assume that all the hostages were not out by the time the President left office. What then would happen? He'd leave office without notifying the Congress?
No, sir, that's not my understanding. That he would make a report. This was this happened on his watch, and he was going to take care of it. Again, this is not the President, and I think it's being unfair to tar the President with this. This is what his advisors are saying. It's not the President. He might disagreed with that. He might have disagreed with that.
But as his advisors, they are acknowledging that it might be his last day of office before he notifies the Congress.
I think that's too strong, Congressman. I think that was said as I said it was said, that even if it meant that this is a President that's going to have to account for his actions.
Judge, did you ever speak with Dewey Claridge about agency involvement in the 1985 transfer of weapons to Iran on November 25th, 1985, or any other time?
I don't. Well, let's take the November 25 date. That's clear. No. When you say at any other time, I have no recollection. I don't believe I did.
It's your best recollection that you have not at any time talked with him about the Iran situation?
I don't recall that, yes. That's no recollection, but clearly on the 25th we did not.
What did you understand to have been Mr. Claridge's role in the shipment of arms to Iran?
I think does his name come up in one of the papers that I've seen? I think I saw some paper, but again, this is not, I'm not testifying on what I knew at the time. I'm testifying as to what I saw where somebody was, where I think I was being briefed. I think there's a document that involves Mr. McMahon in which he might have mentioned Mr. Claridge's name in it, but that's about all I know. That Mr. North had come to Mr. Claridge and when they were having trouble. That's what I mean, in getting this shipment through, and I think that's the recollection. But that came within months. I mean, since this thing all became public.
Okay. Well, was this in connection with your discussions with Mr. McMahon that Claridge came up?
No, sir. No, sir. That was not mentioned to me.
Okay, give us just the best recollection you have of what knowledge you had as to what Mr. Claridge was involved in.
At the time?
Yes, sir.
Nothing.
All right, you've just learned what you've learned subsequently. Is that correct?
In preparation of these various hearings that I've been to.
Okay. Now, were you aware that after you had told Mr. McMahon in November 1985 that a finding was necessary, and after the draft finding had been sent to the White House for President's signature, that Mr. Claridge continued to make arrangements for additional shipments of arms to Iran? Were you aware of that?
What time?
This would have been after you had told Mr. McMahon in November of 1985
I'm not
that
aware
a finding
of
was necessary.
I'm not aware of that. I wasn't aware of it.
Okay. If that did occur, would you say that such logistics planning and other arrangements were consistent with your opinion that a finding was necessary for any future efforts to ship arms to Iran?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Would you repeat that?
Okay. Would you say that such logistics planning and other arrangements were consistent with your opinion that a finding was necessary for any future efforts to ship arms to Iran, assuming that Mr. Claridge did that? I guess what I'm asking you is, you had, at the time that you were consulted with by Mr. McMahon, you represented that a finding was necessary, and you said that any shipments of this sort, in the absence of a finding, would not be in accordance with law.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is I think we ought to have a finding here. And that's what my point was, that we ought to have a finding.
So any action by any officials in the CIA in the absence of a finding would not be legal, would they?
Well, as I mentioned, I didn't make that determination at that time, and I think a good argument could be made that that would be legal. I said I don't deal in that level, that I thought we should have a finding to permit us to continue in this activity. Mr. Chairman Stokes, the point I'm trying to make is we were a very small part of this operation, and yet through my suggestion that we have a finding, we were driving the operation. We were the tail that was driving this thing. And I'm not prepared to say because a proprietary has done something in the minimal way that it did it, that it was required, if you ask me, but it certainly was prudential to have it.
Well, one of the reasons that you wanted to make it retroactive was to give it the color of legality, wasn't it?
One of it was to make sure that not only what happened was that you had that 48-hour period, which our agents had engaged in this activity, and I wanted to make sure that they were taken care of.
But it had nothing to do with whether or not their action had been legal.
I did not sit down. as I testified, I did this in such a short period of time. It was within, less than an hour. And I didn't think I had to make those judgments. Now, if somebody pressed me, then I would go back and make them, but I wasn't. I was said, it seems to me you always can do more than's required.
But Judge, weren't you confronted with this situation? Mr. McMahon had called you up and explained to you over the phone he had a highly sensitive matter that needed your attention immediately. He then said to you that I'm going to send 2 people over to you immediately. And when they came over, they presented you with a highly unusual situation, did they not? This is not a normal situation to know that we've had a proprietary ship some missiles to Iran.
You're right.
Right? And also, as a lawyer, when you approach this matter, you realized that that a finding is necessary when you engage in this type of activity on behalf of the United States government. Isn't that true?
Well, again, what I wanted was to make sure that this was that these requests were coming from the top. We had, what I was told, that we have people from one agency talking to another in which they're involved in a very, very sensitive operation. And I didn't know where that came from, and my point was to raise it to the highest level. If you could see throughout this whole story, what was I doing all the time? Get it up to the top. Get it up as far as you could go to the top to have the highest level of people focusing on this point. These are very important decisions that were being made, and they had to be made at the highest levels.
In order to give it the legality that it needed, isn't that
Well, in
true?
order to give it not only the legality, or in order to, well, you say the legality, no, I don't think it was required on the legal end of it, but in order to give it the fact that you had the right kind of people considering these matters. You don't want a government operating where you have, and I don't want to use the word low level, but at this time in the afternoon I'm having difficulty in getting the proper word, but somebody that's beneath a high official doing that with somebody else and can making some very, very very sensitive kind of decisions that could affect the entire country. You wanted to get these to the highest levels all the time.
I agree with you, Judge, and I think that's the reason why you wanted a finding, isn't it?
That's right.
Right. And in the absence of people doing this type of thing without a finding, they are carrying on government illegally, aren't they?
No, if you can ask for a finding even though it's not required by law. That's the only distinction I'm making with you. And my point was I did not make that determination that a finding was absolutely necessary.
All right. Judge, let me ask you this. My time is about to expire. Mr. McMahon's recollection of his discussion with you about the November 1985 mini-finding is that your advice was that a finding was necessary more because of the attempt to influence a foreign government than because the CIA proprietary was used to ship the arms. Do you recall making that statement to Mr. McMahon?
I don't recall it. It could be. I don't recall it.
Would you agree that that's an accurate statement of the law?
Well, I would agree that obviously if there's an attempt to influence a foreign country, that is certainly to be considered in the finding, and it's required. Yes, I agree with that.
Because the Hughes-Ryan Amendment says, in fact, doesn't it, that any activity the Central Intelligence Agency oversees other than one solely for the collection of intelligence is a covert action and requires a presidential finding. Isn't that true?
You know, well, it says if any appropriated funds, is that what it doesn't use? It's a funding. It's a limitation on funding, Congressman. And, you know, that again goes to the question whether these were appropriated funds. I didn't make those decisions. I didn't have to. You know, you had a proprietary here. Is that appropriate?
No, I'm just asking if that entered into your decisions and your conversation with Mr. McMahon.
My decisions are that, look, here you had the United States that are delivering weapons to Iran, and I mean, even I knew that was a bell ringer, and I rang the bell.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Nunn?
Judge, you mentioned this morning and read from the Intelligence Committee transcript about our dialogue, which we had, I guess it was last fall, seems like years now.
Yeah.
The answer to my question, and you quoted your answer, you said if the President orally tells somebody to do something or authorizes an act, I think he ought to be able to 3 weeks later finish up the paperwork and say, I ratify this. Now, that was when we were talking about findings. Is that correct?
That's right.
Is that still your view, that the President can give an oral, and essentially an oral authorization, and later on, 3 weeks later, come in and put that in writing?
Well, yes, again, you're pressing me on the area of an oral finding, and I think it's I think I've seen some even some Justice Department papers that indicate an oral finding is proper. I'm not going to quarrel with that.
So if we want to make sure that findings are in writing, we on the Intelligence Committee, so that the people in the CIA and others carrying out these covert activities know that they are being protected. So if we want to do that, we need to change the law. Isn't that the essence of what you're saying?
Well, again, I don't want you to do it because of what I'm saying, but I think that...
You were the counsel for the CIA, and you're testifying to that, and you have given them that advice, and you're still here saying that as a federal judge, and it seems to me...
Well, I think that's, Senator, I would hope that, I've answered a lot of questions on the law that maybe I shouldn't have answered today because I am a federal judge, and I think that I would hope that you don't take from this...
I'll strike that. Let's just say you're counsel for the CIA, were counsel for the CIA, and last fall you said for the Intelligence Committee that oral findings are all right as long as they're ratified later by written findings by the President.
Yes.
And all I'm asking you is, in your former capacity as the General Counsel for the CIA, if Congress believes that findings should be in writing, we had better change the law. That's my opinion. I ask you for your comment.
Yeah, by the way, I think there's another provision in law where that's required, where they say it has to be in writing. Again, I'm not the one that's advocating oral findings. If I'm sitting around, I'm going to require that all findings.
Oh, I understand that, and you wanted to make sure it was in writing. You wanted to repair the damage to the extent there'd been damage, and I think that was.
That's exactly.
I understand that position, but what I'm saying for the future,
yeah,
we had better address the subject of whether we want findings to be in writing, and if we do, we had better change the law.
That's up to you. It's up to the.
I'm asking you.
Yeah.
I'm asking you. Is that?
Well, I hope you're not going on my recommendation, but
you're
again,
not going to call it the Sporkin bill, but I just want to know your opinion of
it. If that's what you want, obviously, change it. Senator, let me mention this to you. There may be instances, again, where the President ought to have a leeway of a short window of opportunity where he can tell somebody to go out and do something and worry about the paperwork later on. I would say that would be one possible exception, but only one.
Well, you see, I agree with that, and I think any time we are forced by executive action to write laws so tight that the President has no discretion at all, that's the ultimate erosion of executive authority. But interpretations such as you have given force the Congress into that kind of absurd exercise, because obviously, if you can delay a written finding for 3 weeks, then there's no reason you can't delay it for 3 months. And what, in effect, these kind of rulings do internally, it forces the Congress in an absurd position of legislating rigidities. It forces the President into no discretion, and it forces the agencies into a whole lot less flexibility. So the net result of this kind of legal gymnastics, it seems to me, is to put us all into a rather unfortunate position in trying to conduct sensible foreign policy. That's an
Senator,
editorial, and I won't ask you to comment.
well,
on
I
it.
do want to comment it because, you know, you put me in a situation where you ask me a hypothetical question, I give you an answer. But the point is that that's not what I was advocating. That's not what my belief is. What I did in this case is we were talking about 48 hours. We weren't talking about 3 weeks.
All right. Well, I asked you a hypothetical, and we got a hypothetical answer, and we have to basically use hypotheticals to frame laws. That's unfortunate, but it's true. One other question. You said that findings can violate some laws or override some laws. Executive findings, presidential findings can override some laws. Now, how do we tell which laws the president can override by a finding?
Well, when I was using the word override, I think really the point is that you interpret the law whether it was intended to apply in a situation where the president...
You'd have to read the law itself.
Absolutely.
Case by case, law by law.
Absolutely.
And
sir.
you'd have to have some discretion in that law in the executive before you would be able to override it. Is that right?
Yeah, but Senator, I was saying something else, particularly where you're talking about laws with notification provisions in them. In my view, you can come to that result by going down maybe 3 different streets, all the same way. And it seems to me where you have those options, that those are the kinds of laws that I think make sense, that you ought to be able to pick what I consider to be the most preferable option. And by the way, the statutes themselves allow for it. Because you take the statute that we're talking about, 501, there's a provision there that says that any shipment of arms, and it was just put in last year, as I recall, over $1 million must go through the reporting requirements of notification requirements of 501. Now, that, it seems to me, indicates that the Congress is contemplating there can be covert shipments, and I don't think you meant to say that you would put, if those covert shipments were done, that you're going to require that they comply with the export-import, and I mean all the other provisions that might apply. So Congress itself is recognizing that.
Well,
it's not me, it's Congress.
I understand, but when discretion is given by Congress in the executive branch, President, to exercise that discretion with good judgment, then that's where government works best.
I agree with
But
that.
where good judgment is not exercised, discretion is usually taken away, and then both branches of government suffer and the national security suffers. So it's the abuse of that discretion that causes the rigidities that make foreign policy in this nation very difficult to conduct today.
Senator, I agree with that statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. My time's expired.
Hyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to have my one little exhibit put up. It doesn't compete very successfully with all of these findings, but I don't know if you can read that or not,
Well,
Judge.
I have a copy of it.
Have you?
Yes.
Would you take a look at that, because that hasn't been discussed today, and I think it's germane, to use a word not too familiar in the upper chamber, germane with what we're talking about. Section 1732 of Title 22 of the U.S. statutes, entitled Release of Citizens Imprisoned by Foreign Governments. Whenever it's made known to the President that any citizen of the United States has been unjustly deprived of his liberty by or under the authority of any foreign government, it shall be the duty of the President. Notice the mandatory form. It doesn't say seek a finding or reduce it to writing and communicate it to the 8 leaders. It says that it shall be the duty of the President forthwith to demand of that government the reasons of such imprisonment, and if it appears to be wrongful and in violation of the rights of American citizenship, the President shall forthwith demand the release of such citizen. And if the release so demanded is unreasonably delayed or refused, the President shall use such means, not amounting to acts of war, as he may think necessary and proper to obtain or effectuate the release. and all the facts and proceedings relative thereto shall as soon as practicable be communicated by the President to Congress. Now, it seems to me here's a statute that's been on the books for 100 and some years. It was passed in 1868, and it says the President shall do anything and everything short of a declaration of war, which after all is the prerogative of Congress, to release hostages. So under this statute, which is still in force and effect, and seems pretty unambiguous in contrast to the other statutes, which we'll look at in a minute and try to get into the legislative history, seems to me the President has a warrant here. He is commanded by the Congress to do any means, exercise any means at all, short of war, to effectuate the release of hostages. Now, you're a federal judge, and I know it's improper to ask federal judges for their interpretation of the law, so I won't ask you if you think this law means what it says, but you will take judicial notice of this law, will you not? If indeed a similar situation should ever arise again in your career.
Is that
right?
You're salting the mine a little bit, huh?
Yes. I just thought I'd call that to everybody's attention because we've been kind of overlooking that as we...
I don't know if this is given as much weight as the Neutrality Act, but I hope it's given more
well,
weight.
If it's on the books, I don't know who decides weight or who doesn't, but it would seem to me, unless some laws are more legal than other laws, we ought to consider this when we are analyzing this situation. Now let us take a look at the legislative history, the debates of Congress when it analyzed the question of presidential rights, presidential constitutional powers, Congress's right to be notified. And I find in the congressional record on September 30th of 1980, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee commenting on the ambiguities in the law. And he says, and I quote, "The President has made clear his belief that under some circumstances he may have the constitutional authority to withhold prior notice. Of course, the Congress has certain constitutional authorities as well as its own opinion on such constitutional theories. The conference report neither asserts nor denies a constitutional right to withhold prior notice. Rather, it recognizes that there exist authorities and duties for both executive and legislative branches of the government, and most importantly, it leaves the Constitution as it finds it," which I thought was pretty nice of Congress, to leave the Constitution as it found it. "When prior notice is not given to the committees or to the smaller group of 8, the conference report makes clear that the full intelligence committees must receive reports on the covert action operation in a timely fashion. In no case would the committees be denied a report under this provision." So it seems to me that Congress, in enacting this law, recognized a difference of opinion and that the President asserted a right to withhold prior notice. Congress recognizes that right, but in any event, ultimate notice must be given in a timely fashion. Of course, what means a timely fashion? I suppose it depends on your perspective. I would concede that 10 months is not a timely fashion. But again, it is the event and the nature of the event rather than the calendar or the clock which may determine what is a timely fashion. Because we have had testimony from previous CIA directors that a matter of months may not be untimely in terms of freeing hostages in Iran. The Canadian embassy was very helpful to us in the freeing up 6 people, and sometimes a third country doesn't want notice kicking around the hill for fear that it just might leak. If I may be, seems like an awfully fast clock. That's a, at least you haven't hit the gong.
Pardon, sir?
You've had 7 minutes.
I've had 7. Well, then I will forego suggesting to you about how leaks do happen, even from this committee. But we'll save that for another time. Thank you, Judge.
Senator Tribble.
Chairman, Judge Sporkin, let me ask you just a couple quick questions. First of all, are you aware of any other situation where covert actions were undertaken by government officials without the assistance of the CIA, but with the assistance of a network of private people?
That's a hard one for me. I want to say no, but I want to absolutely give it to you as clear as I can. There's just something in my mind which obviously we can't discuss here that possibly would fall within the ambit of your question, which I obviously can't discuss with you.
So there are...
the answer is probably no. I think what I'm probably thinking of is something that probably doesn't meet your question anyway.
Well, Judge Sporkin, the question is plain.
I know it is.
And I want you to be,
but
I want you to be certain of your response. Is it yes, no, or maybe? Or we can't talk about it here today?
Wait, let me get the question is, do I know of any other instance where covert actions are being conducted other than through the CIA?
That's a good beginning.
Yeah, well, the answer is I can't give you an answer on that. I mean, I want to give you a truthful answer, obviously, and, you know.
All right, sir. Are you aware the CIA contributed funds to the DEA?
By the way, I hope nobody takes this big thing here. It is not a very, believe me, and I believe that you probably know what I'm going to say, but I just can't. I don't believe I can say that in public.
Mike, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to. Yeah.
We'll move on, Judge.
Okay, thanks.
Are you aware that the CIA contributed funds to a DEA operation to rescue the hostages?
Only what I read in the paper. Only what I've read in the newspaper.
Assuming the accuracy of that report, that the CIA contributed financially to that DEA operation, should there have been a congressional notification and/or a presidential finding?
I'll pass. I'm not.
Tell me about the congressional notification provisions that apply to the CIA. Are you familiar with those?
I'm familiar with the ones we've been talking about today.
And you're familiar with the times when the presidential finding is necessary under the law?
That's correct.
You were the chief counsel, were you not, to the CIA?
Yes, I was.
You've been called upon to make decisions and judgments about findings and notification.
That's correct.
I see. But as a judge, you don't want to make an advisory opinion here. Is that what you're telling us, Judge? You certainly have the legal competence to make that judgment, do you not?
Well, that's for others to determine, but I hope I do. I'll tell you this has been about the toughest bar exam I think I've ever had. This one I've had today is really some bar exam. No, I'm not trying, believe me, Senator, I'm trying to be as helpful as I can, but I don't think I ought to be sitting here. And I don't think you called me for the purpose of sitting here and trying to give you legal opinions about a lot of things that have occurred in the newspaper. I think that probably would be inappropriate to do that to a judge. And that's why I don't want to do it. And I'm here to tell you on my watch what happened, and I think that's what you really want from me.
These activities did happen on your watch, Judge Sporkin, even though I know in regard to the last question, you are not personally familiar with the circumstances. So I'm not going to press...
What, this one, the DEA?
I'm not going to press...
What was the date of the DEA activity?
Press that matter.
Is there a date on that? Because I could,
I'm not sure of the exact date, Judge Sporkin,
Yeah.
but the reason that we have asked those questions is that you were on watch and you were called to pass judgment on the legal questions before this committee.
I was not?
You were in that capacity as chief counsel, and so your thoughts and ideas and insights are important to us, and it was in that vein that the question was asked.
Well, no, I will answer. If that was on my watch, if you tell me that, I'm going to answer it, because I have no knowledge of that DEA problem until I read it in the newspaper.
Mr. Woodcock, what was the date?
Senator, those operations began in January of 1985. As far as we've been able to determine, they concluded sometime around June of 1986.
Well, if it were, I was not, I did not know about it.
You were on watch then?
I was on watch up until February of '86, and I must tell you, I have no recollection of that matter being put to me.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. Chairman Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge, I want to make one observation in following up comments you had with Senator Nunn, that you made a judgment that oral findings were adequate. And I want to bring to your attention that there is a National Security Directive, number 159, which has been partially declassified, with which I trust you are familiar. But in that it says, and it was issued, you know, right after the CIA became to public notice. The CIA had covertly mined several harbors in Nicaragua. Then they drew up this directive. This directive specified that findings would be in writing and reported to the Congress as required by the law. Did you research that? Did you look that over before you wrote that opinion?
What opinion?
Well, when you gave the judgment and that you thought oral findings were adequate.
No, Mr. Chairman Brooks.
You don't think they are?
No, I think your premise is wrong.
Yeah?
I never gave an opinion on oral findings except in our discussion between Senator Nunn and myself.
You didn't write that?
No, I didn't. He asked me, I was invited to testify before the SSCI when this broke. And what happened was that he asked me, what do I think is an oral finding? Not that it's adequate, would an oral finding be legal? And I gave him my best judgment at that time that it would be legal. But it wasn't an opinion in writing, it wasn't an opinion that I...
Well, Judge, if you had looked at that National Security Directive put out by the National Security Council, would you still have that feeling?
I've got to read it.
All right.
I've got to, I've got a familiar, I probably saw it at the time, but I'm not going to, and I can now see.
Now you remember.
No, but the problem I'm getting is getting whipsawed, and that bothers me because somebody asked me to give me the best advice, best view I can, I do, and then somebody says, well, when you gave that opinion, and that's the thing that concerns me. I'm trying to be helpful.
Don't you think
I don't think I ought to be nailed for being helpful. What?
The directive was available to you, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When you were the head of the security?
But it wasn't available to me when I testified before Senator Nunn. And I got to read it because I don't know what it says right now.
I think it's a little late probably for you to read it. But Judge, I've got a couple other questions. Would you look at Exhibit 15? I believe you testified this morning that when you saw this draft finding, and it was you that had the words and third parties added in the first paragraph under description.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And if you look at Exhibit SS-18,
Yes.
finding dated January the 17th of 1986,
Right.
I believe it incorporates those three words, makes no other change whatsoever in the January 6th draft. Now, it appears that the President signed both of them, the 6th and the 17th,
That's correct.
with only that addition of 3 words.
Yeah.
And was it significant enough to have the President sign a new finding? And if so, why was that? I don't understand it.
Why I put the third parties in there?
Yeah.
Well, if you
The
read...
third parties, that's
if
the only,
you're-
and third parties.
The only thing was that when I was reviewing this draft, I noticed that in the second paragraph it says third parties. In the first paragraph, it doesn't have third parties. And I sat down and I wrote it in, and third parties. I think I was told at that time that this was going to have to go back anyway to the President. And I said, fine, if it goes back, put it in. I wouldn't have said that it was absolutely required.
But when all of them, was it in the first paragraph, was it third parties? The description? You added it in there, right? Now, why did you want to do that and not add it in the bottom of that paragraph? Where you had third countries, you just mentioned third countries. If it's going to be all the same, twice you want to put it in and third parties. The third time you use third countries, you don't want to put and third parties.
Where is that, Congressman?
And Title 15, Exhibit 15.
Oh, you mean back in the end of the...
Yeah, the first one.
Well, don't give me the opportunity now.
I
didn't probably, let's see, third countries in support of these activities. Well, I don't think we're going to give intelligence to these third parties. Provide funds, intelligence, counterintelligence.
Judge, you added it in the first paragraph in one place, but not in the other. And I just wonder, I can't understand why it's so important to have to go back to the President.
Well,
was there any reason for that?
No, I don't think that was the reason it went back to the President. I think I was told that this is going to go back to the President, and therefore I wrote it in and said, fine, if it goes back...
But there were no other changes in it.
Why
would it go back if there are no changes but that?
Well,
Did it make sense to you? I just, you know...
I would have probably told him, don't send it back just for this, but it's not in there, and I wrote it in. That's my handwriting.
But you don't know why you did it?
Yes,
Except to make it look...
Because of the symmetry here. It's in the second paragraph, it's not in the first paragraph.
But you didn't put it in both places in the first paragraph where you mentioned third. You just missed that one.
I don't know if it...
You didn't send it back a third time.
I don't know if it pertains to the bottom the bottom sentence. It could be, but I'm reading it now, and I don't know whether we'd be providing intelligence to these third parties. I don't know.
I just don't understand that, Judge. It still seems weird to go back to a President with that 3 lines in it that nobody has any...
Well, again, I wasn't recommending that it go back, but I think I was told that it was going to go back anyway, and I said, if you're going to go back anyway, add the third parties.
Well, Judge, take a look at Exhibit SS-17. It's got a memorandum apparently reflecting a telephone call between you and the Associate General Counsel.
Right.
Now, that conversation concerned a proposal by which the DOD would provide weapons to a CIA agent who would pay for the weapons with money supplied by a friendly third country. The agent would then supply the weapons to the intended recipient country. The agent would have no connection with the CIA other than to act as a middleman with our authority. Now, does this describe the role that General Secord was expected to play and, in fact, did play in this transaction?
No, this was another proposal, Congressman. This was a proposal to have the DOD do it rather than under the Economy Act. This was to have the DOD do it. It could be that that the agent would be the same. I don't think that name was mentioned at that time because, as I recall, I told you that when I heard his name mentioned, I raised an objection to it.
Now, would it have been contemplated that this agent, whoever he might be, would be paid an amount equal to whatever profits he could squeeze out of the transaction?
I don't recall that coming up or being discussed, or it was something that I was not, if it was something I wasn't focusing on.
Now, you said this morning that you thought that the CIA had established a very effective and a workable system of accountability following the congressional hearings in 1970.
That's correct.
That was before you went over there.
Was it after 70? I think it was a little later, wasn't it?
In the 70s, and you went over there.
Yeah, it was in the 70s, that's right.
Under this system of accountability, would you not have expected all of the proceeds from weapon sales such as these to come back to the United States government and be accounted for by the agent, paying him instead some reasonable amount for his services?
Well, I think what I mentioned this morning was when the CIA used its proprietaries. This was not to be done by a CIA proprietary, but I would agree with you that there should have been some system of accountability here.
And you agree that the money should come back to the U.S.?
Well, I agree that I was
to the government.
I am as I don't know the best word to do it, but I was not happy to hear of all these profits. I didn't think that that was anything that was being contemplated when I was discussing this matter. What I was worried about was that we were going to get paid, because I thought it would be very easy for the Iranians to take the weapons and not pay us, and what could we do about it? You can't bring a lawsuit.
I understand, they paid. No further questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. My time
Thank you,
is expired.
sir. Senator Boren.
Thank you.
Congressman Porter.
Judge Sporkin, trying to refresh your testimony of a little bit earlier today, you made what I thought was an interesting comment, and I'd like to have you elaborate. You mentioned the fact that in one of the first and early drafts of a finding, there was in the draft a statement about the fact that the President was not to notify the Congress immediately, and you said that was your idea. You said it was your idea alone, and words to the effect that if anyone rises and falls on the lack of notice, it should be you.
That is correct. That was on the first draft where it was deferred notification. That was my idea.
So it was your idea,
Yes.
and you put it in the first draft, the idea of not immediately or simultaneously notifying the Congress of the United States.
You're accurate.
Did Oliver North or anybody else urge you or recommend that you put it in that first draft?
Oliver North had nothing to do with the first draft. The only people that had something to do with it was, as I mentioned, McMahon, and two people came over and advised us as to the facts. I listened to them. I had 3 problems, and I tried to deal with the 3 problems. And one of the ways of dealing with...
Without putting words in your mouth, I assume that the reason you did not want to prior notice the Congress was your concern about the safety of the hostages and the high sensitivity of the subject matter.
That's partially true. That's correct.
Obviously, at that particular time, since it was your recommendation not to notify the Congress, you thought it was legal not to notify the Congress immediately.
That goes without... Not only do I think it was legal at that time, I think it's legal today, and as you can hear...
There is some confusion about the testimony. I know that everybody's trying to nail you down on this thing, but your opinion then and your opinion today, in fact, you originated the idea was the fact that the notice did not have to be simultaneous.
Or prior notice. The point is that I think again, I don't know whether that's really debatable. If it is, I would like to hear it, but notification, that prerogative of the President is there, unless I'm all wet.
The finding, which is the subject matter of this whole inquiry, went through various drafts, Judge Sporkin. Is it unusual for findings to go through various drafts?
Now, which finding are you talking about?
I'm talking about the ultimate finding, which was signed by the President of the United States on 2 occasions, January 3rd and I think January 16th.
I don't want to confuse the first finding that we're talking about. That finding went forward and that was it. That one went very easily. Again, I'm surprised when I look at it. I actually dictated, I think as it was reconstructed by your staff, I dictated it, and when you look at the dictation versus what came out, it's virtually the same. I didn't think I could dictate that well. But the The next one, yes, they went through a number of drafts, but there's
And-
nothing, that happens all the time.
The question I wanted to get out, or the answer I was trying to solicit, was whether that is unusual that
No.
a document of this importance going through various
No.
drafts with various
No.
changes.
No. Indeed, and that those other documents, I didn't know what role I was going to play. I was asked to be helpful and to supply something. I did. I didn't realize I'd be being brought back in on this matter.
Shifting your attention, if you could, to the Boland Amendment, you indicated that you drafted what you called and designated as a compliance memorandum.
That's correct.
On the Boland Amendment. Could you clarify which Boland Amendment was that compliance memorandum on?
I think it was the very first one.
Was that the very first Boland Amendment that restricted aid for the purposes of overthrowing the government?
Yes, I think it was.
Was there a reason why you didn't draft a compliance memorandum to what we call the more restrictive Boland Amendments?
Well, I didn't think you needed the broad coverage. I did it by talking to the people who were there at headquarters. The first one, you had to get it out to the people in the field.
Yeah, the second and third Boland Amendments, however, materially changed from the first one and was dramatically more restrictive.
Yeah, but we could control that, I thought, in the agency.
By oral conversation?
Or telling people, writing them opinions.
You said that, and this interested me as well, that the legal memorandum or compliance memorandum on the first Boland Amendment you felt was even sent to the resistance or the resistance leaders in order for them to know what they could and could not do?
Yeah, what are they? They're called comandantes?
The comandantes?
Yeah, I think that they were, I think so.
Well, I don't think they're the ones that are called the comandantes, but nevertheless, the
Well, I don't know,
resistance movement. I mean, did you send your legal memorandum, compliance memorandum, to the resistance in Central America?
I think to the leadership. That's my recollection. Again, I didn't do the sending. That was done by the DO.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. McCullum. Mr. Boland.
Judge, it's nice to see you again.
We go back many years, don't we?
Oh, our association goes back at least 16 years when you were in the Enforcement Division of the Securities and Exchange Commission at the time that Mr. Casey was the chairman of the SEC.
Yeah.
And then you rose from just an ordinary employee to the chief of the Enforcement Division, a position which Irving Pollock, a mutual friend of ours, occupied just before he was elevated to the commissioner's position itself.
He's here today, Congressman.
The question has been raised here about I thought there were words of art, timely fashion. I happen to be the center of the maelstrom that had some reference here by my distinguished friend from Illinois when we brought the conference report back to the floor in 1980. And I can tell you from personal experience that when the timely fashion provision was drafted, we assumed, I think rightfully so, a degree of comity would exist between any administration and any Congress such that notice would be forthcoming in a very, very short period of time. It was very difficult, incidentally, to fashion those words at that time. There was great debate within the conference, and finally we agreed on the words timely fashion. But I think all of us would agree that in this particular instance, timely fashion doesn't extend to 10 months, or when the President gets around to issuing a finding on it. But in any event, that's part of the history of those words of art. Let me ask you, Judge, you had a very close association, high regard and deep respect for Director Casey, and I can understand that. Based on your observations, do you believe that Colonel North enjoyed a special relationship with Mr. Casey, something different from the relationship that might be expected from someone in North's job and the director of the Central Intelligence Agency? And one of the reasons I asked it is because on January 2nd of 1986, you did receive a call from, and I think this is in the record and you've testified to it, from Oliver North, in which he instructed you to prepare a broader finding on the Iran initiative. That was so, was it not?
There was a request made. I asked me for my assistance.
And was it normal practice for a second-level official at the NSC to give you, the general counsel of the CIA, this type of assignment?
Well, no, I didn't look at it that way, but I think as I testified that when he wanted me to do more than act as a scrivener, I even, as I told you, I got Casey off the golf course. But there were other instances where there was another instance involving a FISA order, in which I got a call at midnight from the colonel and asking that I go to the headquarters. And I knew that he was an official of the NSC and that he was acting I believed he was acting appropriately and with authority. I mean, I don't know of any instance where I believed him to be acting other than in a proper way on my beat.
Now let me ask you, you testified that when you prepared the November finding, it was intended to cover the transfer of some type of missiles to Iran. Isn't that correct?
That's yes, sir.
Did you ever discuss your work on this finding with Mr. Casey, and if so, when?
Well, there's a document that indicates that that we did discuss it, and I'm sure I discussed it subsequent to the 25th.
And did you tell him that it was intended to cover the transfer of missiles?
Oh, I don't recall what specifically we discussed, but he knew about it. As a matter of fact, he must have come back to the country on the 26th, and there's a document that indicates my sending him a copy of the findings. So I would assume he knew about it from that point of view.
Did you tell him about it?
Well,
the transfer of missiles.
In a sense, I sent him the document. And
you testified in your
it.
draft of the finding, apparently signed by the President on January 6th of 1986, you added to the list of rationales for its approval the need to improve United States intelligence on Iran. Why did you feel compelled as the CIA's chief lawyer to devise operational justifications for this action when you testified that as a matter of policy, you chose not to insinuate yourself into ongoing agency operations?
That's a fair question, Congressman, but I guess maybe this was one where I was the exception, but I knew that to be a fact. I knew it. I had been involved in attempting to obtain certain penetration from a legal standpoint, and I then did confirm that. Subsequently, we went over that, and I said, I assume that's a fact, that he understood it. It is, and it's a very obvious kind of thing that if you're able to get this relationship, you're going to get intelligence. You're going to get intelligence concerning the terrorists, you're going to get intelligence concerning the hostages, you're going to get intelligence concerning internal operations. So I didn't think it was such I didn't think it was something that would be out of the extraordinary. It was sort of in the intelligence area, it was like bread and butter. I mean, it was an obvious kind of thing.
Thank you. My time is in. I just want to compliment you on your appearance here and also to indicate that you haven't changed very much in the 16 years I've known you. You're a little heavier. You're just as valuable. As a matter of fact, even in those days when you were with the enforcement branch, why, you were not the most popular kid on the Wall Street block, nor in the editorial offices of the Wall Street Journal. So, but I think in those positions, the positions you occupied in the government, I think you did a fine job. And so I'm delighted to see
That's very kind, and I appreciate those remarks, Congressman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Judge Sporkin, You have been very patient with us, and we've come to the end of a long day. However, before calling this hearing to a recess, I have a few questions.
Surely.
You don't have any doubts as to whether the President signed the findings. Do you have any doubts?
I have a doubt as to the first one because, you know, I haven't seen it. As to the others, we know that.
Now, you saw the document identified as SS-15, the January 6th finding.
That's correct. I have no doubt.
You made the corrections.
I have no doubt about that one.
What about 18?
Well, I have no doubt about that because we all saw that. That's clear.
Now,
I have it right here.
so you have no doubts that the President signed those two documents?
I cannot say the same about the first one, although I believed it was signed.
The months of November, December of '85, and January of '86, these were the 3 months during which time these findings were being drafted. First, you knew that Iran and Iraq were at war.
I certainly did.
You also knew that there were laws in our books and an executive order that prohibited the transfer or sale of arms to Iran.
Yes, sir.
I'm certain you're aware that it was our announced foreign policy that we would remain neutral in the Iran-Iraq war.
I believe I was aware of that.
You're also aware that during that period, the so-called friendly Arab nations such as Saudi Arabia and Kuwait were either openly or covertly supporting Iraq.
I can't specifically recall that, but I'll accept your premise.
I'm certain you're also aware that during those 3 months we were involved in a worldwide campaign of persuasion to persuade our friends and allies not to deal with Iran, to sell or transfer arms to Iran.
I accept that, Mr. Chairman.
Notwithstanding all of this, the President signed the findings. Doesn't it bother you?
As the
Chief Counsel of the CIA?
No, because, well, it doesn't bother me. My role was to make sure that it was focused on. My role was not to make the substantive decisions, and if you look and see what advice I was giving, was look, you better make sure that this is handled at the highest level, that you must have input from the 5 officials that I believed were the top people to consider this. And my view was if they all agreed and recommended that to the President of the United States, it's his decision, not the decision of a lowly counsel of an agency. I was not going to substitute my judgment for their judgment.
During your term of office as legal counsel, how many findings did you author or draft?
Personally, I don't know if there are a whole lot of them, but I had to sign off on every one of them. And I would say you can give me a number, I guess Chairman Boren can tell me how many there are in a year. I don't think there are that many, what, 5 or 6?
Were you ever called in by the President to explain the findings?
I never talked to the President, Mr. Chairman.
Do you know what happened after you passed it on to someone in the White House?
I didn't pass it along. We had the meeting on the 16th of January. Where present were the people I mentioned. I told you that the Secretary of Defense wanted to review it legally, and he took it back, and the next day I was told that he had signed off on it, that he agreed with the legal analysis.
Who were present at that meeting?
The Secretary of Defense, the Director of Central Intelligence, the Attorney General, the National Security Advisor. Did I miss? I think that and I understood that the Secretary of State was supposed to be there. Indeed, I've been recently advised he had been there, but he had left before I got there. I got there after the meeting had already started.
Was the President there?
No, he was not there.
Was the President advised of this meeting?
Well, I don't know that. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, as I said, once again, it's been a long day, and if I may, in behalf of the Joint Committee, thank you for your assistance today, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Before recessing, I wish to make a statement in behalf of the Joint Committee. May we have a short recess? At the request of Congressman Brooks, without objection, an extract from National Security Directive 159 dated January 18, 1985, subject covert action policy approval and coordination procedures, will be made part of the record at the conclusion of the witness's testimony. This is a statement of the Joint Committee. Counsel for the Senate and House committees have sent a letter to Brendan Sullivan, counsel for Lieutenant Colonel Oliver L. North, reflecting the committee's intentions with respect to Lieutenant Colonel North's testimony. I can report that Lieutenant Colonel North will appear for executive session testimony on July the 1st and public testimony beginning on July the 7th. In the letter, the committees made it clear that we would make no commitment on limiting Lieutenant Colonel North's public testimony or promise not to recall him as a witness, although we affirm that under our schedule, we do not intend that his testimony will last more than a week or anticipate that he will be recalled. We also insisted on an executive session interview and testimony of Lieutenant Colonel North on the subject of presidential knowledge of or involvement in the diversion. Counsel for the committees advised us that such a session would be sufficient. The committees have addressed the concerns expressed by Lieutenant Colonel North's counsel without compromising any of their prerogatives. Chairman Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just would add that I'm delighted that an agreement has been struck and we're able to send this statement of intentions to the Council. I think that the precedents and practices of the House have been accommodated fully, and that the concerns of the witnesses have likewise been accommodated. And we have done that consistent with the prerogatives of the Congress. I would simply point out that in this agreement, we certainly did not make any concessions, I think. We set the terms. We set the timing of the testimony. We set
set the length of the testimony, and we've only given Mr. Sullivan, the counsel for Colonel North, a statement of our intentions. So I find myself very pleased with the statement of intentions in the letter, and I look forward to hearing Colonel North's testimony.
We will close this session with a summary of depositions of persons involved in the November 1985 shipment of arms to Iran. Because of the sensitive nature of the information involved, we have decided to take this step in presenting a summary instead of calling upon persons as witnesses. Mr. Eggleston, the counsel for the House, will present the summary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will try to be as brief as possible. As the Chairman has stated, the purpose of this recitation is in part because of sensitive reasons and also to expedite the hearings. The committees have decided to present a summary of the testimony of various individuals who were involved in the November 1985 Hawk shipment. This summary is intended to provide some factual basis, some important facts that will put the testimony of Assistant Attorney General Charles Cooper, who is scheduled to be the next witness, into some context. There has already been some testimony about the events of November of 1985. Mr. McFarland testified in hearings before these committees that he had been involved in the fall of 1985 in the efforts to obtain the release of the hostages. He testified that he was aware well prior to the actual shipment of Hawks on November 24, 1985, that Israel was going to ship American-made Hawk missiles to Iran in exchange for the release of the hostages. Mr. McFarland's testimony, as well as various prof messages, reflects that Admiral Poindexter as well, who was then the Deputy National Security Advisor, was aware that Israel was going to ship Hawk missiles to Iran to obtain the release of American hostages. The committee will also recall that Mr. Secord testified to his participation in the November 1985 Hawk shipment. Mr. Secord identified a letter he'd received from Colonel North dated November 19, 1985, asking on behalf of the United States for his assistance. Mr. Secord stated that the letter referred to a request by Lieutenant Colonel North for him to assist in the shipment of the Hawk missiles from Israel to Iran. Colonel North told Mr. Secord that the shipment was in connection with the release of the hostages. At the time that Mr. Secord became involved in the operation, the plan was to have the Hawk missiles shipped from Israel to a European city. There, the missiles would be unloaded, perhaps stored temporarily, and then placed on a different airplane and shipped to Iran. Mr. Secord testified that he was brought into the operation because the private Israelis were having difficulty arranging the logistics through the European city. After agreeing to assist, Mr. Secord worked with the private Israelis and the representatives of the CIA to obtain landing rights for the airplane in the European city. Mr. Secord testified that the process of obtaining these landing rights required him to work both directly and through these CIA representatives to obtain the overflight and landing clearances. In a deposition given to these committees, Mr. Secord was asked who, to his knowledge, was aware that these airplanes were to contain weapons bound for Iran. Mr. Secord testified that, among others, Thomas Kleins, about whom we have heard some testimony, two local arms company employees who were working with him, as well knew that these flights were to contain Hawk missiles. Mr. Secord was asked in his deposition whether the government of the European country was aware of what the flights were going to carry. He responded that he understood that the foreign minister and the prime minister of the country were both informed. On the issue of the knowledge of the foreign government, Mr. Secord stated in his deposition essentially that you couldn't possibly do this in any other fashion because the process of transshipping weapons through a country required that they be unloaded and it's apparent what they are, and he indicated that it would be impossible to transship these weapons without the host country knowing about it. The committees have also taken the depositions under oath of both the senior CIA officer and the State Department's Deputy Chief of Mission located in the European city where the transshipment was originally planned to occur. The Deputy Chief of Mission in the European city was a longtime Foreign Service officer. The first involvement of his embassy in this matter occurred on November 20th, 1985. On that date, his deputy was summoned to the Foreign Minister's office of the European country. The Foreign Ministry official informed the American Embassy official that he had received a telephone call from an employee of a local arms company. The DCM summarized this telephone conversation in a cable to the State Department, and I will quote, it's C1 of documents that are going to be distributed. He stated that, quote, the local arms company manager stated that he hoped Foreign Ministry authorization would be given to 2 aircraft to transit the European country. They would be carrying arms provided by Israel for Iran. The Foreign Ministry official said that the arms company official, apparently acting as a broker for the arms deal, referred to an American general involved in the undertaking and to close U.S. relations of the local arms company with the U.S. As of November 20th, of course, the American Embassy in the European country had no knowledge that the U.S. had decided to permit the shipment of weapons to Iran, and as a result, the American Embassy informed the Foreign Ministry of the European country the shipment was not authorized and was contrary to U.S. government policy. Mr. Dewey Claridge, the CIA's chief of the European division, who was the supervisor of this CIA officer and who was stationed in Langley, Virginia, has also given a deposition. He was contacted by Lieutenant Colonel North on the evening of November 21st to assist in obtaining a flight clearance for an aircraft coming into the European city. Mr. Claridge agreed to help and sent a message that night instructing the senior CIA officer in the European city to report immediately to the station. There ensued a series of cables between the officer and Mr. Claridge, where the officer was instructed to provide a man, at that time identified as Mr. Richard Kopp and later known to him as Mr. Secord, with whatever help he required. Following that instruction and after talking by telephone with Mr. Kopp, the officer attempted to contact officials at the Foreign Ministry but was unsuccessful. At approximately midday on November 22nd, the officer asked the DCM for assistance in contacting foreign government officials. Mr. Claridge cabled the officer that the DCM was, quote, to pull out all stops in order to obtain landing rights for the aircraft. And indeed, the matter reached a sufficient level of significance that during the afternoon of November 22nd, Mr. McFarland was pulled out of a meeting he was having with the Pope in order to call the foreign minister of the European country to ask the foreign minister to improve landing rights for the aircraft. The planning for the flights continued during the afternoon and evening of November 22nd. The government of the European country asked for a formal diplomatic note which would set forth, among other things, the contents of the cargo. The DCM has testified to the committees in his deposition, that the European government wanted the note to set forth specifically the type and the content of the weapons that would be inside the shipment. The European government also wanted the note explicitly to state that the reason for the shipment was the release of the American hostages. During the morning of November 23, 1985, the DCM submitted a diplomatic note to the European country. The note did not comply with the Foreign Ministry's request for specificity on the cargo or the purposes of the flight. The senior CIA officer has testified in his deposition that on Saturday, November 23rd at approximately 11:30 a.m. local time, he met with Mr. Secord in a car in a hotel parking lot. At that time, the officer learned first that the true name of Mr. Kopp was General Richard Secord, and the officer has testified that he believed that Mr. Secord was formally associated with the NSC. Mr. Secord specifically told the officer that the flight would contain Hawk missiles and that they were being shipped to Iran in order to secure the release of the American hostages. The CIA officer has testified in his deposition that he returned to the station after this meeting and sent 2 cables to the headquarters. The first cable, which will be released as cable C-11, reported generally on the situation as it existed as of that time. That cable, which is often referred to as a situation report, mentioned the meeting with Mr. Secord in the car but did not set forth the substance of their conversation. Because of the importance of the meeting, however, the senior officer then sent, according to his testimony, a second cable to headquarters. This second cable specifically set forth the substance of the conversation that the officer had had with Mr. Secord. Both of these cables were sent by a private channel to Mr. Claridge, who, as I said, was the chief of the European division at the CIA. Mr. Claridge has testified and denied in his deposition knowing that these flights were to contain weapons for Iran. He denied as well ever receiving the second cable. Mr. Claridge has testified that he believed that the flights were to contain oil drilling equipment. The DCM has testified that he worked closely with the senior CIA officer throughout the period November 22 to 25 of 1985, and that he read many of the cables that the senior CIA officer had sent to Mr. Claridge. And he also kept in contact with the officer about the information that the officer was sending back to headquarters. The DCM recalls either reading the cable, which specifically informed Mr. Claridge that the flight was going to contain Hawk missiles, or being told at the time by the senior CIA officer that he had sent a cable relaying that information. In addition, the committees have been advised that the CIA communicator who was on duty sending these cables from the European city has a recollection that he sent a cable to headquarters during this time containing information about missiles. Let me just say a few things about the cables. Between November 21st and December 11th, 1985, Mr. Claridge sent and received cables relating to this effort to transport missiles from Israel to Iran to and from 3 separate CIA stations. The purpose of those cables was to instruct those stations to assist in obtaining landing rights or overflight clearances for these flights from Israel to Iran. During that time period, Mr. Claridge sent or received approximately 80 separate cables. All of these cables were sent in what's called a privacy channel. The private channel permitted Mr. Claridge to communicate with the senior CIA officials at these locations without the usual distribution of cables within the CIA. And the use of the private channel also meant that the headquarters did not maintain any regular file copies of these cables. Moreover, shortly after the operation was over, the senior CIA officer in the European city destroyed all of the station's copies of those cables. The committees have been informed by the CIA that the only place where these cables were located was in Mr. Claridge's own personal files at the agency. No copies were maintained in the official files of the agency. Finally, all cables sent to or from a station contain a date, a time, and a number. And using this information, the committees have located nearly all of the cables relating to this initiative, which were sent to or from this station in the European city. At least 2 appear to be missing. One is the cable Mr. Claridge sent to the senior CIA officer in the European city, first informing him of the reason he was to assist Mr. Secord in obtaining landing rights for the airplane. The other missing cable is the one which the CIA officer has testified that he sent to Mr. Claridge. According to the officer, that cable specifically informed the headquarters that the officer had just learned from Mr. Secord that the flight would contain Hawk missiles and that they were being shipped to Iran to secure the release of American hostages. The committee obtained all the other cables relating to this initiative from the personal files of Dewey Claridge. This cable was not there, and the CIA has not been able to locate any copies of this cable. Finishing up, according to the depositions in the cable traffic, the planning for the flights continued throughout the day of November 23rd. Later that day, the European government informed the DCM that it had reached a decision, but it needed a note stating that the operation was for humanitarian reasons and was in order to free the American hostages. Mr. Claridge cabled the CIA officer that on Admiral Poindexter's instructions, the European government should be informed in response to its request for an additional note that the American government regretted that the European government was unable to fulfill the U.S. government request for this humanitarian mission. That day, the attempt to transship the missiles through that European country was abandoned. Mr. Claridge, however, continued to attempt to obtain overflight clearances from another country for, according to his cables, 5 flights into Iran. Mr. Claridge cabled the senior CIA officer in the second country that he should inform that country that the flight would carry oil drilling equipment. During the evening of Sunday, November 24th, the first of what was projected to be 5 flights containing Hawk missiles touched down in Tehran. Unloading of the missiles was completed on November 25th. On November 25th, the pilots for the flight into Tehran informed their superiors, who then informed the head of the CIA air branch that they had carried missiles. A cable was sent to Mr. Claridge on November 25th, informing him that the pilot of the aircraft had told ground controllers that the plane was carrying military equipment. Mr. Claridge responded by cable that the cargo was indeed spares for the oil industry, and he could not understand why the pilot had told the ground controller that he was carrying military equipment. Later that afternoon, and as we have heard today, 2 Air Branch personnel briefed General Counsel Stanley Sporkin on this operation. Mr. Sporkin has testified here today that he was told during that briefing that the November 25 flight to Tehran contained weapons. And by no later than the morning of Tuesday, November 26, Mr. Sporkin informed Casey's assistant, Mr. John McMahon, that his view, a finding would be required before the CIA proprietary could be used for further flights or before the agency could continue to help the landing and overflight clearances for these foreign governments into these foreign countries. The following day, on November 27th, Mr. Claridge cabled to the two stations that were continuing to provide assistance to the operation. And I'm going to quote from a cable, it's C-24 in the package that will be released. Quote, "This operation is still on. However, at this point, I do not think we will be ready for our second flight until probably early next week. For your information, whatever was supposed to happen after the first flight did not happen, and we are regrouping. We are standing down on flights until early next week." On December 3rd, 1985, Mr. Claridge cabled to the same two stations. Quote, "We are still regrouping. Key meetings of principals will take place this weekend with earliest possible aircraft deployments sometime mid to late week of 8 December. The committees will recall from the testimony of Mr. McFarland that the President met with several of his key advisors on December 7th, 1985. Mr. McFarland then held a meeting which he characterized as disappointing with Mr. Ghorbanifar in London on December 8th and 9th. A second meeting to discuss the Iranian initiative was held between the President and his advisors on December 10th, where Mr. McFarland reported on his lack of trust of Mr. Ghorbanifar. The following day, on December 11th, Mr. Claridge cabled the stations that, quote, "As of late last night, the negotiating was still going on. We have just received word now that the deal is apparently off," close quote. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the summary of these witnesses and these documents. This time I would ask that Exhibits C1 through C26 be made part of the record of these proceedings, and as well that the depositions of the DCM and the senior CIA officer in the European country be made part of the record of these proceedings.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The Joint Committee will stand in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.